watching the vodka stream.
Don't do this to me. God damn it!
Other breaking news. Water. Wet.
Good. But it can be better.
Hello. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Vodka Stream. How we going? We're here. It's Friday, thank God, right? It wasn't like it was that bad of a week, but still, always good that it's Friday. How's everybody doing today, huh? Already got my normal drink poured, my little vodka spritzer. That's right. Vodka, half LaCroix. There you go. Cheers. And then, of course, whatever you have out there, raise your glasses. We did lose an icon yesterday. Mr. Tim Sale, he another comic book icon that we lost yesterday. His illustrations were very distinct, very noticeable. I mean, obviously, he illustrated one of the best Batman books out there, which is Long Halloween. So cheers to Tim Sale, man. We just keep losing some of these comic book icons, man. I don't know what the hell's happening. Anyways, okay. How's ever? All right. Almost hit that again. Jeez. All right, who we got? Hey, what's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. We got Tony. What's up, Tony? All right. And then we got Zed right here. Hey, how are the brews? Brews will be flowing, huh? Hello, Nighthawk. How's it going? Good to see you. We got Jose right here. Let's go Dodgers. Boo. Boo. No, they need to lose because the Giants won tonight. So that needs to happen. What's going on there? Tony, movie Chappie, D9, Neil Blomkamp fan. I just saw Lightyear, good movie, but sadly was ruined with a bad movie theater experience. A couple, baby. Why do people, I swear to God, why do people bring babies? Stop bringing babies to the movie theater, okay? Stopped crying until halfway through, and then some little kid was talking behind me. Of course, I mean, that's going to be a natural thing. The screening I saw had some kids in it too, and yes, they were talking. It wasn't too bad, but yeah, sometimes it's just like, why you bring it? Why? Because like half the time you're watching the movie, like the parents are going, shh, stop it, shh, stop it, shh. It's like, oof, come on. If your kid's not going to be able to sit down in a movie theater for, an hour and a half, 2 hours, then don't do it. Don't do it, especially opening night. I don't know, but what's going on, Tyler? Sorry, rant over. But it's just bringing a baby, though, that's ridiculous. Those people are just totally inconsiderate. Totally inconsiderate. What's going on, Mama Film Junkie? Oh, my mic sounds weird. Is it off again? Oh, hold on. Does it sound weird? Oh, my mic sounds weird. Yes, it does. I think my settings are off. Yep, sure is. Where is it at? Audio. Is it that it? Yeah, that's why. Stupid. Check it. Check. Test. 1, 2, 3. Sounds good now? Yeah, that's why. Hold on. Stupid. Check. Yep, there we go. We're good now. Well, I didn't have this turned on. I had... Well, I have like a secondary camera right there, and I had the audio and that turned on. So we're good now. Yeah, rest in peace, man. Rest in peace, Tim Sales. Crazy. Yo. What is up? All right, where are we going? Who else is here? We got a Lakazoo. Even better, stop having baby. Or that. Yeah, I could do that. Reading one of his books. Oh, yeah, Batman Ego. Great. That's a great book. Short book, and it's a book just really about Batman and his ego. Of course, it does have some Rogues Gallery people in there, but man, yeah, he had a very unique style of illustration. So, yeah, happy 39th. Happy 39th to Superman 3. It's the one with Richard Pryor, right? Trying to remember that one. Maybe won't remember. I know. It's like, don't bring the babies. Do not bring babies. I remember one time when I saw Deadpool, the first Deadpool movie for the second time with my buddy, a couple brought their baby in a stroller and then they left after 20 minutes. It's like, yeah, you brought your kid to Deadpool? Fantastic. Some people, I mean, there should be like an instruction manual for when you become parents. And right on the first page should be like, and by no means should you be bringing your kids to a movie until about 6, 7. Should be an age. That's what should be the case. I don't know. That's just me, though. What's going on, Selena? I know what's going on, Ben, too. Yeah, I see you. See you. What's going on, Mr. Milana? Great to see you guys. 10-year-old babies. I remember when I saw Ford v Ferrari, and I don't know why this couple brought their young kids. Like the kid was asleep for half the movie, and then he woke up, and then he started running up and down the aisle that was behind me, and he was hitting the seat. And I kept on going like, "Hey," like, and they're like, "Sorry." It's like, why are you bringing this kid who was napping and now is full of energy? Was like 6 to Ford v Ferrari because that's a kids movie, right? I don't know. You know how it is. Freaking kids. But anyways, all right. Let's go ahead and get my guest in here. And then, yeah, later on, guys, the panel and stuff, we'll be talking more about, I know like an article just came out talking about kind of like the Ezra situation, but some of the guys that'll be coming in, we're going to be going over some of the things like I've been telling you guys, behind the scenes stuff that was kind of just getting brought in when it came to Ezra Miller, stuff that wasn't said fully like publicly. So we're gonna get we'll get the panel in here. You know, nobody knew. Well, maybe one person that has been on the stream, but not a frequent person, to talk about the situation a little bit more, to get more info when it comes to that. When it comes to the Ezra situation, join the stream. So that'll be in about an hour. But we're going to talk to Mr. Logan Swish right here. John Knight, if you guys know John Knight, obviously he's been a frequent panel participator. So they, of course, do like a live stream once a week called the Film Cave. So I was like, all right, let's get Logan in here. So let me make sure the tweet is set. All right, here we go. Let me get that. Gotta get everything set up here. Forgot to put my little icon up. See, I'm behind. All right, here we go. What's going on, Logan?
Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for having me on.
No problem. Thanks for joining. First off, your hair is fabulous, by the way.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you.
I mean, it was one of the things that would have watched your reactions or even watched your streams. I'm like, man, this guy has like the way that you comb your hair like that, just that perfect wave.
I mean, it's taken some work over time, but
I'm sure it has. And then you got the silver in there. Is that just natural?
That
just
all
naturally
natural.
happened. Okay, so you're one of those that got the gray early.
I've been going gray since about freshman year of high school, I think.
Wow.
And I was one of those kids. This was back, snapbacks were big, and I was self-conscious of it. So I wore snapbacks all day, every day, to where no one could see it.
Yeah.
And then I went to college, still wore snapbacks. They were still a thing. And then they started going out of style. And I was like, shit, what am I gonna do here? And then of course I go get a job, and it's like, oh wait, you kind of gotta just man up here. Exactly. And so I did it, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, hey, I kind of dig your hair. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like this whole time it would have been all right.
Yeah. But isn't that weird how that is? You get self-conscious, and then all of a sudden you just lean into it, and people are like, look at this guy, he's looking sharp.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like one of the first times that I came across you is I was invited to, you were hosting a trivia thing. Was like a few years ago, like a huge thing on Zoom. You were hosting that, all kinds of people there. Yeah. And that was a pretty crazy event. It was fun, a lot of fun, but man, I kept getting stupid CW questions though, and I'm like, I'm not watching CW.
So that's what's so funny, because John put all that together, and then he was just like, hey man, do you want to co-host this with me? And I was like, sure, because I would suck. And then they have me reading CW questions. I've never watched. I watched like 3 episodes of The Flash when it first started,
Yeah.
and then I was like, I'm out.
Yeah.
And I'm over here. I mispronounce people's names, and I've got 50 people going, "Hey!" Like I'm like, I don't care. Like I'm like, just answer the question.
Yeah.
They all suck. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. It was rough. It was rough. I was like,
Yeah.
why am I not getting? Because I tried with the CW. You know, I watched
Sure.
like the first 4 seasons of Arrow, and then I was like, all right,
Yeah.
I'm done. We're first 3 seasons, The Flash. All right, I'm done. And then it was tried with Legends for a little bit. I know Superman and Lois is a step up for sure. I had to catch up on that, but yeah. Other than that, I was like, why do I keep getting these questions? Come on. I think I got a movie question and I answered it quickly too. And I was like, see, I'm called
That's
the
the
film
idea.
junkie for a reason.
Yeah,
Damn it.
I hear you. I'm notoriously anti. I can't get into shows. If I have to try to get into a show, it's tough for me. Just give me the movie stuff. It's a quick 2.5 hour. You know, it's beginning, middle, end, and I'm done. You know, I don't have to waste.
Yeah, it could be pretty rough for me to try to catch up on a series, but you know, I try to do my best when it comes,
Sure.
especially like, you know, the Obi-Wan Kenobis and the, you know, the Marvel stuff, and then of course the DC stuff. It's Stranger Things, you got to do that, but yeah, it could be difficult to find time just to be like, oh yeah, I got to watch another episode, got to watch another episode,
Exactly.
got to watch it. And then binging, of course. If I can clear a Saturday, then I can be like, all right, let's do it, you know. But sometimes I'm just constantly busy. So where are you located at?
I'm in Waco, Texas.
Waco, Texas. Okay, so
right
you're
in
only 2 hours.
between Dallas and Austin.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's hot as hell.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
it's hot here too.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's hot. Looks like it's hot everywhere. I saw people from Michigan posting 90 degrees and everything. And it gets humid where you're at, right?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. It's fun.
No, oh man, my dad, when he was in the Army, he was stationed at Fort Hood.
Yeah.
Fort Hood, yeah, Fort Hood. And I remember one time I visited him during the summer, and yeah, it was just sweltering the whole time. I was there for a month, and it was
all that concrete, man.
Yeah, and then we're in the middle of like nowhere. There's really nowhere to go. I mean, one weekend we went to Arlington and went to Six Flags and saw a Rangers game, and that was pretty grueling too. But other than that, it was just like, what do you want to do today? Let's just stay in and watch some movies. Maybe we'll go to the pool. That's about it.
Right. That's exactly right. And if you don't wear sunscreen, you're gonna die. I mean, it's the way it is. But
see, that's the one thing. One of the very few things that I like about California. One of the things is dry heat. Luckily, we have a lot of dry heat here, so it's not too bad. But we've actually had some humidity lately, which is like, ugh, it's gross, just absolutely gross. So, so you have the YouTube channel, obviously. If you guys want to check it out, it's just his name right there, Logan Swish. How long have you had the YouTube channel?
Oh man, maybe I want to say 2016 is back when I started it. I actually started it with an ex-girlfriend of mine, and we reacted as like a couple. And of course, you know, that doesn't work out. So, but I mean, we did that for years, and and then after that, I mean, I just kind of took it on. I'm married now, so it's kind of funny, but which is still weird to say. Got married in November, and it's still weird, but yeah. So it was a fun time back then, but also I quickly learned like, hey, don't do your own channel with someone else. Like, especially a significant other, but like, I mean, it like became like, it was that thing of like, hey, I distinctly remember 100%, and you'll appreciate this because you're a big fan of this, but it was when the Batman versus Superman trailer leaked.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It was like, I want to say it was like 11:45 p.m. my time. And I look at my girl in bed and I'm like, get the fuck up. I'm like, we gotta go. And she's like, not a chance. And I'm like, I don't care. Get up. And I made her do it because I was like, we gotta go.
You have to.
It was the name of the game. I mean, especially, I mean, back then. And of course that, like, I posted it and I was like, we might get deleted. I was like, I don't know. This is leaked. I was like, but we got to just go for it. And of course, I mean, that video exploded. It's still like one of my highest watched videos, but all those with her, I had to private because of course. And so like, it's like just a thing, but I just distinctly remember people were like, from my high school were texting me going like, hey, I just saw you. I watched the trailer. Cause then they released it.
Yeah.
And they were like, your video is the next one up. after watching it, and I was like, oh snap. I was like, here we go. And I'm reacting to the leaked one, and I just changed the name to like not leaked. I took the leaked out.
Yeah. Good
And
idea.
just went with it, and it was a fun time. But yeah, man, been doing this for a long time. Met John that way.
Yeah.
And been doing our thing ever since.
Yeah. And mainly it's just reacting to stuff, right? And then you guys do the stream. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I love talking about movies.
Yeah.
But it's that thing of I do reactions to get people to come listen to me. Like that's the green light. And then hopefully they can stand me talking enough to want to stick around. That's kind of always been my idea. You're
unique when it comes to your reactions because you're very mellow, but you do react in a way like there's people that, geez, I don't know. And I've had conversations with people about reaction videos. It's like some people are just like, oh my God. And they just are freaking out. And, but there's some really good channels that are just great with that. Real Rejects, Cyber Nerds, those guys. Anytime that there's a new trailer, I'm checking those guys out because they just have this energy and it feels natural. Sometimes with some people doesn't feel natural, feels a little overdone, and I'm terrible at it. Like I'm too busy like watching and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to say stuff,
Exactly.
But you do a good job of saying stuff but you stay pretty like mellow, which is cool too.
It's that thing of I'm trying to do both. Of like, because for every comments, it's like, hey, nice reaction. It's like, can you quit talking during the trailer? And I'm like, hey man, I'm like, that's the whole point. And like, I always have to be like, hey, I got headphones on. So like, I hear all the dialogue. Like I can barely hear myself talking right now because I have these. And so people can't seem to understand that. And I'm like, hey, go watch the video first that I'm reacting to, then watch me. And
that's what you're supposed to do. It's like when the trailer comes out, you watch it again, whatever. Then you go down the rabbit hole of reactions. Exactly. 100%. It's what I do all the time. And
but no, the natural thing that was always something that I used to get boring reaction. Like, hey, that was boring. And I'm like, hey man, I'm not trying to be over the top. I'm just trying to be real. And then I'm going to tell you what I thought and what I saw, because it might be something you either saw differently, or the thing with me growing up with the reactions was I wanted to just see people feel the way that I felt. And then even the people that are more knowledgeable than me can kind of, teach me some things. And so that's what I kind of try to do. But it's so funny, the amount of people that are like, that sucked. And I'm like, a reaction can't suck. Yeah. Like, it's just not possible. Like, I
exactly.
Just watch something. It's
what do you want from me? This is how I feel. And then sometimes I'll get like people saying like you didn't really say anything, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I was watching the trailer. And then sometimes like, the trailer audio was too high and blah blah blah, and I'm like, and then I started doing it on my live streams during the week. Like if a trailer just showed up, if it wasn't anything that showed up in the morning and it wasn't anything pressing, because I know how that is too. Like you said, you want to get that reaction video out when it's a big trailer that everybody's waiting for. You want to get it out as early as possible, because like what happened with you is like you get right on that first page, people are going to click that thing. Oh yeah, that happened to me with that happened to me with this, I think the second BVS trailer, the Comic-Con one, and then the Justice League Comic-Con trailer. I got that up so quickly, and I was like a couple spots underneath, and that thing blew up, a couple 100,000 views and everything. So it's like, you want to do that, but sometimes it could be just like, oh shit. You just go, and then you want to be a little bit more, emotional, but at the same time, you don't want to, like I said, you don't want to be fake. I'm not going to start yelling and screaming.
Because it's also that thing of like, especially when those trailers come out in the morning, which I'm thankful. I have a really awesome boss. He's a big nerd, just like I am, and he's very understanding. And so, I go to work at 9 o'clock, and that's when a lot of trailers decide to drop for me. Is 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock is around that time. And when they want to be assholes, they can go 11 or noon. And I'm like, what? I'm already there. I'm already at work. But like, I'll text him real quick, be like, trailer just dropped. I'll be in 30, kind of thing. But then it's that thing of like, okay, I'm reacting. I don't want to say too much because I got to edit this, upload it. Like I got to do all that. And I'm like, yeah, that was great. Like, and I know, right? Exactly. Watching, like, I'm sorry. Like, This is ridiculous, but hey, just go ahead and watch it anyway. I guess you're already here. Got your ass. Like
Yeah, I know. I mean, and then sometimes maybe I remember I checked out your Black Adam trailer reaction. You rewatched it again, right?
Yes.
Do you do that if you have just like enough time? Just rewatch.
I mean,
again?
yeah, it's a thing of like, well, there's some that I'm just like, okay, that was fantastic.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and see that again. But yeah, I mean, because that's what's nice is my boss is like, hey, you're good, whatever it is. And so, it just depends if I'm like, oh, I know I got a job to go do. And I'm like, I got to get this thing going. But no, I do a repeat viewing. It's a rare thing when I do a repeat viewing. That's how I dug the trailer, or maybe I missed some things or wanted to hear things a little bit better or something like that. But yeah, Black Adam trailer's great.
Yeah. I was slightly underwhelmed, but I don't know.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that I was talking to John about this.
Yeah.
Is I am worried to obviously the trailer's badass, great, whatever. He's doing a lot of mean stuff, but it's like
thinking that might be somebody right there.
That's my boy right there.
Yeah.
But I was worried about The Rock is charismatic, and that's why highest paid actor right now, and we love him to death. But he can't show off his charisma just killing people all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see, we got a little bit of a humor there at the end. I'm not going to say it necessarily fit into the trailer well, because the trailer was very straightforward, I'm a badass, I don't mess around. And then we have, windows going up slow kind of thing. It's all right. But I think maybe they'll figure it out. I'm hoping so.
I'm hoping so too. And yeah, you're right. I mean, The Rock is known for The Rock. He really stays in his lane. And you're drinking some red wine tonight. What kind of wine do you have there?
Just good old cab. That's nice. My thing.
I'm not. Dude, that's mine. During the week with a steak, that's Cabernet. Yeah. Perfect.
All day long.
Perfect. So I'm right there with you. I saw you took a drink earlier, and I meant to ask, but yeah, good choice. Good choice. I like Yellowtail, that Australian wine.
Oh,
it's cheap. It's good.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, love it. Anyways, yeah, the California wines suck. No, they don't suck, but they're anyways. No, when it comes to that, it's yeah, you got Dwayne Johnson, like you said, charismatic, but he's always usually in the same lane. This is him trying to veer off into a different lane, but it's almost how much does he want to veer off, And that's where I'm kind of worried about is I want him to go full on, just be this crazy villain badass and whatever the hell. I know you're trying to do the anti-hero thing, and that's fine, but just really go, villain, because that's not what you've done there, Dwayne. You gotta start changing it up a little bit, because let's face it, been around for a bit. I mean, you've lasted great, but you need to start changing it up just a little bit. We like it when you're the good guy, but now you're playing the bad guy. Look at when Tom Cruise did Collateral. I mean, that was completely, he changed lanes without signaling. That motherfucker just fucking, he just went for it. And I'm going, okay, Tom, why aren't you not doing more of that, please? Right. I mean, I like the good guy shit and what you're doing, and you're always the hero. But that was totally something that wasn't you, and it was fantastic. Right. I need more Tom Cruise villain right here. Yeah. So I just want Dwayne Johnson to start hey, just don't be afraid to go in that lane.
It's that thing too of, I'm thinking back to I grew up on wrestling.
Yeah.
And The Rock could turn heel. Stone Cold could turn heel. I still loved him. That's still who I'm rooting for, because they just had that. They're just badass, and they got that charisma of that's the way it is. Yeah. And so I see it as going. It's going to be very difficult for him to go villain.
Yeah, it is.
And I hope he can figure it out, because it's even the thing of John is all over. He's like, this guy's going to destroy Shazam, and I'm like, yeah, I get it, but Shazam's a kid. They're going pretty deep into the kid thing. He acts like a kid when he's Shazam. It's going to be weird.
Yeah, it is.
I'm going to most definitely not be able to root for Black Adam if he's just walking up, finds out what I pointed out. I was like, so you're telling me he's going to realize that this guy that has his same powers and that whole family are all actually children, like his son that died for him, and he's still going to try to kill him? I'm like, that's pretty fucked up.
That is pretty fucked up. And that's going to be interesting to see how they tie that together.
Yeah.
Good point.
And I don't think they have a clue how they're going to tie it together. They're just trying to make some movies right now, and
Yeah, I mean, I know when it comes to DC, Jesus, everything's so up in the air right now.
Yeah, I hear you.
even though I'm excited for all of it, you know, even the Flash, obviously, I mean, like one of my all-time favorite, you know, superheroes, and then we're finally getting it, and everything I've heard about it too. I'm like, it just sucks because we've been waiting for this movie for I don't know how many years now, 5 something, and this movie is flat out cursed. And then finally, when it goes into production, goes into post-production, we're like, it's gonna happen, and then all of a sudden all the controversy is coming out right now, and it's like, good Lord, really?
Just can't catch a
We're
break.
almost can't catch a break, and it keeps on going. And we'll be talking about some information later when the panel comes on, but still, it's just it's kind of it's messy. And then of course we have Aquaman with the Amber Heard stuff, and it's like, just can't catch a fucking break.
Oh man.
Meanwhile, Marvel's over here going, yeah, we're on our 50th goddamn, movie or TV show or something like that. It's like,
I'm trying to think of who's gotten in trouble when it comes to Marvel. I mean, I don't know. It's been
there hasn't really been any. The most controversial thing was the Scarlett Johansson thing when it came to streaming and the blockbuster,
right,
box office thing. That was controversial. I mean, there's been but there's never been an actor that's been problematic.
Right. Only other thing, I mean, the only one I can think of, I guess two, if you really want to call it out, would be Terrence Howard didn't come back as Rhodey.
Yeah,
but the first one, and then Edward Norton was problematic on set.
Okay, Average Gamer did say Letitia Wright. I could see that a little bit with all that stuff.
Yeah. That is actually a good point, because
that's
they
probably
might have actually reshot some stuff for Black Panther 2 because of that. Which is interesting. So good call.
I totally forgot about that. Yeah, so that she's probably been the most controversial when it comes to an actress, whatever. Yeah. But that's going to be a weird one to me. I mean, I don't know how you feel about. How do you feel about that whole thing? Do you think they should have recast T'Challa?
Personally, yes. I would have. John is the exact opposite. And it's tough because you were on, I don't know if it was this one, but the trivia thing that John and I did, we hosted, we were doing that when the news came out of Chadwick passing away.
I don't know. Was that then?
I want to say it was because you were in the one that was way too damn big.
Massive. Yeah, I was in the big one.
We did a little much on that one, but this one was the smaller one. And but no, that the news came out where all of a sudden one of the guys was like, "Hey, hold on, everybody." And he's like, "Chadwick Boseman died."
No, I wasn't on that one. Yeah. Okay.
And everybody, I remember I was like, "Shut the fuck up!" I'm like, because I'm like, that's the most.
Stop fucking with us. Yeah.
And then of course everybody. I mean, people are crying.
Yeah.
Like everybody's dipping out. I mean, all this stuff. And I mean, John now, I mean, he wears a Black Panther necklace every day, all that. Like he's that guy. And so he's like, no, out of respect, don't recast. But I was just obviously storytelling wise, if I want to be selfish, but it's also just a thing of the character of T'Challa and Black Panther is so important that I think that there could have been an actor that could have come in and done it justice as a celebrating the character and celebrating Chadwick more.
Exactly.
But that's just me. That's just personal. I understand other people's point of view and all that.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, I get why they didn't, but at the same time, it's like even had his brother said that Chadwick would have said no, recast it. Keep going. So, I mean, it's hard to. And we had he was in what 4 films, but only one of his own. Yeah. So to and then when it comes to this space, when it's like, hey, we want diverse leading characters. I mean, Black Panther is one of the top.
That's the best.
To not continue. So I'm just kind of wondering when it comes to this sequel, I'm personally wondering how they're going to pull it off.
Correct.
And then that I hope they pull it off because I like what's the director's name? I always forget his name.
Oh Jesus, why is it escaping me?
It's escaping me too. Yeah, I always forget too.
Fruitvale Station. What is that guy's name?
Yeah, I know. He did also Creed. I'm totally somebody's gonna drop it in the
Ryan Coogler. Got it.
Ryan Coogler. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did beat the check. Good job. Because then all of a sudden somebody just posted it right now. Good job.
Ryan Coogler.
Ryan Coogler. That's a good name. I love him as a filmmaker.
Right.
Everything he's done, I've been a fan of. I think he's top notch. He's up there, and so I trust that he's pulling something off. But I'm just kind of going like, wait a minute, what did you just say there, Lane?
That's got to be Cap.
Hold on a second. Fired. I saw the article. I don't think he was fired. They're just talking about it. Stop it, Lane. I think Lane's just being dumb right now. No, he wasn't. Wait, was he? No. Okay. Well, they just because there's a quote in that Deadline article that says Ezra Miller will not be part of the future DC projects. That's all that's said in there. It wasn't saying that he was fired. Come on, Lane. He wasn't fired. Nothing. You know. Yeah, it's a crazy situation. We're gonna get into it when the panel like shows up for sure. Yeah, fired. Stop it, Lane. Lane's funny. No. I think it when it comes to that, I'm just kind of curious to see what they do. But then I think like maybe I don't know. But I don't know. Who knows what they're thinking of and what they're gonna do.
When it comes to Black Panther 2, that is most definitely the movie I'm most worried about.
Yeah.
Out of anything coming out, like we have everything wrong with the Flash and DC right now. Yeah. I'm much more worried for Black Panther 2 because that is a full-blown mountain to have to climb over and figure out. And I'll be honest, I don't have a ton of faith. I'm sad.
Yeah, I don't really either.
Like after I heard them say, which it's all rumor and all that kind of stuff. It's not like I'm in the know, but you listen to the people that you kind of trust online that get scoops right and things like that. And like they were shooting, and then it was like Coogler's still finishing the script, and I'm like,
that's never good. Man. That's never good when you hear that. When you hear that the script is still being worked as they're shooting. I mean, we all remember Green Lantern. That was the same situation happened there where they literally didn't even have a full-fledged script. They were just kind of just going for it, and that's what we got, folks. So you gotta. So yeah,
definitely worried, but
yeah,
who knows? I mean, I've been known as like, oh, Marvel fanboy, blah 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 kind of shit, and but literally, I've had problems with every movie they've put out since the pandemic, like, and it's frustrating the hell out of me. So I hate that I'm like becoming that negative guy. It seems like, but
it'll
like,
happen.
Yeah, it's just like even like Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. The day that was announced, I was like, that is the movie I'm most excited for right there, 100%. That's going to be insane. And I was like, that is so mid. It's not even like, it's like not even good. Like it just frustrates me.
Logan, come on. It was something to do with Sam Raimi, dude. It was Sam Raimi.
Exactly. Yeah. He has a
style.
He has a style that's so awesome. Apparently. I mean,
yeah, you really, I mean, I get that. When it was funny because when it was announced, I was excited because I'm a Sam Raimi fan.
Sure.
But my all-time favorite horror movie is The Evil Dead. So I was like on board right away. And I'm like, oh, this will break a mold a little bit. This hopefully, but I was worried that he was going to be stranglehold, but yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for different. It was just like, it was the thing. It was the script, really. I mean, like I had some directing issues too, but it was really just script. I'm like,
I see that. It's not perfect for sure.
Yeah. And I'm just like, what in the world? And you could tell that they were like, hey man, we need this. We said this was going to be scary because Scott Derrickson was going to make it. And like, so just throw some scary stuff in there. And he's like, can it be campy scary? And they're like, whatever you do, you're Sam Raimi. And he's like,
that's the thing. I like that. It can't be scary stuff. So that's why I came out of the movie theater just like with a big smile on my face because I was like, because I laughed at the fact that that when I saw the reactions to it and some people were like, it was very mixed, and I'm going, oh, this is good, and then that's why but I'm not, but at the same time, it's like okay, but still, it's not like I'm sitting there like, is this it's up there when it comes to Marvel movies for me, sure, but it's not going to overtake some of the bigger ones.
Sure.
And and it's Doctor Strange and yeah, there was some writing issues in there too. And I could I could rip it apart, but at the same time though, I just love the Raimi-isms that were in there. I was like, there it is. There's the Raimi-ism right there. So I could appreciate that, but I get it though. I get it when people were like, "What the fuck?" fuck? Like, seriously? And then, of course, then they said that there wasn't a lot of, a lot of people were hoping for more multiverse of like characters. And I was just like, I just laughed because when the Illuminati scene came, it just like struck me. I'm like, oh, wow, all these fuckers are going to die.
Yeah.
He's going to kill every one of them. And I was like, and I just kind of laughed when it was happening. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. I love it because people are so disappointed that we got like a Reed Richards finally, in this world, and he just dies. Spaghetti.
I really, when it comes to that Reed Richards thing, obviously, we've all been waiting and excited for that. It's see what Marvel's going to do. Now I'm like, how are you going to save this guy?
It's kind of interesting because now it's like, is it going to be full on John Krasinski that's going to be in the Fantastic Four movie now? And a lot of people are speculating that since John Watts is not directing it anymore, is he going to direct it?
Right.
Which I think would be cool because that would be something different because we never had the star of a superhero movie also direct. I mean, we almost had Ben Affleck do his Batman, but at the same time, that's a whole different thing. That's wearing a 30-pound bat suit and having to, cut. All right, walk behind, look at the screen, make sure that was good. Let's do it again, and then after, taking off the costume and then watching the dailies, when it comes to Fantastic Four, that could be a little easier. I mean, obviously, you're going to be a lot of the scenes, but you're just wearing a jumpsuit. It's nothing. Right. It's zip. You're out of it. Yeah. So I think I really hope that he does it and they do. Yeah, because even I've talked to people about it too. It's like I was like, oh yeah, it's cool, John Krasinski, but there was just not much there. It was very we want to say mid. That was mid. It was like exciting to see him. People cheered, but then it was just like some of the dialogue was kind of and then he tries to stop Scarlet Witch, turns into spaghetti, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, no, because even to the thing of John Watts, I've liked all three of his Spider-Man movies. They're good. But he doesn't, I'm not over the moon about him. So as soon as they announced him, I was like, so we're going to have this lighthearted, somewhat funny Fantastic Four. I was like, okay, because I still have not even watched the Miles Teller. I just decided to not, but I wish that we could
just have a bottle of wine.
I mean, exactly. That's It was funny because my cousin, who's 18, he hadn't watched it, and like this was 2 weeks ago, and he was like, "Hey, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna watch that," because after Doctor Strange, he had never seen any of the Fantastic Four movies, and so he went back and watched all three, and it was funny because I was like, "Hey, first two are not bad." I'm like, "You talk about campy and whatever, but they're early 2000s fun, movies." And then I was like, now on this other one, I haven't watched it. I've heard it's, the worst thing ever, whatever. And he was like, okay, yeah. And he texted me while he was watching it. And he was like, man, it's not bad so far, whatever. And then he was like, he actually said, he's like, I was falling asleep during it. And so he's like, I decided to pause it, go to sleep, wake up the next morning, reverse a little bit. Cause he's like, I thought I was missing something because I was sleeping. He's like, no, this thing's a train wreck. He's like, I don't know what happened. He's like, that thing just exploded. And so I haven't wasted my time with that yet. But
you should. Everybody should, to be honest, because I saw it in the movie theater and you could tell that there's a good movie in there somewhere, and the studio just kind of effed it up. There's like one particular scene when after the accident happens and, they're all kind of waking up and they're in this facility that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And I was like, man, if they kept this tone this whole time, I think it could have been something really good. But then, they just fucked it up with all these reshoots. And it was so noticeable from what's her name that played Sue Storm, because they just had to slap a wig on her, and it looked like they slapped the wig that Jessica Alba wore in the original ones. It was so, you could tell anytime there was a reshot scene, especially with her in it, because the wig was just so, it just stood out. It was just radiated that fucking blonde, that platinum blonde, and she wasn't platinum blonde when they originally shot it. It was just, she was blonde, but it wasn't just, and it was just, holy crap, like what are you thinking here,
Yeah, no. So when it comes to this new one now, I like the idea of Krasinski because I love the 2 Quiet Place movies. I mean,
Oh yeah,
I think they're great, and I also
he's
like
a great
the idea
director.
he knows how to do suspense. He knows how to do family, and that's phenomenal. So I'd be into that. It is that thing of then I go into like the realisms of people wanting his actual wife to be, Sue Storm. And I'm like, hey, like they've got kids, like young ones. You think they're gonna just give them to the nannies and let them go shoot 15-hour days every day for months? It's like that's probably not going to happen, especially if he's directing on top of that.
He's like so busy.
He did it for Quiet Place, so I don't know, but I'm like, this is
that is true.
But
it is true, but it's not as big, and this is going to be something gigantic, and a lot of people anticipating. Yeah, I know everybody really wants to. They're like, oh come on, it's got to be Emily Blunt, right? I'm like, nah, it doesn't have to be. Yes,
but
yeah, and she's even shot it down so many times too. Yeah. That's what's so funny. But it should be somebody else. I think. I don't think it should be. I think that's just too on the nose to me. But I guess we'll see. But I do like the idea of him actually directing it. So,
yeah.
But
even if he's not Mr. Fantastic, let him direct it. I mean, he already has the connection. Bring him in. Let him direct. He can be something else down the line if you want.
True.
And just have him direct because he's a great director. Like I wish people would just look at him as that sometimes because he is phenomenal.
And he almost was Captain America at one point, which is crazy.
So
he
crazy.
Was, yeah, I remember when those rumors were about, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, he was reading with people and blah blah blah." And it was
had a suit and everything. It's like,
yeah, but it just would have been. I mean, I think he would have pulled it off for sure. But I think they found it. Chris Evans. You can't go wrong with Chris Evans.
Yeah,
that guy, and then yeah, so you can't go wrong with him. But when it comes to, I mean, at least when it comes to DC, the one thing that's the shining light is the very thing that's on your shirt right there. So, I mean, at least we have that. And thank God Matt Reeves is just like, I'm over here. You guys are over there. I'm going to stay in my lane.
Touch me.
There's not going to be any crossovers. There's not going to be any superhuman people, no metas, no nothing happening over here. It's just Batman and the Bat universe. And I'm like, thank you.
Yes.
And that's fine. And if whatever happens over here, if they have to yet again, if they reboot everything and there's another Batman over here, fine. I don't care. Let it be. That's perfectly okay. But I want to see what Matt Reeves continues to do with what he's trying to do over here, what he's creating.
100%. I love that he immediately is shooting down all that kind of stuff of like,
oh yeah,
oh no, I love that they're like, hey, you've got full control. It seems like, at least. I mean, this is
always seems like, right?
That's about I mean, they could switch their modes pretty quick. But I loved obviously the Batman. Absolutely fantastic movie, straight up and down, everything. And I need to see everything this guy has in his head.
Oh yeah,
just put it out there, because Planet of the Apes movies as well, they're so freaking good. I mean,
how was that good? I mean, to be honest, when anytime that I revisit those Apes movies, I always just baffle. I'm like, man, I mean, this franchise started with the classic, like, you damn dirty apes, and all that. I mean, it was ridiculous, but it was iconic at the time, which I totally respect. And that's why that first Planet of the Apes movie, I respect the shit out of it. And then, of course, Tim Burton tried. He tried. And, for the most part, I know it gets a lot of heat for being like, but I was like, hey, it wasn't bad. I remember going to see that one of the summers that I visited my dad. And we went and saw it, and we walked out. We enjoyed the shit out of it. But it hasn't. You watch it again. It didn't age well. It didn't age too well. But it's not a complete shit sandwich. But then when this new franchise came about, and I always forget who directed the first one.
No, I was just thinking about that.
Yeah, I always forget who directed the first Apes movie. But then when it was good, and then Matt Reeves was like, well, hold my beer. I mean, Matt Reeves is very good at saying hold my beer when it comes to things, because when it came to him doing Batman, and then a lot of people were like, all right, how can it get better than The Dark Knight? How can it do this? And then when that first DC fandom trailer came out, and that was literally a hold my beer moment, because everybody was like, what the fuck? I mean, how did he make it darker? How did he make, what the hell? Like, It was just amazing.
It was that thing of DC fandom did so much.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you talk
that
about
first year.
somehow, DC was in shambles.
Oh,
I mean, full shambles, and they can knock DC fandom out of the park. They were the first people to do anything like that when pandemic hit.
Yeah, and then of course the Zack Snyder's Justice League, that was a part of it too.
Yeah.
There was so much there.
They went all out,
Yeah.
and then of course it ends with the Batman.
Yeah,
and
perfectly.
that was like all. I was just like, get me this, because I was dying to see something, and I remember I was sitting right here at this desk, and listening to that guy talk before we even saw the trailer, and I just remember sitting there going, he gets it. He actually gets it. Like I was just full on, and then he's like, and we have a trailer for you, and I was like, I'm sorry, what? And I remember they hit play. It's a reaction. I've got it. And I remember I was like, because he said, oh, we've only been shooting X amount, and like we have a third shot. And I was like, oh, this is going to be like a cut together, like
a reel, like a sizzle reel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And fucking Nirvana starts playing.
Dude.
And I remember I was like, oh my God, this is a real trailer. Like I was like, oh my, because it's like shot to that song. And it's just, and it like
incorporated with the score. Yeah, it was so beautiful.
And I just remember like that right there. I think that night I bought this shirt. That's why I wore this. And like I ordered that shirt. And
right away.
I just remember I was like, that right there. I was like, if that's the movie, he pulled it off. Like he actually just did it. And
yeah,
100%.
I did a live stream like right after that, and just people poured in, and everybody was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah," and then I just rewatched it in the live stream, and it was just, it was absolutely insane. But hold your. There's somebody behind. This guy wants to say hi to you right here. I guess this guy with the shoulders out.
Golly, man, you want
what to do, man?
What are you wearing, my boy?
I am chilled. It's called a fucking tank top. All right, what is this?
Hey,
here and just hatred.
Hey, it's hot. It's Friday night. We're fucking chatting it up.
It's hot as hell. I'm sweating ass. So
yes,
sweating ass.
Hot out, guns out. I guess.
Yeah. So I will tell you, I just met John in person for the first time.
I saw that. I saw you guys posting about that. Yeah.
This motherfucker is actually swole as shit. Because like I'm really skinny. Like I'm the tall, lanky, skinny guy. That's just, I've always been. But like this guy walks up, and I was like, God dang.
Isn't that weird when you meet somebody in person that you've like talked to a bunch of times? I always get, because I'm a little vertically challenged. I'm shorter. Everybody always says, you're shorter than I thought you'd be. I'm like, thank you. That's why I stand up during most of my live shows, and everybody thinks I'm tall, and I'm like, I show up and they're like, holy shit, you're not as tall as that. I'm like, yeah, sorry. So disappointed, but I got that. I get that part. And then, but when it comes to people that have been on the Vodka stream or even like anything, I haven't met those guys in person, but that's always like the first thing is like, you see how everybody, what they actually look like. It's always just different than what you thought that they would be, even though you talk to them all the time.
Most definitely. Cause he's taller than I thought too. He and that's true too. It was one of those things of like, I'm meeting this guy. It's kind of like a long distance, like girlfriend situation. It's like, I'm going to go meet her and like, oh God, what's this about to be like?
Oh, I know.
For like, in all realness, like he was exactly as I knew him. And I was like, thank God. I was like, so scared I was going to walk up and he was going to be like, what's up, bitch? Or something. I was like, oh, like, damn. Or like, because I have my wife with me and him be like, oh, she's looking fine. I'm gonna be like, oh no, like he's some fucker. Like you never know.
He's a dick. It's all persona.
But then, in reality, he was like legitimately the coolest guy. And I was like, oh, thank God. Like I actually, like the guy that's been my brother for like years is actually still my brother after I met him. I was like, that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Likewise. It was so heartwarming.
Yeah.
We
got some good.
Yeah, you guys saw. Yeah, you guys saw. What did you get? You see Top? No, you didn't see Top.
Doctor Strange.
No, we saw Doctor Strange.
That's what it was.
For my fourth time or something.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
That was my second time watching that too.
But
I was like,
it was
because he hasn't experienced the true like IMAX theater.
Right.
So I was like, oh yeah, come out here, man.
That was my first like 75-foot tall IMAX theater. Like
I was about to say, because when I watched your Nope latest trailer for Nope, you talked about how there's a screening for Lightyear that's at this time, and that's the only time. And I'm like, where the fuck does this guy live? I'm like, fucking Mayberry? What's going on here? Like,
So
once
I could rant about that shit.
yeah, I
so
know you
much.
can.
I was excited for Lightyear. Like I grew up with Toy Story, you know.
Yeah.
And so I have an AMC here.
Hey, Chainsaw. Sorry.
What's up, Chainsaw? It used to be a Starplex, so that's run down company. It was the theater that, like, when I was a kid, you didn't go to. Like, people got shot, people got stabbed at the Starplex Galaxy. That's where it just wasn't the thing. You didn't go there.
Down, huh?
And then Starplex redid it. Like, they put new seats in it and all that. And, like, I'm not kidding, 2 months after they finished construction, AMC bought Starplex and redid it again. So, like, that building has a ton of debt. Like, they put an IMAX in it, they converted something to an IMAX, and I'm not gonna lie, it's actually a nice IMAX conversion. Like, it's legit, it's great. It's not the super tall one, but I really like it. But the thing is, they are, like, after this pandemic especially, they are struggling for money like crazy.
Oh, I'm sure.
And so, and AMC is just trying to stay afloat. They're over here getting saved by, like, Reddit, fan groups that are playing the system with the stocks. But yeah, so Lightyear, Showtime's come out. Thursday showing, the premiere, there's one IMAX showing at 3:30 p.m. on a Thursday. And I'm like, what in the world? I'm like, I am working.
Kids, because it's a kids movie, so like, you gotta do it early. Yeah.
And then they're also wanting to play Jurassic World for the later times. They want to continue to play Jurassic World in IMAX. And so I was like, okay, cool. I was like, I'll see Lightyear Friday at, in the afternoon. Let me check those times. It only plays at noon every day from now on in IMAX. It has one IMAX showing at noon every day, and that's it. And I'm like, what about us? Like, this is a college town. Like, this is the town that Baylor University's in, the Bears. We're college town. Granted, none of them are here right now. They all went home because it's summer. But, like, but still, like, that theater would be full of these kids that are, in their 20s, grew up on Toy Story and, all that kind of stuff. And sure enough, that's what they just screwed us over on that. And
what's my slogan, Logan? Bars.
Fuck them kids.
Oh, wow.
That's what it is.
Fuck them kids. It was.
I mean,
right?
It was.
Well, I know that's. I was talking about that at the beginning of the show. I mean, that's the bad part about, I saw Lightyear on Thursday opening night. It wasn't the first showing. I saw it at 7, because they had early showings too. Yeah, I mean, but it wasn't IMAX. It was just a standard theater. Sadly, I mean, I if I can go IMAX, I would, but sometimes it's not in the cards, and I just try to go when I can go, And I mean, that's the thing, is like, you get those kids in there, and it knew it was going to be the case, and we were just kind of like, we'll just bear it, it's just the way it is. But yeah, sometimes I'm just kind of going, parents. Sometimes if your kid is not going to be able to sit still, or if they're going to constantly just talk at normal volume, it's like just kind of. And you're going to be constantly going, shh, stop it the whole time. Why put yourself through that? I don't understand that. Some kids can just sit there and be perfectly okay.
Well, that was me. That was me, because it's like, my dad would throat chop me or something. I mean, it's like, whatever happened to hitting kids, man? Like,
oh yeah, you can't do that anymore.
It's like, no, they're just in there going, would you please be quiet? And it's
my kids are screwed forever.
My dad would have a hold of me, man.
Oh yeah, my dad's an army dude. He had a paddle.
I had a paddle with notches out of it with a knife, and one side had my sister's name, the other side had my name on it.
Dude, and I had a fist, I had a fucking belt, I had a fucking
belt. Oh yeah, everybody had a
switch. I had everything.
I mean, it's kind of crazy when you think about that. That was not long ago.
Wasn't that long ago? But no, we're not that old.
When it comes to Lightyear, I actually had a full family behind me, and they were really good. Actually, I was so surprised. They had like 5 young kids, and it worked out. They were great. It was funny because as soon as the lights came on, they start digging by our seats, and we were like, "What's up?" And the dad was like, "My daughter lost her shoe in the first 5 minutes of that movie." And we were like,
they sat there and said, "No, we're gonna find it." That's awesome.
It was great. And
Okay, and then another thing too that I would ask people, well, people in general, this doesn't even have to do with kids, but this happened a lot last night. When the movie starts at 7:00, be in your fucking seat at 6:59, please. I hate it when people show up like 20 minutes after the fucking movie has started. Like I get it, there's trailers and whatever, but there was like an entire family, and I think it was a couple families that showed up at like 7:25. The movie's like already like, we're past it. We're past the opening credits. It's like, what are you doing? You're just showing up now. And of course they're walking through. They got like their big, huge box of fucking junk.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And it's what are you doing? You knew that it was starting at 7. Be in your fucking seat. Like I cannot stand when people show up so late. And it's like, I wish there would be that, fucking Bruce Campbell in Spider-Man 2 and just like lock the door and keep some people out.
That's what I was going to say is I feel like when we were younger,
that was
the thing. Yeah. But now they're like,
some places have that.
We can't give the money back. Like my AMC especially is like, you want to go in an hour late? Go ahead. Just pay us, you're paying full price, or
Ushers
something.
are dead.
So I mean, it's like, John's is crazy, by the way. The theater he goes to, the third story,
it's glorious.
You go into the IMAX or you go into AMC, you go up to the third story before you ever hand your ticket or scan your ticket to anybody. IMAX has its own full lobby and concession stand. It's got
they have that here too. Oh, yeah.
And I was like, yo, this is some wild shit, man. Like it's awesome because I feel like most people with IMAX kind of take it more serious. They're like, hey, this is big dog status here. Like, let's go ahead and
especially
get
when
there
it's
early.
True IMAX. None of that conversion shit.
Well, but also like you're on a 75-foot tall screen, but it's 4x3. If it's not Snyder cut, you're not seeing it in 4x3. Like, so mine's just normal 16:9 looking thing, but I will highly recommend Lightyear and IMAX because
I'm sure
it has some beautiful, I don't know if y'all have seen like First Man, but the IMAX transition in First Man, it does that multiple times.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's fucking dope, man. I was like all about it. It was great.
Top Gun was orgasmic on that screen.
Oh, I'm sure. Fuck, I didn't see. I saw it on a big screen, but not IMAX. Sadly,
IMAX 100%.
Yeah, I know. I should have. I wanted to, but then I was like, because there's a theater I go to. The reclined seats. It's the biggest screen that they have in there. It's not quite IMAX, but it works. It works.
That's ceiling to floor, wall to wall. I was like, oh my god, like it was a lot.
That fucking movie, man! I tell you, I mean, talk about that's what I'm growing this mustache till it reaches $1 billion, man. That's what I did. I said, you know what? I ain't shaving this thing. I'm growing my goose stash or rooster stash, whatever you want to call it.
You got until it reaches left to go.
Yeah, it's only it's gonna make it. Come on.
Well, that's the thing is, this movie has taken so many leaps and bounds to where my sister, who never goes to movies, talking to her a couple days ago, and she said, "Hey, will you take me to see Top Gun?" And I was like, well, I've seen it 4 times already. So yes, I'll go see that again. And I'm like, you're damn right. So this is going to be the first time I have not seen it in IMAX. Every other time has been IMAX, which was
it'll still be glorious.
Lucky. Exactly. I mean, I'm so excited, but it's like
just envision.
It's just that thing of like telling people like, oh no, this movie is great. It's just, you're going to love it. And it's so nice to be able to tell somebody that, because even the Batman, like I think the Batman is incredible, but like I have some family friends that are older and they're kind of cinephiles but they're like in their 70s and they go, well, it had 3 endings. And I'm like, I'm like, I understand what you're saying, but also no, it had 5 storylines because it was the whole city of Gotham, involved in this, and you had all these different things, like because Selena finishes her storyline and you forget that you still have the Riddler is still alive, and that's what's so beautiful is they're walking Carmine Falcone out and the Riddler fucking shoots him, and it's like, oh my god, I forgot he's the villain of this movie. Like it's just beautiful. So I had to like argue with them about it. I'm like, listen, 70-year-old man, like this movie's a masterpiece. Like if you want to fight me.
And it's actually hilarious. Sorry to cut you off, but
no, go ahead.
As a testament to how much this man loves Top Gun, and me too. It's fucking masterful. I'm obsessed. But it's funny, every day, not every day, but every time we film, right before we're like setting up and shit, I'm always listening to music because I'm a big like film score person. Like it just it's amazing. I love it so much. So every time I'm listening, it's like, fuck, like what is that? Like I can't get it. Like what is
That's why
song,
I co-hosted
yada yada yada.
shit. I'm terrible.
Right. I'm like, dude, you don't know this? Like yada yada yada. The last show that we did last week, I'm blasting the music and we're chilling, yada yada. It's like, oh, you listening to some Top Gun? I'm like, oh, but this you fucking know? Yeah, like so he picked out the fucking just soundtrack to the shit.
Even just so my cousin, who I'm so thankful for my cousin, he's like growing up, everybody called him me like by accident. Like he's like a clone of me in so many ways, but also like
weird how cousins are like that. Sometimes you have a twin cousin.
But he's also like a genius. Like he's so much smarter than me. So I'm like, go do like big things, my boy. But he's like, because I was into movies, he like became into movies. Now he's way more into movies than even I am. And he went and saw Top Gun again. And he was like, you're not going to believe this, but I've caught something in the score that I didn't notice before. And I was like, what do you got? You know, I'm like, what's up? And he's like, okay, when they're getting prepared to start the final mission, he said, danger zone is hidden in the score. And I'm like,
I heard something about that.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? And sure enough, like, I'm trying to think of exactly when it hits, like in the scene. I'll find out tomorrow. But he showed it to me. I want to say it's in that, whatever that song is called. It's like 4.5 minutes in. It starts doing these notes in the background. That's danger zone. And I'm like, but it's super slow. Like it's like, it's right into the danger zone, but it's just the notes in the score that's like been the theme of the movie this whole time. And I was like, thank you for that. Like I appreciate when you know, some movies just have like generic scores. Like even the Batman, I love the score, but I'm like, I wish we had some more variation in some instances. Like it's a lot of that theme. And then you just get some fun stuff like that like they didn't have to put that in there. Nobody notices. But when you do notice, you're very happy. And
nice little Easter egg. Yeah,
I love it, man. I can't wait to watch it tomorrow and be like, there it is. It's beautiful.
Probably.
No, what I was gonna say too is like when you watch like a movie that you've seen already multiple times and you watch it with somebody that hasn't seen it. That's one of my favorite things to do. That's because I mean, dude, I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, especially if you have a significant other and it's like, oh, have you seen this? And then it's like one of your favorite movies. You just gotta go. You just go,
like, I just watch them.
Yo, you're in for a treat. Yeah. Like you just get excited, and then like the whole time you're kind of doing that side eye thing. Like,
exactly.
Enjoying this, you know. I love doing that.
That was how when I met my now wife, she'd never seen a Marvel movie.
Oh shit! So you had,
and I was like, "Sit your ass down, woman."
Yeah.
Like,
meanwhile, Logan has not seen any other movie.
And well, I mean, a lot of ways, but like, it was just so funny because she was like, I was like telling her, you know, because we're starting to date, and like I've got like this was prior to me having any of this, but like this is who I am. Like I have figurines and posters and whatever, and so I'm like, yeah, I'm a grown man. I do this shit. You know, I'm a nerd, and got to try to sell her on that. And then I'm like, we got to watch these movies, and. And she's like, I'm just not really into them. And she's like, you know, I've seen some or whatever. And she was like, I think I've seen the first Iron Man like a long time ago. And I was like, okay. I was like, I don't care what you say. I was like, sit down. And the first one I played for her was the first Avenger, Captain America, because she's kind of a history buff. And
it's a good one to start with. I mean,
and you know. Yeah, because she had said like, oh, I've seen Iron Man. I was like, you know what happens? And she said, yeah. And I was like, okay, then because I'm not the biggest fan of Thor. And Incredible Hulk is fine, but like I didn't own it or have it on any streaming, and so I was like, we'll just do Captain America, and she loved it, like absolutely loved it, and I was like, oh, we're off to the races now. And by the time we got to Infinity War, because Endgame wasn't out yet, but Infinity War's out, and I'm like, she doesn't know shit about how that movie ends. And we're sitting there watching it,
so great.
She's bawling her eyes out, like I'm like. This is my wife. I'm like, this is it. Like, I'm like sold on her, and she's sold.
You're like, she's the one. She's the one. Oh, yeah, I know.
And it was so funny because I remember she was so mad at me. She was like, you made me care about these fake superhero people, and I'm like, yeah, it's because when they do it right, they do it right. And So yeah, it was fantastic. She cries every time. If we watch Endgame, she always cries at the end. It's just, it's so funny.
It's impossible not to.
And yeah, you bawled your eyes out.
If you have a soul.
Yeah, if you're not dead inside.
Exactly.
No, when it came to the Batman, I saw that 4 times in the movie theaters, and
Same.
I watched it, of course, opening night, and then when it came to and then all of a sudden it was just like people were hitting me up. Like, no, I saw it 3 times, not 4 times. One of my good buddies did, and then it took I took someone there too who hadn't seen it, who a female persuasion, and I was like, oh, and it was just like just to see their reaction to it, and it's just like I just love that. There's just something about that whole part of it where it's
trying to see how many times did I see the Batman?
Because even to the point, so like I'm lucky enough for some movies, because I write for a website, I get some press invites. And so I got to see Infinity War 2 days early, Endgame 2 days early, whatever it was. And I remember, like, I get to have that experience with my girl, my cousin, all that. Like, I've already seen it. And their first time seeing Endgame in IMAX, sitting right there, and I just get to just wait for the pops of like, absolute screaming. And it's
great to go opening night, obviously, when everybody hasn't seen it and we're all fresh. I mean, that's just 100%. Something about that. I still remember one of the craziest, like rowdiest. It was almost like we were at a concert. Was Rogue One during the Darth Vader scene. That dude, everybody was losing their shit. It was just like everybody was just cheering like we were at a fucking rock concert, and everybody's just cheering Darth Vader just killing a bunch of motherfuckers. And it was just like we were all just like, what is happening? Holy shit. Because nobody was, you knew that Darth Vader was in it, obviously, but we didn't know he was gonna go full on just psycho, just and just killing people like left and right, and everybody was just losing their shit. So it's just always cool to see that. And then when you watch that scene again with somebody who hasn't seen it, you're just like again, the side eyes.
Yeah.
You're like, it's just so beautiful. That's
and I do have the name now.
Hey, we got Scott McClellan joining.
You would like
there he
bring
is.
me on right as I'm like picking, scratching my eye. Thanks, man.
I thought you were picking some eye boogers out or something. Man.
There you go.
I would have been here a little bit sooner, but I was listening to an audio book, and I had to finish the chapter first.
What? Of course.
Priorities.
That's very
He's
nice.
Which book?
The Terminal List.
Oh, that's the
one they just made a movie,
right?
No, it's going to be a series on Amazon, dropping July 1st. It's with Chris Pratt.
Yes,
That's awesome.
But friend of the channel, Ray Porter, reads the audiobooks for the series.
Well, there you go. Yeah, Dark Side.
Awesome.
Dark Side.
Is this Dark Side voice, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, Ray Porter has. I mean, he's just got that voice where I can listen to anything. Anytime that he's on the stream, I just want like Ray, just talk about whatever. And he's such a sweetheart of a man, and I don't know. He's
really funny. Listen to him narrate this book, which is about a Navy SEAL, like just taking guys out the entire book. It's one of the. It's definitely, if you've seen the trailer, it's definitely one of those, lone man revenge thrillers. It's like, you all fucked with me, and now I'm going to fuck you up, kind of stories.
I love it.
I'm looking forward to the show.
I've seen the trailer. It looks good.
The book is really good. So fun story, and I'm getting a physical copy of the book, but because the author of the book is a former SEAL himself.
Oh, sweet.
And if you've ever read a Tom Clancy novel, I grew up reading Tom Clancy novels. They're so technical, but I like that because feel like I'm like learning something as I read. This guy, as you're reading through this book, it's like, dude, you know what you are talking about. But of course, since he's former military, he always has to submit his manuscripts to the DOD to get clearance. In all of his books, he's written 5 books so far. When the DOD redacts stuff from the manuscript, he keeps the redactions in the book. So you're reading the book, and the parts of the DOD is blacked out. It will be blacked out in the novel because So he wants you to experience what the DoD has decided to like. Nope, you can't share that.
Somebody
That's
says Antoine
awesome.
Fuqua directs the series. Is that
He
true?
does. Yes.
Oh
Now
wow!
I'm
Well, there you
excited.
go. That's
I'm excited.
even more sold.
awesome.
Even more sold, man. Yeah, I saw that, Brian. Thank you. And then we got somebody who wanted to say hi, Mr. Chainsaw Reacts. Hey,
What is up?
Hey, brother man.
It's too damn late for this shit, but here we are.
Hey, you could just, dip out whenever you need to. Like it's
Yeah.
yeah. I
My-
know you
my-
wanted to say hi.
My wife's doing a 5K tomorrow, so I'll be out there supporting
yeah,
her.
you got to
for
be
that.
up early. Well, just
Yeah.
just let me know when you have to leave, man. It's
Yeah.
no big deal. I know you wanted to come in and say hi to these gents right here. Say hi in the
Yes, sir.
chat.
Glad you did, man.
It's been a long time, John. It's been a long time.
It has. It's been quite too long.
Too long. Yeah.
Too long.
Yes.
Too
How's it
long,
going,
too
man?
long.
Nothing. Just chilling. Just freaking out over Metallica's new set list they've been starting up now.
What you're gonna have to send me that one, or why are you freaking out first off? Because there's got to be some
there's
good
some
ones
rarities. Tonight alone they did they started doing Bleeding Me again.
Oh wow, no
Metal
shit.
Metal Militia.
Oh wow, what?
Inner Sandman,
Oh.
which is traditionally ends the show, it's third on the set now. Inner Sandman is just third on the set.
I hate it when they end it with that. It's like, get it over with.
Yeah, and Master of Puppets is ending the show now. So that's like,
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, Master of Puppets ending the show,
Yeah.
but they're doing Bleeding Me.
Mhm.
Wow.
The show, and they did Damage Inc. a couple nights ago, but they did
Oh my
Metal
God.
Militia as the first encore.
What
So-
the fuck?
It's a
Yeah,
great
if anybody's
week for
Metallica
music,
fans,
currently.
Those
Okay.
are anybody who's Metallica fans. Those are deep pulls. Metal Militia is the last song on the very first album,
Yep.
and so it's like, and they never play that one. And then Damage Inc.'s the last song on the third album, the Master of Puppets album, the best album.
Pulling out your trivia there, huh?
I know. Well, it's me, dude.
Well,
Yeah,
trivia.
I remember it was funny. Like during a Film Junkie Live, somebody tried to test me. I'm like, how? Because I've said before, like, when people, you have to, if you are a fan of a band, you really got to do a deep pull and try to and then somebody said, okay, what's the last song on Reload? And I was like, come on. And I said, Fixer. And they're like, okay, you're a fan. I'm like, thank you. And I'm like, yes,
Thanks.
I am a fan.
You guys were
So,
talking
yeah.
about Top Gun Maverick.
Yes.
My wife saw Top Gun, the first movie, for the first time ever a few days ago. We saw Top Gun Maverick last Sunday. She loved it. It was awesome. It was great.
Good.
I'm
Everybody's
just too old to. It just blows my mind when people are like, "Yeah, I just saw it for the first time," and I'm like, "How?
See,
I grew up on this shit. I mean, seriously."
I love her to death, and this is the same woman who will literally want to watch the 50 Shades of Grey trilogy over and over. and
Oh
over.
God.
Yeah,
I'm so
that's
sorry.
her. And there's other movies that she'll recommend to watch, and I'm like, no. There was one movie she wanted me to watch. I forget who starred in it. I forget his name. He's the co-star with Will Smith in Men in Black.
Tommy Lee
What,
Jones.
Tommy Lee Jones?
Yes, it was some movie about him being an officer and he had to protect these cheerleaders that witnessed.
Oh, Man of the House! I love that movie.
Yeah,
It's hilarious. That's the movie that has the this is my happy face.
Yeah, it's very.
Man of the House is with Jonathan. No, who is that? Who's in that?
No, hold on. Let me see if I get the name of this movie right, because I saw this movie. It is
I
hilarious.
think that's what it is.
I
But
know you're talking about. I think it's Man of the House.
yeah, but for me, it's like I've never heard of the movie, and I saw it, and I went. If I was younger, I think I would have enjoyed this. But now being 29,
Who's in that?
it's not for me.
It's 2005.
Okay, I'm thinking of a different movie.
Okay, let's see. Who else is? Let me get a cast.
I know Cedric the Entertainer's in it.
Arlie Ermy was in it.
Oh yeah, he was in there. Yeah,
Who?
remember?
The Gunny.
Is that Christina Milian?
Yes, it is.
Christina
Yeah.
Milian's a cheerleader in that movie?
It was such a weird thing. She's like I
Christina Milian?
like she'll literally pull out random stuff. She's like, "How have you never seen that?" I'm thinking, because I don't watch movies. Like we have very different taste. Like
Yeah.
It's not the same.
That's my wife. This was like 5 months ago. She was like, "Okay, we have to watch one of my favorite movies," and I was like, "Okay, what you got?" You know, because I'm it. You know, Dave kind of said it earlier, but it's like, hey, I kind of got the A pluses over here, the bag. Like, I'm just ready to throw them out. Whenever you're ready to watch them, I got you. You know, it's just that thing because it's like it's kind of it's my side job kind of thing. And she was like, "No, it's a 10 out of 10."
That's what I was thinking. Sorry.
And it was A Knight's Tale.
Yes,
Knight's Tale, nice.
That's a good one.
Nothing
And
wrong with that one.
And I was like, okay, let's see what this is, you know, whatever. And it's so campy and, you know, whatever. But I was like, okay.
Well, what's great about it is it's got all the rock music and like, you know,
that doesn't fit at all.
Yeah, not at all.
But you know, it's like, hey, this was the time, and like Heath Ledger's obviously just so like
and Shannon
Chaucer.
He's just Shannon Sossamon though. Oof.
Yeah.
I had a crush on her.
That was the one that I was like, okay, we'll watch. She bought it on Blu-ray, and I was like, okay, you made a decision on this. Commitment. And so we had to watch it, and we watched it, and it was fine. It was an experience.
She got me to watch. I had heard about it. I don't think I've seen scenes from. I've seen pictures. Edward Scissorhands. I've never seen it. I saw it for the first time a couple days ago. Yeah, and I'm like,
the movie that made people believe he had knives for fingers.
What is so okay, John? I'm not going to get all of this, but oh my god. I saw that movie the next day. That bit of that interview came out with her. I'm like,
dude, that was such a weird response, and I'm just going. She needs to just no,
and back out.
Just you're not
keep
helping.
Going. I wanted to see more stupid. Keep going.
I couldn't believe that's such weird timing. And then the Hulu series Only Murderers in the Building, which is
still haven't seen it.
Love that show.
I still have to watch that. That's with Steve Martin and
Martin Short and Selena Gomez.
Yeah, so we binged it in like 3 days, and the day after we started watching it, the official trailer dropped for season 2. I'm like, that's weird timing again. How we start something and then they drop a trailer for the next season.
Awesome.
It was.
Can you rewatch Batman v Superman so we can get Ben Affleck back? Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to watch the ultimate cut. I got to watch the better version.
Anytime I say BVS, it's always the ultimate. You always got to watch the ultimate. Yeah. Theatrical did its thing, but you got to watch the ultimate. It's always the ultimate.
I've only seen that version once, and I honestly can't remember how, because I know it was recut and everything. I'm glad I forgot that.
I was just say because we were all sharing like movies our wives made us, you know, or made us watch. I remember when we get married, I did that too because I was like, "Oh no, honey, you haven't seen The Sting, The Music Man, Fiddle on the Roof. No, we're watching these movies and like I'm educating you." And then she pulls out Can't Buy Me Love.
Oh, Patrick
Dempsey.
Yes. I remember that one.
Which worked out really well because she showed it to me, and then when I went to go watch Easy A, like it's all part of like what Emma Stone's talking about in Easy A. So it was like, thank you, honey. I do not bemoan watching this cheesy 80s rom-com.
So I'll tell you right now, the first one started, you know, showing her, you know, like one of my favorite movies of all time, Prisoners. So I showed that to my wife.
Masterpiece.
And I mean,
so good.
Piece of master.
And so she's like 100%. She's all about it. Like that now. That's like, what's your favorite movie? And she's like, probably Prisoners. And then she was like, okay, but let me show you a movie that, you know, this was like right when we started dating. I'm like, okay, what you got? And she was like, The Green Mile.
My first date ever.
I'd never seen the Green Mile. And she shows me The Green Mile. I was like, that movie ends. And I was like, that's a legit 10 out of 10. I was like, you just fucking murdered that.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
I wish my wife could do that. She can't. The one that I watched because she was going to a play last Saturday for it, and I said, okay, I'll watch it because I love you to death. Still Magnolias.
Oh, I watched Still Magnolias.
Yeah. It's just not my kind of movie. But I sat there and went,
it's a good movie.
I love the dad in the opening just shooting into the fucking trees. He's just firing into trees.
It's just Tom Skerritt's the dad, yeah.
Yeah, he's just firing into trees, and then they get a crossbow and fire firecrackers into the trees to get the birds out of there. I always found that stuff funny, but it just wasn't for me.
Put myself on Front Street. I don't think I've finished The Green Mile to this date. I don't think I've ever seen that movie.
How dare you?
Wow.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I
Bits
remember.
and
Come on,
pieces.
man.
Yeah,
You gotta get with your
1990.
coffee.
I remember 1999. That was my very first date ever. I took a girl. We had Johnny.
Oh
I was
God,
talking to Meg about this because I took her to
incredible.
Johnny Rockets for dinner, and we went to
Johnny
see,
Rockets.
Yes. 1999, and with the Johnny Rockets, and then we saw the Green Mile, and I love that
Wow.
movie so much.
That's
Not
so
my
good.
idea of a date movie. That's very interesting.
I got my first
Not
kiss
really a
that
date movie,
night
no.
too, so it
Mm.
worked. It
Oh,
worked for
no.
me.
maybe the
so-
empathy worked. Maybe the sadness and vulnerability. You know, smart
yeah.
man.
Do-
Smart man.
Wait,
No,
fir-
you have a movie
first
that
kiss.
has all emotions. Yeah, it's gonna help.
First kiss movie in theaters. My first kiss was after seeing Madagascar 2,
Oh, well, there you go.
What?
and it was ass.
That is very
The kiss of the
specific.
movie.
The kiss and the movie,
Okay.
ass.
That's a
Let me
very
tell you.
that's a very specific.
Oh,
That's
it was
very-
Not the first one, the second one.
yeah.
Hey,
I
no,
remember my
actually,
first
I'll
movie
tell
kiss.
you, I have a similar thing for me because my first date with my wife, we went out for dinner. We did the whole thing. She was really smart because we met through online dating, and we went out for drinks. Drinks went well, so we had dinner, but we continued to drink through dinner. So we both realized
You're a
we
bunch of
can't-
alcoholics. Just kidding.
Fuck you, Dave. But it was definitely one of those, we can't drive home right now. So we walked across the parking lot to the movie theater thinking and we literally just walked into whatever movie we could just walk into so that we could detox, so we could drive home. And it was National Treasure 2.
Nice.
Wow.
Okay.
So we have two sequel. Like,
Do you remember
dates.
any of it?
You're the sequel guy. Got it.
Do you remember any of it?
I do remember it. Because I also remember not liking it as much as I love the first one.
Yeah, yeah. I
I,
can see
I
that.
saw that
Yeah.
one first before I saw the first
Oh,
one because I got
really?
forced to. I was playing basketball in a summer league, and one of the like rich moms was like, "We're taking all the kids to see this movie," and I was like, "What's the movie?" National Treasure 2, and I was like, "I don't even know what this is. Never seen it." And I remember I walked out of that, and I was like, "That was incredible." I was like, "I love that." I was in like 7th grade, and I was like, "I loved that." And then I went and watched the first one. I was like, "They got to make more of these," and of course, still hasn't. I'm just
know,
a sad,
right?
sad man.
I don't think
Bring
I've
him
ever
back.
seen
Well,
a
they're
movie. out of
supposedly going to be
context.
making a series, and then they
Yeah.
said something about,
They're developing
oh yeah,
third
the
one.
third one's in
Yeah.
development with Nick Cage, and it's like, yeah, you realize that Nick Cage is having a renaissance right now,
Right.
right? I
Mhm.
mean, fucking get this guy in as many movies as you can,
Ghost
especially.
Rider.
Oh yeah, oh Jesus.
John Woo wants
Hey.
to bring him back from the dead for Face Off for another Face
Oh,
Off.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, that'd be sweet.
I was
Get
like,
John
oh,
Travolta in
he's
there. Yeah.
dead. But I don't see how it's gonna
Wait, somehow
work.
they could pull it off.
They'll just make it a multiverse movie. It'll be fine.
Right.
Hey, that was great.
That
The
was-
way that he screams that out, because he screams it, he does the manner like
The whole
die,
shake on
like
everything.
Nicolas Cage, but it's John Travolta's voice. That's what's
Yes.
so great.
Yes.
That movie is. I love that movie so much. I love that fucking movie. That's why I'm excited when the Woo Man's coming back. John Woo's directing a movie that has no dialogue.
Silence,
by the way.
you know.
It's called
Oh, wow.
with Joel McKinnon, and I'm like, all right, thank you.
Right.
Let's get some John Woo back in here. No, but yeah. When it comes to so Scott, I don't think I've gotten your opinion on the Black Adam trailer. I don't know if we've talked about it. Have
We talked a little bit last week because
Oh, that's right, before
our episode
Yes.
dropped. Because I remember you had to take
Okay.
a shot because I plugged myself. So
That's right.
But between that time, I did see the new Jurassic World because last time
Okay.
I didn't.
okay.
So what did you think?
And yeah, I'm perfectly fine if they just stop right here. Perfectly fine.
I saw your tweets. Yes.
Yeah, it's so I'm just like, why are we here? This feels like Mission Impossible with dinosaurs barely. Like it starts gets to the dinosaurs like towards the end, like going towards like the third act. I'm like, okay, it's basically like a rescue mission. It's time for Chris Pratt to flex his action hero muscles, and we're gonna introduce to Alan Grant, who is a bumbling idiot in this movie, and it's just like I don't see what we're watching here. And it's funny because Dave told me, I'm like, I texted him after the movie. I'm like, dude, who was the person you said was a recurring character from the first one? Like, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Henry
Oh,
Wu.
yeah, it's fucking no, not Henry Wu.
No, it was Dodson. Dodson. Now we could talk about it. Now
Yeah.
it's been a week.
Yeah, it was
Oh
Dodson.
shit! Has anybody?
Oh shit!
Have you seen it, Jordan?
No.
Has anybody? Oh shit!
I don't. I mean, I wanted to see it,
He's
but
like,
after
I know who
hearing
Dodson is.
Yeah.
after hearing all the responses, I'm like, I'll wait.
I'm
It's okay.
skipping it.
Yeah, Logan. Yeah, I was about to say, did you see it?
Oh yeah, no. I let on the film cave. John just went through the whole fucking movie. I was like, I'm not
okay, so
watching
you
this. Go right ahead.
Ian Malcolm was the best thing about that. Jeff Goldblum, amazing.
Oh, of course, it's always. I mean, it's Jeff Goldblum. I mean, even though I thought, it's well, there's supposedly going to be a director's cut that's going to be coming out.
Yeah,
That
there
was
is the home video.
Yeah.
Is got the extended cut. Hey, I'll be interested to check it out.
Yeah, I mean, if apparently it's going to have 7, maybe 14 minutes. I don't know, extra. Who knows? But I'm just like wondering if that's going to save it for
minutes
me.
into this, John.
I was telling Logan this. I don't know how anybody else feels about this that's seen the movie. Is anyone else tired of the T-Rex getting bitched out in these movies now? Like,
Poor
every
Rexy.
time I'm like,
Poor Rexy.
can we, like, y'all are fucking with a legend right now. Can you stop letting him get his ass whooped every single time? They needs help in order to defeat the big bad dinosaur again. I'm like, come on, y'all.
My thing from what you told me, and I saw after you told me, I saw people tweeting about it, is that all the characters in this movie somehow can control dinosaurs with their hands.
Yes,
now.
everybody.
Dude,
Everyone.
And,
Everyone.
like just wild
The
dinosaur
fucking
come up and they
clone
put
does
their
it.
hands up and
Dude,
stop
I mean,
them, and it's
the whole thing like that started was it was Chris Pratt's character Owen who
with
was
the
doing that with the
Raptors. That's
Raptors,
great.
and that made sense.
Yeah.
And then especially when it came
Because
to
he
Blue,
trained them.
anytime,
Yeah.
Right.
and anytime when it came to Blue, it was always like, well, this motherfucker could rip my face off, but hey,
Right.
you know who I am,
They
and it
have
was
a
always the
connection.
thing.
Yeah.
But then when it came to the third one, it was like he did it to every fucking dinosaur, and then Dr. Grant and Maisie do the same thing too. There's
Yes.
literally a still that's out there that they're doing that. I'm like, it's not like dinosaur fucking force going on right here where you're just like, it's like relax with the. I just
The sun's
I
getting
don't-
real low.
You didn't know Obi-Wan Kenobi was crossing over with this Star Wars? You didn't realize?
I'm sure it was more entertaining.
Yeah, I know. It's just I was just that. Oh man, and I don't know. I remember even seeing somebody tweet it out, and I actually laughed. I literally laughed out loud when I read the tweet. Somebody posted that Sam Jackson's cigarette in the first Jurassic Park had more emotion than Chris Pratt in Jurassic World Dominion. I was like, oh shit. I was like, oh man.
Well, this one
Hang
too.
on to your butts.
Dude,
Well,
dude,
I also
when
saw
you
where someone
rewatch
had said
Jurassic
that.
Park, when you
Well,
watch Jurassic Park, that cigarette is a character.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
It's a
That
fucking
sticks
character.
around.
He is
Yeah.
smoking constantly, and he's talking while he's doing it.
And it's barely
That's
on his lip. It's like
Dude,
fighting for dear life.
It's so close to burning them. I mean, it's
Oh yeah, it's like about to fall. Like if I ever were to interview Sam Jackson, I'd bring that up. I'm like, how the
yeah.
fuck? I mean, this is why we knew that you were going to be one of the greats. The way
Yeah,
you acted with that
close-ups on and
cigarette in
everything.
your fucking mouth, dude. I mean, this was before anybody knew who Sam Jackson really was. He still had
Right.
hair.
Yeah.
Right.
And, yeah. Very little, but
That's
still,
just a
it was
main
still there.
program.
But
Yeah.
my God, he
I-
acted his ass
shit.
off with that cigarette.
Please.
I saw
Right.
somebody. I saw somebody tweet that they said that
God damn
after
it.
seeing this movie, Colin Trevorrow, they're kind of glad that Colin Trevorrow didn't direct Episode 9 of Star Wars because of how this movie turned
Still
out. And I'm
just-
like, I don't know because Rise of
Couldn't be any
Skywalker was
worse.
very divisive.
I know that's the
That's
thing.
So,
Couldn't be any worse.
yeah.
well, I'm just
It might have
wondering,
been
like,
janky, but
you bring in the two generations, like how do you screw that up?
Yeah.
Like that's my question. Apparently, from all I'm hearing.
I think the thing that Jurassic
man.
World got right, and I saw somebody post this too, and I was like, okay, cool, because one of the things that the Star Wars sequels didn't get right was the fact that they
They
didn't
came
bring,
together.
yeah, they didn't bring the three together, but in Jurassic World Dominion, they brought the three together, and that was great. But at the same time, just the way that things just fucking happened in that movie, it was like, it's just it was just frustrating. There was a lot of things that were frustrating where it's like, we're gonna go that route, okay, but man,
Yeah.
and then if you're gonna bring back this
Self-pregnancy.
character, which I thought was cool, but then it was like, oh yeah, but you turn him into Tim Cook from fucking Apple, first off, and it was like, and then it's like, all right, and then you
was
could have
very
a call.
twirly.
I don't know, man. There's just things that felt like, I mean, that's probably one of the things, and even like Rise of Skywalker is trying to wrap up a lot of history into this movie. So it almost seems like people were saying it was too long, and I was like, man, I don't think it was long enough to just kind of flesh everything out that I wanted to see. It seemed like a lot of things were quick, even like the introductions, like, hey, remember this, remember that, and I felt like when they showed up on screen, it just wasn't like this.
There was no grand entrances.
It wasn't.
at all.
It wasn't. I was like wanting. I mean, when
At
the
all.
movie started, I saw it opening night, which I, of course, see everything, and I'm like, I want that I want the claps. I want everybody to nothing because it was just so like.
Are we talking about Spider-Man No Way Home?
I wasn't expecting Dr. Grant to show up in a fucking portal or anything like that, but still.
But they just
Even better.
The arrivals in No Way Home piss me off to the nth degree.
Uh-oh.
How are you gonna cheer when it's just some guy in pajamas walking out like, hey, what's up, everybody? I was supposed to be here.
At least it was grand. These motherfuckers just turned around and was like, so
kitchen.
It's a lot grander compared to these.
He's in the dining room.
And we're getting the extended cut. We're getting the extended cut of that movie.
The more fun. What are you talking about? It's the more fun version.
Yeah, the more fun
version. Thank you, Doug, for the $5 super chat. Scott. No, he apparently something about Shredder.
Download it. Why are you even watching us? Go download that game right now. If you for context, if everyone didn't follow, I on yesterday, I suggested to my 9-year-old that he should spend his allowance to download Shredder's Revenge on his Nintendo Switch.
That was sabotage.
Well, technically, it is your money, so
it is technically my money. Yes, I bought the Nintendo eShop gift card that he used to buy it. So yes, but it has the game mechanics of the original arcade game and Turtles in Time in one. All the original voices from the 80s cartoon come back and voice the turtles. And it feels like I feel like I'm back at Chuck E. Cheese playing
I miss Chuck E.
with a greasy joystick and
with a greasy and the best part is that it has a 6-player mode. So you can get to. So I was sitting there playing with my 9-year-old and my 6-year-old, and they were like, "Daddy, can we have pizza for lunch?" I was like, "You better believe we can have pizza for lunch." It is. If you love the Turtles, specifically like the 80s cartoon version, and you played those games back in the day, you are going to eat Shredder's Revenge up.
Nice. Yeah, I saw you tweeting about that, and I saw other people tweeting about that, and I'm like, well, that's interesting. So
I want to pose a question to the group, if possible.
Okay.
Oh, because we have a lot of, we all unanimously love this person. And speaking of audio books, like Logan, you're fine on this. We already know. Have any of you listened to Batman Unburied yet?
Oh, I have not yet.
I have not, but my pastor has been asking me about it because he was not one I was expecting to go.
I am surprised of your pastor.
My pastor has
Hallelujah. By the way, have you listened to Batman Unburied yet?
Right. Yeah. Forget Jesus. Praise Batman right now. Go home.
As you should.
I've heard nothing but good things. I've heard nothing but good things. So
it's fucking phenomenal.
Oh my God.
Like you have to it's only 10 episodes and about 30 to 35 minutes a pop.
Yeah.
Dude, check it out.
Okay.
That's the other thing. So I listened to that. I flew through it less than a week. Just did it while I was working out.
It was number 1 on Spotify, right? It beat Joe Rogan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that was the thing so I didn't listen to it. My cousin was like, "Hey, listen to this." So I went, just destroyed it. And then I was like, told my wife, because my wife is all into serial killers and murder mystery stuff.
No, really?
She's one of those.
Oh,
and,
they're all
as they all are apparently. And so I was like, hey, because she drives a lot for work, and I was like, hey, throw this on in your car and let me know what you think. She finishes it in 2 days, and she absolutely loved it. And so,
wow.
I highly recommend it because it's fucking great. It's so different, and I still say, if they just took it to DC Animation and let them animate it just as it is, sound design, everything is already there. It has some of the best. I mean, there's footsteps, there's sirens, there's rain,
so
everything's
detailed.
in it.
Oh my God!
And so they just have to animate it, and it would be a absolutely incredible DC animated movie. It's so good.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I mean, we are getting we're getting the Cape Crusader animated series, which I mean, Scott and I, we go over episode by episode of on Batman the Fanimated stream, talking Batman the Animated series, and Jesus Christ, I think they even talked about it again this past week. Somebody mentioned about it, but that's just going to be basically Batman the Animated Series times 10. Apparently, it's going to be more Batman the Animated Series. No, because what we always joke about when we go over the episodes is, this is the 90s, and there was I always forget, what do they have to get past? Standards and practices. They always had to get past all that, and they had a tiptoe with so many things. And there's things in episodes, I think even the last episode, we were kind of like, the episode was literally the man who killed Batman. And we always we're like, wait a minute, they actually passed that you could have killed in the title. It's on the title card. How did they slip that one past them? But man, when it comes to what they've been talking about with this, which is also going to be produced by Matt Reeves, and man, we just cannot wait for it. See where that goes. Matt Reeves,
Batman handler right now.
I think Batman's going to be in it. I think.
Yeah,
we'll see.
He might be.
Man, spoiler alert! Jesus, man.
I think Bruce Wayne's in it too. I think.
Well,
that's going to keep him more like a secret. I didn't know.
I didn't know.
Am I breaking embargo?
Who's your source?
I thought it was
Who's your source?
You want my source?
You got an exclusive here, huh?
You want my source? It's you, John. You told me.
God damn! I told you that in confidence.
Oh man, no, but so yeah, okay. So we have our gripes about Jurassic World. Yeah,
yes,
I mean,
yeah.
It's just
so with the title of the stream, who here has seen Lightyear?
Okay, I was about to say that's
Not
what I
I.
was going to get to next.
I want to see it. I have not.
So good.
Okay, we won't say any spoilers, but it's not like there really was any.
Well, I think my thing is like, why are people divisive on the movie?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't understand it because I saw it yesterday with my wife, my 9-year-old, and my 6-year-old. The only one who didn't go was the almost 2-year-old.
Thank you.
But
yeah, good job. Good on you. Good on you.
I'll tell you exactly why it's divisive. It's because there's a same-sex, kissing scene.
So, please! The blink and you can, you would miss it. I mean, that the amount of shit that I've been seeing, and then I watched the movie going,
who cares?
Who cares?
Did you have to close your eyes like Tyrone Magnus? Did you have to like
close your eyes? Oh shit. Okay. We're doing this. Okay.
No.
But
everybody wants to make a big stink about that kind of stuff, and it's like it's instant. You don't even really notice it. It's like, okay, big deal. Fucking who cares?
It's like
I didn't have to have a conversation with my kids about it afterwards. No. It's like
it's like
Mommy, Daddy, why did the two women kiss each other? It's like they didn't know. Nobody cared.
Oh wait, it's two women kissing?
Yes.
Yes.
That's a lot more acceptable than
it's like the Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, shit.
Before the Rise of Skywalker came out, it was the same thing. It was in the background. Like it was like you barely saw it, and people are like losing their minds. But I think what people were saying about how it was divisive is that people are like confused on the fact that this is not. It connects to the Toy Story. Like this is the movie that's based off.
They tell you that at the beginning.
It has a top
title card.
When the movie opens, it has a nice little fun thing that it says. I won't spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it.
They're trying to simplify it, and people are still coming out going, I'm like, guys, like they make it very clear. They said this since the beginning when they announced it.
So many good callbacks. There's some good callbacks in there, and I'm sure I missed some Easter eggs. There's one specific Easter egg that I was like, oh, and I was like, hey, look at that little graphic right there. That's familiar. And there's something, and then of course
there's a
lot of lines in there too. And then of course he's acting just like how Buzz Lightyear acts in the opening when he shows up in Toy Story. He's got his little thing. He's doing the mission log. He's doing everything to a T. I enjoyed the absolute shit of it. Socks.
Oh my God,
is there more toys? Why isn't there more toys with socks? Because that cat is.
I'm guessing they're about to make them for real.
That's
probably going to be it's incredible.
I mean, if Furbies are 20 years old and they had like that capability of that, they should be making a version of that with socks nowadays that's a little more advanced because it's hilarious.
Not as creepy.
All the cat mannerisms that cat does in there. It's hilarious, absolutely hilarious. So I don't know why I enjoyed the shit out of it. I did.
For sure. My kids had a great time. My wife
Good.
and I had a great time. I mean, if you love science fiction, if you just
Yeah.
love a good old-fashioned space adventure, it's like, even if you know nothing about Toy Story, you should be able to enjoy Lightyear.
I mean, I can understand like maybe kids would be kind of confused with the time jumps and all that stuff, which is now known. When the first trailer came in, you had no idea about the plot. But then that second trailer, like, oh, yeah, there's going to be a time jump thing. So yeah, maybe that can get a little, confusing. But at the same time,
I'll
it's
tell
like
you, my 9-year-old and my 6-year-old followed it just
okay,
fine.
right there you go. So it's not that bad. So
I think more adults are confused by it than the actual children will be.
But
children
no, I just
are
think
incredibly
it's a beautiful...
children are incredibly pliable and like they just roll with stuff.
But I think it's an awesome little experience for a kid to be able to watch. They could watch Lightyear first
and then
watch
jump
into
Toy
Story. And it's such an experience of being able to understand. It's like, hey, the action figures that you play with, they're alive. Like they're upstairs right now, alive. And when you run in there, they drop to the ground. And
it definitely is interesting. Instead of Toy Story 5, they do Lightyear instead. Like that's an interesting direction. Like they're finally just making the movie. My question is, do you think there might be more?
I'm hoping for. I mean, this sounds funny, but I hope they do a Woody movie.
Oh, just gonna ask that.
Yeah.
You think they're gonna do
Western?
Yeah, I mean, why not do like a Western that Woody is based off of? Make it old timey, do that whole thing, and
that'd be awesome.
I mean,
I think that they
the bad, and the
possibly are
ugly.
testing the waters when it comes to this, and maybe they will.
Because they could go darker with it too. I mean, it could be like a cool animated Western, and and he could just be like not even. It doesn't have to be Woody. It could be just a Western, and he's a character in it. And they could just make that now, because that's what's nice is the Lightyear movie holds no, because even like Zurg looks very different than the toy Zurg.
Yeah.
And sometimes you get that and you're like, why they mess the toy up, man? Like, it's like, I just wanted to keep it as a collectible or whatever. And it's like, it doesn't even look like it. I'm not going to buy it. And so there's certain things that you just kind of experience like that. And I just think it's awesome. And yeah, this could be a franchise if they really wanted it to be.
I was thinking, could they do more within this world?
Yes.
Yes,
they
totally could.
Okay.
Oh, yes, they can.
There's also there are three
in scenes
in credit. I wouldn't even call them scenes. They're just kind of like some of them are real quick, but you got to wait till the very end.
Like after one of them is even after the Pixar,
right?
Pixar logo,
Pixar logo.
You got to wait till, and then it comes up and says like distributed, and like it's like
is it like teases for future stuff, or maybe
I don't want to. I don't. You just
it does. You could say it teases future stuff.
Look, I'm going to see the movie, and it's like you're not spoiling anything. I think it's interesting that they threw those in because this could be seen as a one and done. Sure. But presumably, if the world that Toy Story take place in, they would do sequels to movies. Right. So why wouldn't this have a sequel?
I'm actually I'm with some of the people who are still shocked that on Disney Plus you can't watch Buzz Lightyear Star Command.
Oh yeah, that's
really
weird.
You can't?
No, it's not there.
No.
You know what's weird about the whole streaming thing is like these legacy like contracts that are signed and the way that they do it, because it's like, you'll see things that should be on a certain service and it's not, and you're going, why the hell is it not? And then there'll be times too where like I remember Free Guy seemed like it was on everywhere. It's like you could watch it on Netflix, Amazon, HBO Max. It just seemed like it was everywhere, and I'm like, yeah, and Disney. It was like all over the place, it seemed. Maybe it wasn't on Netflix, but yeah, it was just like, it was, well, wow, no, we got choices here. It's going to be on this, that. But then,
because there were some legacy contracts that a lot of the 20th century Fox movies, they were getting them on like Hulu. They were getting them on Hulu and HBO Max because like HBO had like the cable rights. And if it's on HBO, you could get on HBO Max, that kind of thing. So
it's kind of weird how that works with HBO Max, because literally when you see movies and stuff on there, it will tell you specifically if it's under the HBO side of the streaming service.
Right.
That's very interesting because it's like, oh, this is on HBO Max, but it's only because of the HBO contract. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Because I mean, if you look at Disney Plus, they don't have outsourced content on their platform. It's all of what they own. But HBO Max and other platforms, they have content that they technically own for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always weird, like, because then, DC movies like Man of Steel leaving HBO Max, and then it comes back, and then it's like, wait a minute, and then it's like you look for all the Batmans. Oh wait, not every Batman movie's on here. Netflix has the Dark Knight trilogy. What? And it's just it's all just kind of all over the place,
Because you gotta wait for all those old contracts to expire.
Exactly.
And, yeah. But
That's
I loved Lightyear. I appreciate your first reaction. You were like, the kids, man. I was like, yes, Dave, it's a kids movie. There will be kids in the theater.
I know, but at the
some
same
of them
time,
are mine.
Yeah, but your kids were probably well behaved, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely the 9-year-old. The 6-year-old got a little excited. I have to be like, sit down. I was sitting next to him, and it was just like, buddy, just settle down. But we also had a special needs child behind us who got very into different parts. Thankfully, I was the one sitting in front of him because he'd kick the seat, and I'd just be like, it's okay. I know what's going on. It's okay. And you got to be and that's the one that I remember Amanda talks about that sometimes. Like, you just got to be patient. It was 3:00 in the afternoon. I'm going to just let this one slide.
I had to deal with that on my first viewing of the Batman. But they were right next to me. Like, I was sitting right next to them.
That's the Batman.
No,
so I was like,
I'll tell you right now, because I forgot to bring this up, Dave, because you started the show with talking about kids in the theater.
Yeah.
And I was going to bring this up because, so I got to go see Spider-Man No Way Home 2 days early or whatever. Awesome. Thank everybody. I appreciate it. Then it's Thursday night premiere. It's sold out. There's not a seat available in this, IMAX theater in my town. And it's all my people's first time seeing it, obviously. There are people that brought twin 6-month-olds.
No.
Y'all, first of all, they're going, meh, every 5 minutes. You hear that. When I tell
those
you,
babies would have got field gold.
Started full on panic crying as Aunt May is dying.
Oh, jeez.
So the whole scene of them talking, the incredible scene with, J. Jonah Jameson on that screen.
Oh, God.
All that. Yes. And I'm sitting there, I'm shaking. I'm like, oh my God, is this really happening? And everybody is like, who's going to be the one that says something?
Oh my God.
Because they are sitting in the last row. There is an exit directly behind them upstairs that they can take their kid outside, let it calm down, and even bring it back in if they wanted to. But they are just sitting there. But I also don't want to be that guy that's like,
yes,
take your fucking kid. That's so mean, but also what are you doing?
No, it ain't.
But they're the one. But they're the. Trust me. I understand that babysitting is expensive. I completely understand. I know how much I paid for my 2-year-old to get watched for the 3 hours we were watching Lightyear.
Right.
But I don't want that for myself, let alone for the people around me.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't get. I mean, you gotta understand that when I start taking my kids to movies, and I'm as a parent here, I'm sitting going, I was making very strategic choices of
exactly.
Are you old enough? And then we would test like my 9-year-old first movie when he was 3. And it was at 11 o'clock in the morning, and it was Finding Dory.
Right.
And it was it was a little touch and go there. Second movie, Dave, I've told you the story. He goes with me to the DMV. He stuck with me for 4 hours at the DMV, and then we go see Lego Batman.
Oh yeah, you did tell me that. Yeah.
and I was like, popcorn, Sprite, candy, whatever you want. Yeah. You've been in the DMV for 4 hours, kid. You get whatever you want. But then he sits in my lap with 3D glasses and just sits there the entire time and watches the movie. I looked at that kid and went, you get to go to whatever movie you want to go to, because you just proven to me. And from that point on, Detective Pikachu, Spider-Man, and I remember the day.
Great.
He's been great. I remember taking him kindergarten to take him to go see Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, and he was into it the whole time. And I'm like,
But the next place you have to take him is the Point Dexter Lounge because my God.
It's a place of wonderment and childlike joy and wish fulfillment.
That was a fantastic transition, Dave.
That was.
I know. I figured that was a good segue
I was like,
to bring on
going with
Enosh.
this.
That's
Like,
awesome.
how long was Enosh waiting back there?
You actually wasn't waiting that long.
No, not too long. Not too
He just
long.
up in the chat. When I went to go see Deadpool 2, the theater was like half full at the time when I sat down, and I looked over just because I heard something, and there was a woman walking up with her 2 very small kids, and I'm like, oh my God.
Deadpool 2.
Yes, Deadpool 2. So the movie starts, and it's going through like the first 5 or 10 minutes, and then I look over and I see them leaving. I'm like, okay, maybe something happened. And then later on, when I left, I saw her coming out of another theater with those kids. They had just let out. So I'm like, she went into the wrong theater. And so, I'm like, thank God they figured that out because like these kids are going to get scarred.
I wish I had that problem in Deadpool 1. The family of 5 that was there with like 4 kids, like they were there on purpose.
The second time that I saw Deadpool, a couple brought in stroller, little kid in there, and we were just like, "What the fuck?" I like, "What?" And then all of a sudden, like, I just remember going, "Oh, they're gone." After 20 minutes, I was like, "Yeah, did they mean to come in here?" I mean, what exactly were you thinking?
If you want to go after the opposite side of the spectrum, this is for opening night of Top Gun Maverick. There's a woman directly behind us and like 2 seats over. I would probably say she is a 68-year-old black woman. She answers a phone call off of her Apple Watch.
No.
During the scene that's starting the final mission, like when he's choosing the people. She's sitting there going, "Hey, baby, what you need?" And it's on speaker. And so they're like, Gigi, I got to get in the house. I can't get in the house. And she's like, there's a key. And she's just trying 5-minute conversation. I mean, I'm talking the whole like
nobody said anything.
I'm looking over there. I'm like, I can't be mad at this. I can't scream at this woman.
Fuck, you can.
If John was with you, oh man,
no, that's for sure. I mean, he would have said something, but it was just one of those things of like, she's gonna hang up here in just a sec. She's gonna hang up. It's gonna be okay. And no, she did not.
Nah, John would be walking up, going,
Get the fuck out!
I wish John would have been with me then when I went to go see Scream 2. Because Scream 2 was like an absolute nightmare. I had to go back and watch the movie again because I missed the first 20 minutes because you could not hear a word. And when they killed, sorry, spoiler alert for like a 25-year-old movie, when they killed Jada Pickett, like at the beginning of it, this guy is right next to me screaming, my baby, you killed my baby. And like everyone is just like losing their mind. People are demanding refunds and screaming in the theater. And we couldn't even hear. It's the only movie I've almost ever walked out of.
You was in a black just weren't you?
No, that's what I needed you.
Like that scene scary movie that spoofed that.
Right. Exactly.
I needed you when I went to go see The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, and I had a couple who spoke Spanish through the entire movie. I was like, why did you come to this movie? Because all you're doing is talking literally the entire time, and then they leave 30 minutes before the movie finishes and never come back. I'm like, why did you
was someone trying to tell the other person, like trying to like translate it?
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. But then they leave before the final act.
Oh wow.
What about like catch the closed captioning, pal?
Yes.
Right.
And speaking as somebody who probably talks too much in movies, Steven.
Oh no.
That's a badass fucking beard.
Thank you.
So,
he's a Yeti. He's a Yeti. Yes.
Totally Yeti, you know.
Throw a knife at Steven.
Yeah.
There we go.
There it is. I forgot to play your drop, Scott. Scott! There you go.
If you find an Enosh one,
yeah.
Is there a John one? Is there any like John?
I will.
No,
I'll be impressed.
John, now that you're a frequent panel, I'm gonna have to look for something for you. And you know,
there's like a John introduction to movies. That's interesting.
There's got to be something. I'll
kind
find
of a common name, but I'm sure they've got something.
No. Okay, Dave, I have a challenge for you. When
Okay.
you find a John one, though, it has to be a character that was specifically spelled Jon.
That's right. It can't be an H. There can't be an H.
There can be no H.
Yeah,
We can't
that
have
makes
those
it even
H.
harder.
But he also, I mean, the Knight, the last name Knight, there could be something there too. Maybe it could work with. I don't know.
That was a lot for
It's
that
got a
one.
cool name. I mean, John Knight. I mean, that sounds like there you go. There's another Keanu Reeves franchise right there or something.
That's
I don't know. John Knight.
Another John, absolutely.
Yeah, I know, right? How many
Love
times has
some
that guy
John.
played a John?
A lot. About as
Yeah.
many times as Bruce Willis played a cop.
Yeah. Oh man. Poor
Logan's
Steven, how
never
was the
seen Die Hard.
vacation? The pictures look beautiful.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It was excellent. It was great to be able to like be on vacation. I guess it's good to come back. The kids were like, I think it was like 3 days left because we were gone for like almost 2 weeks. And Shep is 6, and he was like, "When do we go home? Like, what's the part where we go home?" And I was like, "You know what? We're kind of getting ready for that too." But
I bet
yeah.
being out in that heat, driving. I mean, you guys drove like what, over 3,000 miles or something like that?
Yeah, we drove from Iowa to Colorado to Utah back to Iowa.
Sweet Christmas.
Yeah.
That's an old-fashioned, good old Griswold family vacation right there. Almost.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
you had.
Well, and we're passing all the Fort
Station
Kearney
wagon.
and all this other stuff that's like, oh, hey, that's like from Oregon Trail. Like it feels very like you're in a long car ride with the kids, and you're like, oh, there's a look. After that is where I got dysentery whenever I played that game. Like, it's very fitting.
Only the
You
original.
should watch 1883 then. Just saying.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That's the prequel to
Yellowstone.
It's
yeah.
a fantastic show.
It's a
So
fantastic show.
so good.
It's gonna be one. Yellowstone's gonna be one of those like when it ends, then I'll watch. I'm gonna binge
Oh,
the
Is
shit
that
out
Sam
of it.
Elliott's thing?
Sam
Yes.
Elliott was in
Yeah.
1883.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tim
I got-
McGraw,
Yeah.
Faith Hill.
Faith Hill.
No fucking gay cowboys back then.
What are you talking about, me? These guys with their assless chirps.
What? Right.
Yeah, he was talking about that. He was talking about
Tower
the
the Dog.
Dog.
yeah, which I found a little boring.
It was
a little
Haven't watched
that was
it.
one of those movies that I was like, okay, that was a movie that I watched. And
Yeah, it
I
was
wonder. I've got the book though because I really like. It's one of those that made me go,
shocking.
"Shut up, Dave." I know. Everyone goes, "Oh, Scott has a book," but it.
Oh, great Odin's Raven.
Okay, that was well done. That was well played. There, I have to give you that.
One of the most quotable movies ever.
Mhm.
I still need to see that movie.
Oh,
Sorry, what?
Dude!
Oh.
Hey, guys!
Seriously?
Yes, seriously. Okay, you gotta understand that Will Ferrell
There's no
style
understanding.
humor is just not my
Okay,
bag. It just
okay.
isn't.
My brother is
That
the same
era
way.
is. That era
Right.
is.
My
Yeah.
brother is exactly the same way. He does not. He's like Will Ferrell doesn't do a thing really for me, and I'm like, what? All right.
I feel like that's kind of like the lie of Anchorman, though, because I used to be that way, and I still don't like everything Will Ferrell, but like Anchorman is very different, where like it's written
Okay,
like
Steven,
Yeah.
if you say that, then I will.
No,
It will
that
be
was
on the
the
list.
era where he was great. It was like that, Talladega Nights, Step Brother.
Yeah.
Like that was like
It's
the
literally
era. of
parody.
Will
Okay,
that
so we're
was
talking
great.
about like the mid 2000s.
well, it was
Yeah.
when there was a cast and a script that was like bespoke written for him.
Yeah.
And so like it just works. There's other stuff where they're like, we'll just put Will Ferrell in there and he'll yell
Well,
his
it
way through the
work- it
movie. And it's
works.
like,
It works, but 80% of the time it works 100% of the time.
yeah.
Exactly.
That's a joke that
Sex
yeah.
Panther.
But you'll get it after you watch Hank.
okay,
I was like Bigfoot's
he's
dick.
he's very much like Adam Sandler, where like
I don't know what Bigfoot's dick smells like.
Jeez.
I'm just asking. For a
Yeah.
friend.
Hey, she's on the wild side. You know, you never know.
So good. No, but like, yeah, you're right. Like Adam Sandler, there's like, it's an acquired taste. It can be, but there was like a, there was a good section like from Billy Madison, like up to like, I don't know what it could be
Big
to
Daddy.
Big Daddy.
Well-
Yeah, there you go. Big Daddy.
well, not
Where it was
even
just like,
not
yeah.
even those. Like those are good. Those are still an acquired taste. But with him, you've got like You've got a bunch of stuff that like you gotta be kind of someone who just likes I still don't like any of a lot of his earlier stuff, but then you get stuff like his dramatic stuff, or you get like 50 First Dates, or something that where he's got like a good kind of team around him, and even a lot of his Netflix stuff is like kind of surprisingly like I thought The Cobbler was real great.
I will say that as a date night movie, I enjoyed Murder Mystery. I'm not gonna lie, I had a good time with that one.
Right, but like whenever he found himself in like a movie where he was just like, okay, Adam Sandler, just be Adam Sandler until it's over. It was like, okay, that's.
To be honest, this was a movie, but he produced it and it wasn't that bad. Was The Wrong Missy? That wasn't that bad. But he produced it, but it was David Spade. He produced it, but not his. Dang, I was like, it wasn't that bad. I was like,
I gotta tell you. So Scott, the last month of the school year, I was substitute teaching, and I plan on going back at the beginning of the school year. And I had a wonderful time. I'm like everybody was awesome. But one day I'm standing in it's middle school that I was at, and so I'm standing in the 8th grade hallway. And all of a sudden, all these lunch ladies come like power walking down the
Adam Sandler
corridor,
has a lunch
right?
lady
And I'm just like, and I just looked at them. I'm laughing and stuff. And me and Tiffany, we have this long, growing list of band names, and so I just started laughing. I'm like, you guys just got on the band name list. I'm like, Lunch Lady Power Walk. That's the name of the band. And the one lady looks at me and goes, well, what would our hit song be? And I was like, I had to think about it. I was like, you know what? I know what your song is. You guys do a remake of Adam Sandler's Lunch Lady.
Hoagies and grinders, Navy beans. I know. Yeah. He has
Sloppy Joe, Sloppy Joe, yeah. Sloppy Joe, yeah.
One morning I woke up to see all the pepperoni pizza was looking at me. Yeah.
Oh wait, you know what? When Adam Sandler's on, I get it. But when he's on, it's funny. It's good.
Oh yeah.
And then sometimes it feels a little played out, and you can tell that too.
He plays like a character like Hustle. I don't know if you guys saw Hustle.
I haven't seen Hustle yet.
I haven't seen Hustle yet.
It's really good, but he plays like that character you root for, and you just want to hug him because he's such a nice dude, and he's going through a shit situation, and you're just like, and he plays that character, and he always does that little. It's
okay.
like,
then you watch something like Uncut Gems, and you're like,
oh God,
I'm having an anxiety attack right now.
Yeah. My blood pressure.
I love that movie.
I love that movie so much.
But the whole time I'm just going.
Yeah, that's a one-time watch for me. It was great, but I can't do that to my heart again.
Oh yeah. That's one of those movies where you go, okay, I'll watch that. I'll probably maybe in a couple of years.
Yeah,
watch it because the ending alone is just like I just want to punch him. Like I don't know how to feel right now.
Yeah.
So
that was the one I took my at that time future in-laws, and because I was like, oh, it's getting good reviews. Like he might get an Oscar nomination, which he should have. And it ended, and my now mother-in-law leans forward and goes, "That got good reviews." I was like, he was fucking great. Like, I mean, I was like, I've got my intense.
4K of the Criterion. Like, it has a Criterion edition, so of course I have it. And oh my god, I remember I saw that. I had 2 drinks before the movie started. I was glad because that's what kept my blood pressure down. And then I turned around the very next day, and that's when I went and saw Little Women. So I had 2 completely different film-going experiences back to back.
Wow. That's a vast difference on that one.
Yeah. Different. But one of the things that we were going to talk about tonight was the whole Ezra Miller thing. So we were going to dive into that. So yeah, I know it's an old boy thing. That's why I was like going to say that right. Now we're waiting for somebody else. Yeah, I know you have to have a drink. So I was just going to say we're going to dive into some of this stuff. So if anybody needs to it's gonna get deep. When it comes to it, let's just face it. So if Jordan, if you need to take off, I see your face. No. I know you have an early morning.
No, I mean, I'm fine with talking about it. It's just a lot.
It's a lot. Well, we're gonna go over some things because there's some things that behind the scenes that have not really been discussed that we're gonna talk about tonight. Logan, I know you said maybe. Are you gonna be okay?
I'm just intrigued to hear what you're talking about. like, so now
Okay.
I got to stick
Okay.
with it.
We got to stick with it.
I'd rather not go 3 more hours, but I want to hear what you're talking about.
You have
got
to go
some-
at least 3 more hours. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
Five-
I mean,
if you don't go at least 4 hours,
This is
I'm
your
looking at the
initiation.
clock.
See,
Come on.
this is what I like because Logan came prepared with some wine. So I think after drinking some wine, he's like, "All right, we're good, we're good." Because when we talked about, it, he's like, "Oh yeah, maybe 2 hours." And
Yeah,
we're past
correct.
the 2-hour mark, and
Right.
it seems like he's still game.
Just stop bringing it up. Just go with the
I mean, it's that thing of
Just let it rock.
I'm only seeing Top Gun tomorrow morning for the 5th time, and I want to be as lively as humanly possible for it. But no, I want to get into
that
it.
coffee
I'm
ready.
Yeah.
No.
Exactly.
We wanted to talk about that kind of stuff, and we of course, hey, we have this is not the person who was actually going to show up too, but hey, Casey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I'm
Hey,
good. How
so-
are you?
Where's
Good.
JoJo?
Oh, look at Casey. Yeah,
Oh, by the way,
growing the stubble.
Casey, I need credit for this. This is me turning in my extra credit. Guess what I finished last night?
An A24 movie or some kind?
No. What? Casey, you
Oh,
specifically.
Severance.
Yes, I finished Severance last night.
Oh, it's about time.
What did you think?
I loved it. And I got my wife and my wife's hooked too. Like I rewatched the first 2 episodes again so that she could jump on the train with me, and then we power through it in 3 nights. So
Awesome. How was the
Let me take this
finale?
time to use the bathroom. I'll be back.
Yeah, use the bathroom because
If y'all see any
we're
ghosts or some
diving
shit,
into the
just let
Ezra
me know.
Miller stuff. Oof.
all I know is that before we even got to the end of the finale, my wife was like, "Tell me there's a second season. Tell me there's a second season." And I was like, "Yes, there will be a second season."
Dude, I mean, when you're watching that, I mean, first off, yeah, when you realize the plot, because I was like, I remember, hearing about things, but then you start going, oh shit, yeah, wow, and I was like excited to explain it to people. I went, imagine this. Imagine that you have a work self and your own. I mean, I'm not going to go over it right now, but you explain it to people, and people go, what the fuck? That's crazy, and you're like, yeah.
No,
Like,
the
that's
entire
so-
time, Heather was like, "This is freaking my shit out." Like,
Yes.
it made her uncomfortable. Every episode to watch that show, and I'm like, "I know, isn't it awesome?" She's like, "Yeah."
But I know,
This
but-
got good reviews.
Yeah. Throwing it back. No, but at the same time, it's like you kind of go, yeah, that'd be awesome. But then you realize maybe not for your work self. I don't know. But then of course, when it was the last episode, and I'm going, wait, there's still only a little bit. No. And then all of a sudden it ends. You're just like, no. Ugh. Okay. I'm good. I'm glad that they did that. I was pissed for a minute, but I'm like, all right, bring on season 2. Like that fucking show. Oof.
The last 2 episodes, the cliffhangers were so bad. I just wanted
So
to
bad.
punch my TV because unlike
They were
Scott
so
and you,
bad, they were good.
Yes.
They were
yeah,
good.
but unlike you guys, I had to wait for a week. So
Oh,
for
'cause
me,
you
it
were
was even
watching
watching
a
worse.
lot.
See,
Yeah.
I binged. So thankfully, I got
What
Yep.
show are we talking about? Sorry, I had to step out.
Severance.
I knew we were going to talk about Ezra Miller, so I did a couple shots and then I came back. I was going to bring the whole bottle of vodka, but I realized it was
probably
cheap vodka,
should.
and so I didn't want to be embarrassed, even though it was vodka. It's in a plastic bottle, so
Oh, you got that Russian shit.
yeah. So I just did a couple shots, and I figured I'd come back, and I'm good.
What's everybody drinking?
What show are we talking about?
Severance.
Oh, we're talking about Severance.
Oh, I haven't started that yet, so
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Enoch.
we're not talking spoilers. Don't
We're
worry.
not
We're just
spoilers,
talking about how
but-
good it fucking
But
is.
you
You'll
and
enjoy it.
Tiffany need
to
to
know.
watch that.
good to know.
Yeah. It's really, really, really,
Really
good.
good.
Really,
Um,
good. But I don't know. Should we wait? Are we gonna wait for Alex, Steven? He seems to be.
I'd
got the
say he can jump in. He may or may not.
He said.
Oh no,
10
he
minutes.
said. Oh okay.
He said 10 minutes.
He said 10 minutes. So, Alex.
All right,
Lobo,
sure. Let's
you-
let's all take a break. Everyone, nobody turn off the-
intermission.
no,
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the yeah.
no, let's all turn off our cameras and see how much audience is waiting after 10 minutes.
Hey Steven, you're distorting a bit.
What?
Yeah,
How
your
bad?
Your
microphone's
audio
a
is
little loud.
hot.
It's a little loud.
Yeah.
A little
Yeah.
hot. A little hot
How
mic
is-
we got going on there. A little hot.
How is
Little
that?
hot.
How is that? How's
That's
that?
better.
That's
How's
better.
that?
Yeah.
That's
How's that?
that's
There you
what
go.
ASMR.
There you go.
Got it.
Getting a little
I
romantic.
had to turn on my. I had to turn
Alright.
down the return feed back to my headphones. I was like, "Whoa!"
Steven, can you tell us about your sweaty balls?
Do you know that bit? Oh, that's a great bit.
That's a great bit.
That's such a great bit.
I was gonna say, it's that
Saturday
time
Night
of
Live.
hour, I guess.
Saturday Night Live.
I love these sweaty balls.
Yeah,
They're very
It
tasty.
tastes so good in my mouth.
I love the. Did you guys ever see the? So I've been doing this. So I'm a big Betty White fan, and this is no joke. I teased Tiffany when we first got married. You know, everybody's got like that hall pass. You know, like that. You know, celebrity whatever. And
Yes,
you know, Tiffany was going on about how how much she loved Henry Cavill and how much she loved Hugh Jackman and everything. And she's
What?
like,
Like Henry
and as a
Cavill,
guy, you can never really win that. Like no matter who you say. And I was just like, you know what? Mine's Betty White. And everybody like would look at me weird, and I'm just like, yeah, but you know what? Think about this. When she was alive,
That's experience.
if you had a night with Betty White, I don't care how old she is. First of all, you can't tell me you're looking at your guy friends and you tell them that you had a night with Betty White, and they don't look at you and go, okay, I'm intrigued.
Yeah, how was it? Yeah,
Like,
that sounds incredible.
What was all that about? So I've been Tiffany. I got like Betty White action figures now and everything else, but she got me this little guide to Betty White. So every night before I start my show, like during the beginning of the show, like I read a Betty White-ism, and she's just great. I love Betty White, man.
Betty White's a good one. I love because that's the funny thing about that game is. Oh, you get a hall pass, and it's like, oh, who's your hall pass? It's like, oh, I don't know.
No, I know.
Betty White,
way too
and then
many.
the
I
woman
have
is
a
always
roster.
like, oh,
Yeah,
okay,
way
well,
too
how
many.
about Brad Pitt? And you're like, okay, well, now you feel fine, and I feel insecure. That's a great.
Thank you.
No, I remember part of mine was going back, when Top Gun came out, and suddenly it's like the internet discovered who Jennifer Connelly was. I was like, dude, I've known who she was since 1991 when I was 9 years old. That was an awakening for me.
I guess
The
I should probably
Rocketeer.
explain why I was saying that, because what I was actually trying to say was, did you guys ever see the follow up to the Sweaty Balls thing where she hosted, where like she didn't even have a project out, but like everybody voted to have Betty White host Saturday Night Live, and so she went on there, and they had a whole thing where she went on, she was talking about her dusty muffin. Best episode of Saturday Night Live ever. Like she's like, I don't even know why I'm here. She's like, I don't even know why I'm here. I'm here because you guys wanted me here. Like I don't have a project. I don't have anything. But yeah, they brought everything back because they brought in a bunch of like old cast members and old stuff because people just wanted to be on that show. Old cast members just wanted to be on that episode, and so it was great. I'm still voting for a Weird Al Yankovic Saturday Night Live, but
why has that not happened?
I know. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, the
Which
dusty
is
muffin
so funny
thing.
that you say that, Enosh, because my 6-year-old, I finally made him his own HBO Max profile with all the parental settings.
Oh yeah,
because he finally started watching. He's loved watching Teen Titans Go, but he's finally started watching the OG Teen Titans cartoon. So he's been jumping between the two, and he just watched the episode where Weird Al Yankovic was Darkseid.
Nice.
Oh, that was a great episode.
That was a great episode. And it's like, who's gonna fight Batman? Spider-Man? No, not Spider-Man. Why not? Is Spider-Man too lazy to fight Darkseid? I lost a lot of respect for him right now.
But Weird Al is such a I don't want to say like tightly controlled, but also like kind of in that way where he's like so particular about his appearance and his not that it's fake, like by all accounts he's like super genuine. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's turned it down a ton of times. But with his movie coming up, I bet we get him hosting before his movie comes out.
That would be awesome.
If him and Radcliffe host together, that would be amazing.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, I thought of that because I just saw something. I saw an article or like a video of him. He was talking about how he was talking about something on the set of Saturday Night Live that he was there one night because he had friends who used to write for the show and stuff. And so,
but we need a new cover song for something in today's time, like what White and Nerdy was, and all those songs back in the day. And he can be the performance as well.
Yes,
and just go.
I know. I'm bummed that he's not doing albums anymore. He's a
dude.
But
he's
what
really
parody though?
Those Apes, dude. I was Weird Al was like he was just. I worship.
He's just
Weird Al.
amazing. He has the same band since 1979.
Yeah.
He
same
only
dudes
had
in all
one
the
record contract. He only had one record contract his whole career. He fulfilled his 14 records, and his last album was his only album to ever go to #1. It knocked Bruno Mars off of the top spot. and got him real money and and everything. Like that was his.
Oh, when he did the Bruno Mars parody doing the Grammar song.
Yes.
That was one of those.
Sure that was all right.
Well, that was actually not Alan Thicke, Robin Thicke. The word crimes thing.
Word crimes.
It was off of Blurred Lines. Yeah. Yeah. I took
But
my
what
kids
song
to
would
that.
he parody now, though? Like, what
the
song
thing,
would he?
That's true.
Well, he's talked about that in recent years. That's why he said he's not doing like full albums anymore. He says because now there's so many people who do parodies and like takes on stuff. He says it's hard for him to figure out like what's going to be a hit because he has to record the album so far in advance. That it's hard for him to figure out what's going to be a hit or what's not because the music world is just so volatile nowadays.
Man, like that whole thing. Remember when he did Amish Paradise and apparently Coolio was not a fan of that, and he was just like, "I hit your people up, and you said it was okay."
I still love when Phantom Menace came out and he did American Pie with
Hi, Mr. Anakin
guy. We'll be later, but now he's just a small fry.
And he had to make that before the movie came out.
Yes.
He didn't have access to the script or anything.
And
so he was based on marketing materials,
and it's
what it was about.
down to the point, man.
It really is really accurate.
Even the music video, he was totally just Obi-Wan Kenobi. He had the hair, clean shaved, no glasses. It was just amazing.
Throughout his entire there's only a couple songs. It's shocking for someone to have that long of a career, and there's really only a couple songs where you go back where you're like, I don't know if that's like would be if that released today, people would take issue with it. He was safe without being like disposable for so long, and I don't know if that's I don't know if that's even possible.
He did Trapped in the Drive.
Oh my god! And I looked at him, and he looked at me. And I looked at him, and he looked at me. And I looked at him, and he looked at me. And he said, "What did you need again? Got spaced out there for a second. Oh yeah, here's your ketchup." Like oh my gosh!
My first time I ever heard him, I was 4 years old, and because it was Dare to Be Stupid, because it was the Transformers movie.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Dare to Be Stupid.
Dare to Be Stupid was an original song, but he was trying to mimic like Whip It Good, like that. What was that band? I forgot.
Devo.
He was trying to do a Devo thing.
Well, he also did a Whip It parody, didn't he?
No, Whip It parody. No, but technically, Dare to Be Stupid was a parody of that kind of music
style.
Because he did style parodies. Yes, he did style parodies as well.
Yeah, because he was also wasn't he also? Did he just do the song, or was he a voice of one of the Transformers in the movie too?
Was he?
Oh, wow. No, he just did the song.
Because Eric Idle was the voice of the robot on that planet. Okay.
Yeah, that was it was the Junkacons or
it was the Junkacons. Yes.
Yeah.
No, but I think the first thing I heard from him was "Eat It." Obviously a parody to "Beat It."
Yeah.
Dude, I could fucking sing that song.
I love going. I'll never forget the night. I went with some. I never really done karaoke a lot, even though I've sung all my life, I've never really gone and done karaoke or anything. And so I'll never forget, we went out to do karaoke one night with some friends, and I put in to do White and Nerdy. Right. Oh. And now it's become like a regular staple market. Anytime I go out, I just got now a list of songs, that I just love doing. But I go up to do White and Nerdy, and just as I'm walking up on the stage, this group of about 15 African American people walk in, and they hear the song start, and they all look at this white guy. They think that I'm going to do the Chameleonaire song.
Yeah, correct.
Right and Dirty, right? And so I'm like, this is either going to be really good or really bad.
Oh, really unfortunate.
And I was very fortunate that once they heard, where, he's first in my class there at MIT, got skills, I'm a champion at D&D, MC Escher, that's my favorite MC. Keep it 40, I'll just have Earl Grey tea. My ribs never spin to the contrary. You'll find that they're quite stationary. All my action figures are cherry. Stephen Hawking's in my library. My MySpace page is all totally pimped out. Got people begging for my top 8 spaces. Yo, I know pie to 1,000 places. Ain't got no gats, but I still wear braces. I order all of my sandwiches with mayonnaise. I'm a whiz of minesweeper. I can play for days. What you see, my sweet moves are going to stay ablaze. And they were going nuts for me. And so it was I got down off stage, man. They're high-fiving me and stuff. And I'm like, okay, that went a lot better than I was.
You thought it would.
I thought it would, so that was good.
Nah, it's great stuff. But yeah, we could talk about Weird Al probably all night. But I don't know. Should we jump into this Ezra Miller thing? Because I think Alex is running late because, like he said, he has a newborn. So, well,
she's not that new anymore. Come on, Alex. I'm hearing that. Come on.
Hey, they're all new until they have a little sibling.
All right, guys. I hate to say this, but I think I am going to have to dip out. Sorry, guys.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate it, Logan.
I got to come back on. If you
for sure. You have an open door. Yeah, well, you're welcome back anytime, man.
Great to meet everybody. John, I'll see you Tuesday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But all right. Thanks, everybody. I'll see y'all.
See ya.
All right. Take it easy, Logan. Thanks a lot.
Ooh, I'm on the top row now.
There you go. You're right back. You're right next to my
John. There's John. I'm poking John.
Center square.
Stop it.
Center square.
Poking those shoulders. There you go. I know. Now we got Enoch as Alice right now. So. All right. So So Alex. I mean, Alex. He works in the law. He's a lawyer type. I don't even know exactly what kind of lawyer he
is. Lawyer type.
He's just a lawyer. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, guy knows about the law.
Things.
He's so obviously when it comes to all this stuff, he's well, Steven, you start when it comes to this because you're more in the know than I am, and I've had some vodka.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure if Alex is able to jump on, he'll be able to explain.
Yeah. He said he will when he can. So once he does, I'll pop him in. So.
But he's a
what type of lawyer?
He works in law, but he's got a strong background and a lot of experience in IP law. And so as a result, especially because he's like a superhero fan, so not only does he know like a lot of the like trademark copyright related stuff, but also that has a lot of kind of spider webs out into other areas, or he just has the legal background to be able to look up read legal documents, which is a thing that not a lot of people can do. And so it's been really interesting talking to him as this all develops about like, we're talking about police reports, we're talking about restraining orders, we're talking about jurisdictions and different states or islands or reserves or whatever.
Oh God, he must have had a field day with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp then, huh?
I didn't talk to him as much about that, but I'm sure, I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff there that like to learn where like, there's the layer of like, oh, let's watch the trial and see how they talk about Hollywood, and then there's like, oh, let's talk about like legal, like how do contracts work? Like, what's the reality of the situation when we're talking about like contracts in Hollywood and like what is people owed, etc.
That's him, geek law grad.
But yeah, definitely a good follow. The really interesting thing about the Ezra Miller thing, I think the entire time, like from the beginning, is it's a really interesting situation of like, I think to start off, because the last time we got onto because things were kind of developing when we were talking about it last time, we got into this really kind of weird space of like, are we defending what happened or are we saying it didn't? And like, I think taking a step back even further about that is seems to be a big misconception about like what the fuck even happened at all. Because there's what was really interesting experience for me as this whole thing played out was like something would happen and like it would get reported in the news and then regurgitated on social media. And so like for me, the natural reaction is always like, okay, so let's go, like, let's look at the police report. What does that say? Where did this originate from? So I think for a little bit of background on everyone, when this stuff, when a police report is made, the sheriff or the police, whatever the legal entity jurisdiction will send local news affiliates just like a PDF dump every morning or every weekday morning, and on it it's just like all of the arrests or all of the
new name for a band, by the way, PDF dump.
I like it.
It's going on the list
from the day before, and then the local news usually goes through it and they look for like what's going to make the best headline, what's going to do well on Facebook, what's going to get the most clicks, all that stuff, and then they take it and they write it. And a lot of times, because they don't have local news does not have the resources to like go ask the cops for explanation on things or go look at the road, ask eyewitnesses. The very first report about that comes out is always basically just a regurgitation of the police report. And standards are usually pretty low on that too, where it's like borderline, if not outright plagiarism, because it's not like you're not copying another news source. You're just saying like, whatever. But you have to be careful to when you do it to say like, according to the police, so and so allegedly did X, Y, Z, and that a lot of times that gets lost in translation. And even if the paper covers their basis without saying like explicitly taking the side of the cop or explicitly reporting the version of events from the police report as fact, there's even the people reading it aren't necessarily going to know the difference between them saying according to the police, so and so allegedly, whatever.
Reading comprehension sucks.
And even then, this is not an issue of guilt. This is an issue of they have been picked up with this claim, and there will be a trial where they will determine more of these things later on, etc. And so, what was really weird to me was like this first report comes out about Ezra. I think the first one was disorderly conduct or something at a bar. This is another area where Alex is going to be good because he knows the whole timeline. But and so it talks about taking a microphone from someone doing karaoke and doing all this other stuff. But the narrative got out of hand with like, it was reported. So the story got picked up because what happens is the local news gets this police report. They say, oh, hey, a celebrity did something in our area. Let's write it up. They basically take what's written in the police report, turn it into a 300-word news article, put it up. People follow Ezra Miller because he's a celebrity and they're interested in his role as the Flash. He's coming up in upcoming movies. Someone might have Googled Fantastic Beasts a couple days ago. Google pops it into their news feed. It's like, oh, you Googled Fantastic Beasts. Here's a story about Ezra Miller getting arrested. Everyone reads this regurgitation of a police report about Ezra Miller getting arrested, and now all of the geek news sites have it. And, they're not all lawyers. They're not all even going back to the police report. They're all, because they don't have the police report, unless they know to go look it up on the police's site. They're just reporting the version of events reported by the understaffed local news who regurgitated the police report.
Right. They're going from the secondary source, not the primary source, and then becomes a game of telephone.
Right, exactly. And it quickly evolved to like, I don't know how many days it was before people were like, Ezra Miller is assaulting people all across Hawaii. And it's like, look,
throwing chairs.
He was arrested and did things that like would be like a misdemeanor for most of them. But it quickly, there was like a couple reports. But then what I kept on noticing on my feeds was like, I'd get new articles would be popping up that it wasn't always clear. Like I lost track of, I'd get a notification. I'd be like, oh, again? And it's like, oh no, he's only been arrested like 2 times. One time for like blocking traffic and one time for disorderly conduct is what the accusations were. But like I keep on getting these alerts. And so even for me, who's like going back to the police reports to be like, what actually happened here? It looks like it's been like a whole bunch of times. And so then you got people on Twitter who are like, they're assaulting people left and right all over Hawaii and abusing women and yelling things at people and burning stuff down. It's like that's the provable events are just that, like the only thing we know for a fact is that he was arrested or they were arrested those 2 times. And then the police report says, varying things based on what it was. And not so much to say like there's no guilt or there's no wrongdoing of any kind. Obviously, there was some kind of a scene being caused, so I'm not going to say like that's no big deal. But the evolution of the story like really got out of hand really fast, and at that stage, and then all this other weird stuff started kind of piggybacking on top of that. And because the narrative had been lost with the police reports, because you've got people saying, "Oh, they're just causing havoc in Hawaii," when like they got picked up by the cops 2 times for being obnoxious at a bar is what happened, right? But because you've got this like perception of violence and carnage all across Hawaii from all these different reports, these other claims started to kind of take, people are like more likely to accept this stuff. Whereas if it had come out without the preceding weeks of like controversial stuff, it would have
Steven, now people are saying your mic is too low.
What?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
Well, okay, because to me it sounds fine. It's like we can't find that medium right there. I don't know. All right, just go up a little bit.
Find your Goldilocks zone.
So
Steven.
do I got to go back to the beginning now? Because I can.
No, you're good. No, you're good.
Okay, so local news gets this PDF dump of no.
Hey, PDF dump sounds like a great name for a band.
There we go. Okay.
All right, you're good now. I think. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, yeah. So I don't know. I don't want to like go on and on for the whole thing, but like.
But you will.
Well, of course. But
if I must,
it's an invitation for anyone to cut me off. but it's been really weird to
We
see
will.
like there's the noise floor has been raised to the point where like someone can be like, oh, Ezra Miller ate a baby, and everyone's going to be like, oh, how dare they? Whereas like a year ago, if someone had said that, people would have been like, oh, that sounds like fake news. Let's go look at what actually happened. But because there's just this like fracas of
Fracas. I like that word.
Right?
I like that a lot.
Good word. I like it. That's another band name. Anyways,
Right. Dug that one deep.
With like Metallica, like
PDF
font.
fracas. How about that?
Like all kind of jagged
PDF.
stuff. Looks like thorns and stuff.
Yeah.
Fracas.
But yeah, and so I don't know, I've been kind of avoiding getting into like the actual specifics so much as like the high level. Like it's really weird reading this where for me every time I go back to look at like, okay, well what happened and what was reported and so you get stuff like even now there's stuff that's like people are saying using the word like kidnapping. And it's like, well, even if you take everything at face value, we're talking about an 18-year-old who isn't even in the same state as Ezra right now, who is posting to their own social media saying I'm fine, and yet like the news is running away with this term kidnapping. And like not to diminish or say that we shouldn't take serious claims seriously, but when that is what the news is reporting, and most people aren't going back and looking at like, well, what's actually happening. There's like this image, or they'll say like with there's authorities are looking for Ezra Miller. It's like, well, no, what the tribal court in this Indian is it on a reservation or it's an Indian run or a Native American council issued a restraining order against Ezra, and so they're out of jurisdiction. Like this is not an FBI thing. This is
he's on the run, Steven. What are you talking about? He's on the run.
And the
Yes.
only reason that the order was even granted is because according to the Lakota the court's standards or whatever their law system is called, an 18-year-old is like still subordinate to the parents. If that was requested in like a U.S. court, that wouldn't have been granted the same way. So a tribal court creates an order of protection that can only be created for someone within their own jurisdiction because they're older than the age, and then can't serve it to Ezra because Ezra doesn't live in their jurisdiction. And the 18-year-old isn't even with Ezra. They're off with their girlfriend, and then the news is like, oh, authorities can't find Ezra. It's like, well, authorities of what? Like it's like this is not The Fugitive going on here. This is, and
they're actively pursuing him, chasing him down the street.
Yeah, and it's hard to even talk about it
while he's holding an 18-year-old under his arm
because you can't
They can't catch him. He's the Flash.
There's this, exactly. Like
that's
going back
kinda
to like it's hard to go back to the basics of like, well, what do we know? What was actually planned? What do the records actually show? But no, we're so far off in this. Like, well, no, now they've kidnapped someone and they're on the run from authorities. It's like, whoa, that is so far from the. This isn't to say that nothing wrong has happened and no consequences need to happen. And,
exactly.
And nobody's responsible and nobody needs to pay. But like, there is a big difference between, dude, you were really obnoxious at that bar in Hawaii and you need to apologize to people, and dude, you got to turn yourself in and surrender the 18-year-old
kid,
kidnapped, like who you groomed for a like.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where like, because of the way social media is, that's why this is like so much a better place to have this conversation. Because on social media, you can't do that. Because you're like, well, hold on, let's go back to the basics. And all of a sudden it's, oh, you're defending a pedophile. And it's like, no, I'm questioning whether or not there's sufficient evidence to even state that they're pedophile in the first place. There's a big difference between defending it and saying like, whoa, how do we even get to this conclusion? Because the claim is being made by the parents.
Pedophile. People like to throw that word around so loosely.
Yeah, well, because it's a trump card for getting people suspended on Twitter. So it's like people are real quick. They don't care. They just care that it's like, oh, that's a buzzword that gets people in trouble.
Even though the people are like of age, isn't she like of illegal age?
Well, and also, and by the way, because I want to take a moment because I remember Amanda and I have had this conversation before, because I remember listening to Fat Man on Batman, because Kevin Smith has the Wayne Foundation to help sexually abused and sexually trafficked individuals. And yeah, pedophile, the technical definition of that means that you find someone sexually attractive because of their childlike or lack of sexual maturity. So you could be attracted to someone who is underage, but you're technically not a pedophile by the definition if what attracts you to them is if they are well developed. It's not the underdevelopedness that you're sexually attracted to. Be a pedophile, you're attracted by the lack of maturity.
Right.
Gotcha.
Well, and in this case, also specifically, it's not even a question. Like pedophilia is like a thing that has been added to it by people on social media. If you take the parents and the claims that are present at face value, the claim isn't that Ezra is a pedophile. The claim is that Ezra groomed this person until they were 18, and then took advantage of the dynamic. Which is not like an okay thing to happen, but there's a big, like, once again, there's a big difference between like that and pedophile, and both are wrong, but like we can start by separating that a little bit, and then you go back and look at like, okay, well, grooming, what is the grooming? Well, they took Takata or Gibson. I'm not entirely sure about their identity, so I never know if I'm referring to them correctly. But
Takata, yeah.
Right, but some of the reports then say that they're Gibson, but they're not clear about the pronouns, so I'm just going with my best guess on it. But the parents so first of all, the parents have been trying to put him in a conservatorship, which is like what Britney Spears is under, which is basically power of attorney, total control over their life as an adult. So they've been trying to put Takata in a conservatorship for like months already. This is a legal case that has been going on because Takata left home because of their sexual identity and or orientation, and the parents didn't accept that. And so that's part of how they ended up with Ezra. And like that's all agreed upon. Like that's not like speculation, or like that's like what per the claims of the parents. But then that has been an ongoing thing, and it wasn't until recently that after all of this Ezra stuff came up, then they were like, oh, that Ezra Miller person who's been in the news, who everybody thinks is a bad person, yeah, they were grooming them. And it's like, why was that not, like, that is a whole claim onto itself, and that doesn't mean that it's not true, but it's like you'd think you would lead with that if that was like your trump card. How does that kind of arise later? And I know, and Enosh talked to the
Vintage Devil or
Vintage
whatever.
Devils. You might know more about that than I do, but I don't know. It's just there's so many, and every time I even talk about it, then I got to take that step back and be like, now once again, this does not prove that like there's nothing there, but like let's slowly peel back to like the layers of like what do we know.
But Stephen, your point is the fact, because I've even talked to Dave about this. It's like I don't really have an opinion one way or the other, because I've been kind of a casual observer of the headlines and the reactions passing through my timeline. I to your point, that doesn't mean that I don't think something's happened, or I do think something's happened, but I haven't invested. I've had other shit going on, so I haven't invested myself in the information. I've just been watching everyone speak so authoritative. It's social media. It's the social media effect of I'm going to speak authoritatively about a topic, and it seems to be based entirely on your personal bias regarding the topic, regardless of the facts. And I feel, and what Stephen is trying to say in a very neutral way is, we're not saying something did or did not happen, that something is right and or wrong. It's just on social media, there seems to be this allergy to someone going, hey, can we just kind of like pump the brakes and find out what's going on? That doesn't mean that something is right or wrong. That doesn't mean that I don't think that something's right or wrong. It just means I want the full picture.
Exactly. And you can't say that though, Scott, because then people immediately, like Steven said, they automatically, if you say that, you are somehow defending and claiming the innocence of Ezra Miller, even though there's like loads of you can have, I don't know, maybe be a YouTuber that has hours of things that say to the contrary to that, but it's still, then your name gets dragged right in the mud with it, and all of a sudden you become a a sympathizer.
Well, and then what I've even brought up too when it comes to this is like now it's I mean, you know, let's face it, when it comes to media, there's left media, there's right media, there's all, and it's reached that right.
The media has become very personalized.
Yes, it really has.
Media that says what you want to say.
And what has happened in like the past week and stuff like that is like it's gotten to conservative media, and they really like to use that word groomer with certain things. And you know, regardless of how you feel about certain things that are happening in the world when it comes to grooming, and I totally understand that, and that's a whole other discussion. But at the same time, it's like, oh well, we have this buzzword. And of course, they see that it's like, all right, now it's reached over here. It's starting to get a little bit like, oh shit. Now they're just going like, he's a monster, he's a predator, he must be stopped, and blah blah blah. And then we're still just going, hey, wait, we still got to get all the information here before we start.
Public enemy number one, but he's still being allowed to just run free. But that's right, because that's because they don't know where he's at.
Well,
yeah,
it's like I keep on. I know when I was on Enosh's show, I said this like a million times, but it's never about what it's about. And so like I think what Dave just pointed out is a really good example of that, of like you've got this started as like the people who were aware of it because they had some sort of a connection to Ezra Miller, and so the algorithms said, hey, this small local newspaper in Hawaii regurgitated this police report you might be interested in because it mentions this person you have Googled or tweeted about or Googled something ancillarily related to them. Here you go. And then once that kind of made that leap into the like fandom zone on Twitter, it was exclusively used as fuel for like you'll find a pretty common, like you're not going to find anybody who like has mocked the way Ezra Miller runs and hates Zack Snyder and thinks the Snyder Cut should have been restored, who is also saying like, hey, I think this guy is great, let's pump the brakes to find out what's going on. In the same way that you're not going to find any like most hardcore Snyder fan is even a hard way to phrase it, but like you're not going to find like people who have been traditionally fans of Ezra saying like, oh no, they're totally guilty. Mostly like 95% of the time, all of this is just fuel for whatever your beef is. Don't restore the Snyderverse, or even like it's a weird like toxic tornado of like people that don't want the Snyderverse restored, or like, oh, look at this kills the Snyderverse. And at the same time, you've got people who think the Flash movie needs to die because it destroys the Snyderverse, or like, look, now the Flash movie can't happen. And we can, and it's just like this, like it's just a pawn for people who don't actually care about the Ezra situation.
Right. And then also, and something that I've seen some people bring up is whenever you see pictures of them associated with these stories, it's also very telling what images of them get used to highlight whatever spin the story has.
Yeah.
You know, because as a non-binary individual, their pictures, you know, are across a spectrum, and media is choosing, you know, certain pictures that play into an algorithm or into a narrative that works with whatever story is being published about them. And once again, and that's where I just kind of sit back and personally, you know, as someone who literally teaches about bias and rhetoric, you know, about ethos, pathos, and logos and all this other stuff, I'm just here going, wow, this is like a case study of like how an outlet or outlets present information, and how you really have to objectively sit back and go, how is this even being presented before I can even start to digest what is being presented to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, like you can always tell, like I've been playing a game with like exactly what you're saying, where every time I see an article pop up, based on what picture of Ezra they use, I can tell you what slant the article takes on the topic. And that doesn't necessarily speak to the truth or falsehood of what the article is saying, so much as if I can look at the picture and tell you what the angle of the article is, then probably the article is not actually like founded in logic. It's founded in something else, because I shouldn't be able to do that. I should look at the picture and say, like, I don't know what angle they're going to take on this. Yep. Because it shouldn't be so upfront with the, like, this is who this person is. And it's like the same thing that, like Dave said, the groomers got a hold of it. Those are people who don't even know who Ezra is or don't care. They haven't been involved in any of this stuff. But it is now fuel for their existing debate on whether or not LGBTQ people are dangerous or are groomers. It's just fuel for that. And then in addition to that, it's like the same thing as you see with like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. So much of that was about like it was seen as either a referendum on Me Too, or it was like hold the ground down for Me Too. And so you get stuff where people saying like, oh, she's an imperfect imperfect witness or an imperfect victim or whatever they called her, where it's like, oh, she might not be telling the truth, but she represents people who were telling the truth, and therefore it's important to take that seriously, and like not to get too deep into that into that case specifically, or even take sides on it. But like that's fucked up to phrase anything that way. Like, yes, it's important that victims be taken seriously and be listened to, but not at the expense of the truth. Not at the expense of like if
just mocked at that fucking point.
Whether or not Amber was telling the truth or not has no bearing on how like if she's a good witness or a good victim. It's based on whether or not like it actually happened or she's telling the truth, and that should be what the question is. If the facts point to something that is inconsistent with what, like, oh, we want to take victims seriously. Yeah, taking them seriously doesn't necessarily mean like it's always true. It means we should always take it seriously and that we find out whether or not it's true or not. Don't dismiss it without looking at the evidence. And you should look and that, and go down all the way down. And not taking it seriously means saying like, not following up on reports, or not filing a rape kit, not, all of that kind of stuff that like the law enforcement does all the time, where it just kind of brushes off claims. That's the problem. Taking it seriously doesn't mean that it's always true. It means that you follow the rabbit trails down to the end to get to the point where you say confidently, we can say, yes, this did or didn't happen. And like so much, like these cases come up and people are like, well, we don't care about the facts. We care about how this impacts whatever other narratives we're invested in. Yeah. And that's like a problem, because then you get people, caught in the crosshairs of like, this isn't even about grooming. This isn't even about the DCEU or the Snyderverse or anything. This is just about like whatever somebody's agenda is and how this fits into it. And it's like, it's so baffling to kind of see this stuff take off and be like, can we go back and like why we're not discussing, like the body cam footage came out and it and in it, Ezra says, but I was assaulted. I called you guys. And the guy that he's saying assaulted him says in the body cam footage, says to the cop, are you going to fuck him up or should I? And the cop says, oh, we're not fucking up anybody. And like none of that is mentioned in the police report. And like, I don't know what the local jurisdiction is and whether or not you're required to file everything, but for the police report to come out and not mention that Ezra claimed they were assaulted, that the person that they were there on behalf of violently threatened Ezra, that none of that stuff happened. And that doesn't mean Ezra is innocent, but like that's
it's still assault.
Like, well, exactly. And so how do you, that doesn't absolve everything, but it does paint a very different picture based on how it was originally reported. But like, no, that's not where the discussion is going. You go back and you look at the Yelp reviews for one of the bars that Ezra was at, that this all stuff happened with, and the Yelp reviews are full of like, and not just like recently review bombed, but like over the years, there have been like a whole bunch of claims on this bar's Yelp page saying that they're anti-LGBT and racist and all these other things, based on like multiple different like corroborated similar experiences.
They don't like local. They don't like foreigners, even if whatever you are. Like
Chris was on here and said that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He basically said that even if you're just like showing up and you're a tourist, they don't like you. They'd like only locals, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's, obviously there was an altercation, there was something going on. So to repeat myself, like this doesn't like absolve everything, but it does take the conversation back to a similar place.
Context.
Like this conversation never happened. The conversation of like what happened. Let's look at the police report. Let's look at the body cam footage, all of which is available, all of which can be compared. Like why does the report not mention these things? Like why do they say, oh, this person claimed Ezra assaulted them, but then doesn't say Ezra claimed they were, like, that's what the police do, is they show up and they write down what people claimed happened, what offenses people, because they weren't an eyewitness, right? So it's a witness account. It doesn't even say the defendant claimed they were assaulted.
Right.
It just says like the defendant wasn't cooperating, and then that's not shown in the body cam footage. Maybe it happened off body cam footage, totally possible and plausible, knowing the way Ezra is, that they may have been uncooperative potentially, but it's not in the like it's not corroborated. So it's like you've got to find a starting point for this besides like I'm sure it's 100% true plus some in every single instance, or you wind up in this area where it's like you're talking about kidnapping and running from the authorities, and it's like it's not even like a misrepresentation. That's a totally different reality.
So are you saying that a police report where they've taken a statement from somebody is not admission of guilt?
Yeah.
I just want to be clear because I have no idea how the legal system works, and how that works. I was just curious.
Police report says an event happened, and this is what people claimed happened, and based on the way we categorize laws, these are where those things slot into.
It reminds me
the words like assault mean something, and then after it's recorded in the police report, and the police says we believe assault happened, like there's probable cause at the scene, then there's a hearing later on. Maybe you get a jury, maybe it's just a judge. And they'll take witness statements, and then they'll do like what we're doing now because like nobody else, did that. Or you've got, I don't know, charges will get dropped, or like that restraining order gets dropped, and like that's still there's this snowball that's happening, and it's like collecting, like it's growing, and you're like, what is that's most of the snow on that is fake. Like where is that even coming from? Nobody's like, like slow down. It's just it's.
It reminds me of years ago when I was a notary public. And people would come in and they'd want me to sign something, and they misunderstand what a notary public is. Like they think that you're attesting to whatever is in the document that you're signing, that it's truthful, and that's not the job of a notary public at all. You're just attesting to, hey, this person came in, showed me their ID. This person came in, showed me their ID. I checked it out as best as I could, and it looked like that they were the people who they said that they were.
And then they signed.
And they signed it. Like I would have people come in and say, well, this is this. I got subpoenaed to court one time, and like these people were asking me all these questions about it, and they're like, well, what about the validity of this? And I'm like, I don't know. That's not my job as a notary, is to say that the document is correct. My job is to say that yes, they signed it. These people said that they were who they were, and it looked like it checked out. That's it. It's not that everything that's being said is absolutely factual or correct. This is their statement. That's why in those police reports you didn't have, well, as like I thought it was funny with the first one with the people in Hawaii, the restraining order says that he busted into the room and he says what do you say? He says, I'll kill you or whatever, I'll bury you and your slut wife, right? And I know people don't like it, but it's like I would say, well, there's more to that conversation, obviously, right? Because like usually even arguments
they've
don't start
never
off
spoken
with,
before in their
right.
lives.
Like that, like I'm just imagining
Ezra
Ezra
never heard of Ezra Miller, and all of a sudden he was in their room. He was pulling
he
Robert
just
Downey
pops
Jr.
in. He just pops in. I said, most arguments even don't start out as hey, I'll bury you and your slut wife. Like you kind of have to get there, but like nothing in that report says, we said this, and then this
I've
was
only said it once or twice at a party.
That's a restraining order. Like you can go down to the police right now and be like, oh, Steven violently threatened me on a stream. I want a restraining order against him.
Can I get one on William?
I know. I saw the super chat. Yeah,
I would, but I'm not worried about old men, attacking me. Especially of his age.
They'll give it scrutiny. Like you'll need to prove like some level of like I don't know, show them a clip of the stream or something, which I'm not threatening with. But like, and then they'll grant it, and that's like you are saying you wish for this person to not be near you, and so this is the police saying we respect that you don't want this person to be. That's all a restraining order does.
Yeah.
So the fact that one exists doesn't say anything other than the person who filed the restraining order didn't want Ezra near them. That could be because something happened. It could be because nothing happened. They could be sensitive. They could have a thick skin and it was just really, really, really bad to the breaking point. Who knows? But like to jump on that as a confirmation of anything other than just like somebody is claiming something is like just intellectually irresponsible.
Yeah.
And basically that restraining order just got thrown to nothing. And it was like, no, whatever the hell that
That's something that Alex can probably speak to.
With prejudice, with prejudice. We don't know what that means, but with prejudice, it sounds like that it was something like.
Yeah, and then the whole chair situation too. I mean, that was a whole different thing.
The chair situation. It was like the third, or I don't know, but Ezra was at a party, and once again, that's where the police report says like it's vague, but it says like a chair was thrown and it hit somebody in the head, and it left like a 1/4 inch or a 1/2 inch cut or something. No medical treatment was given or medical treatment was refused on the scene. So whoever got hit with the chair said, no, I don't need medical treatment, and no charges were filed at the time. So I don't know, can you look into that or not? People will get into car accidents or get into altercations all the time, and then like a day or two later be like, you know what? Looking back on that, I really should have pressed charges, and then they'll go do something about it. But like, I don't know. I've like done stuff like throw chairs at party that hurt people. Like I'm not saying it's the same thing, but it's like one of those things where like there's a spectrum of meaning behind that, of like why do chairs get thrown? Why do people get hurt? Okay, it could be a targeted assassination attempt, or it could be like they were playing musical chairs and it got out of hand, right? Like, and where in there does it fall? I don't know, but that's why there's like that's something for like the law to decide, and for us to wait for the law to decide, not to say like, oh, the report says a chair made contact with head, therefore it was intentional assault. The big thing with that one though was because there was harm done based on like negligence, is that the police report did file it as like 2nd-degree assault or something like that, which usually what happens in those cases is the police will find whatever the most extreme charges they can come up with at the scene. And so it's always going to be that at worst it was that, but usually ends up getting drawn back to something, less serious. And, I'm not going to defend throwing chairs at people, but like I said, there's so much
unless it's WWE.
There's so much missing context there.
Bring chair shots back.
I don't even know how to form a narrative around those. Like you draw those dots, like you need like what, 3 dots to make, or 2 dots to make a line. And like, I've just got like 1 dot that's like chair was thrown. And I don't know where the other dot is. Is the other dot like with malice, or is it like drunkenly? Was it like a joke gone bad? Was it like, was Ezra trying to put the chair away and just did it a bad job? I don't know. But like, how do you, there's like such a wide spectrum there we don't know who the person is or what their relationship to Ezra was or why they were at the party, because this is all personal stuff like that we aren't privy to, but like apparently like that one piece of information is enough for like a whole narrative. So.
Okay. So continuing on from that, I mean, we're kind of just going like, thing by, I think you pretty much kind of covered most of it right there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like I said, I'm only loosely going into details where appropriate, because I think getting lost in the weeds is almost the wrong way to, like, there are weeds to get lost in, but like I think that it's almost a disservice to get into like the he said, she said, they said of the whole situation, because like that's.
Well, I was going to say, for like the most part, when it comes to the whole kidnapping somebody on the run. I mean, they know where he's at, or they know where they are at, whatever. Yeah, they know where. Yeah, is that essentially kind of like the thing where it's like the whole thing about that they don't like he's on the run? I mean, or what are we what are we assuming when it comes to that? Like when that whole thing, the fact that headline is out there, and I had people arguing in my mentions on Twitter saying like, well, no, that's not true. And I even was like saying, yeah, Ezra is not on the run.
Well, it's almost true, but when you see like authorities and court and like what authorities, what court, like the people that can't find Ezra are people who it's because Ezra is out of their jurisdiction to A, enforce the order, or B, serve the order. As is the person being that the order is supposed to protect from Ezra or isolate from Ezra or whatever the exact situation is. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know enough about like tribal law to know what the different states will sometimes have, like if you get a speeding ticket in one state, other states will reflect it on their, like they'll share records and stuff, or they'll say like if someone flees from authorities over state lines, the authorities will have permission. So I don't know how that works in with like tribal authorities or tribal governments, but when it says like they can't locate Ezra, it does not mean that like there's a bounty hunt going on and Ezra is like hiding under a bridge.
I'm the dog.
Where's dog? Yeah, where is dog?
What that means is that Ezra is just not within their like. They gave it to like not a notary, but like who's the people who serve papers?
Process server,
a process server, and they're just like, oh yeah, no, Ezra's like 1,000 miles away from here. I'm not going to drive and give it to him. And they're like, okay, well if he comes back, you give it to him. And they're like, okay, cool. And then it's like Ezra evading authorities. Like the people looking for him are probably sitting on their couch like right now. Like this is like looking for like it's.
There are also two things that happened before this one. The first, obviously, is the KKK video. So that whole thing was happening. And after that, it was someone, Ezra dated named Mia Solange. So she's important because, she kind of plays into the vintage devil,
Yeah.
She has a
Well, because
cameo.
there were two, and that was one thing where like going back and as the story was developing, looking at like you start to identify like kind of players. And I think when we were on the stream last time, I talked about how like a lot of this feels like drama spilled over from Tumblr, but like onto and that's really in a lot of ways what
Another
what it
band
is.
name, by the way.
Drama,
Tumblr drama,
Tumblr drama,
and because one of the there were the Vintage Devil and Mia, I think. But it was pretty easy to find them early on because they were commenting on and kind of getting attention and traction from some of this stuff. And you kind of look at their history on their social media accounts and their interactions and whatever, and it becomes kind of apparent there's like a bone to pick there. And so there were at least two people who were stalkers, former lovers, wanted to be lovers, whatever with Ezra, who started kind of stirring the pot, and whether or not it was just them or whether or not they had burner accounts or friends or whatever, but one of them used to run like a Tumblr Ezra Miller fan account, and I'm not sure who the other one what the association was.
Mia was the person that Ezra that posted pictures with Ezra,
right, I remember that,
sleeping in her bed or whatever. So they probably dated, but the fact that she admitted to hating Ezra and all that for like a week, she tried to spin that shit, and then it just died down. Nothing happened. She moved on.
Well, there's been a whole series of those because the stalkers really jumped on the situation because they would amplify any of the news, but also throw out their own allegations and other stuff with whenever anything would happen, they'd jump on that for their existing like the Vintage Devil I saw way long before on Instagram for whatever reason, before any of this even happened, had a long running like claiming Ezra was copying their clothes. They'd post a picture on Twitter, and then Ezra would like show up to a show with their band wearing something that was the same color a week or two later or whatever. It was like I don't know enough details about it, but it was like that level of weirdness. And then they became very active on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, amplifying this other stuff. And whenever that kind of thing happens, you don't know, are there burner accounts involved or whatever, but there's definitely like a clear agenda that isn't only amplifying stuff, but also muddying the water with additional claims. And
see, everything we just talked about, I have no clue what like.
Yeah, well, a lot of the stuff
all of
that
that I
was on
had
the
no
radar
idea was happening.
But before we go on, Jordan, you're going to take off. You got to take off.
Yeah, it's 2
Yeah, I
a.m.
know it's late. It's really late for you. I know.
See you, Jordan.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, Jordan. Thank you for showing up, man.
Yeah, thanks for listening to me for so long.
This is the boss.
Yeah. All right, man. Take it easy.
See you, bro.
But I'm gonna hop out as well, gents.
Okay.
Matt,
See you, John.
Till next
you, John.
Friday. Y'all take
For
it
sure.
easy.
Take it easy, John. Thank you.
All right, gents. Peace.
See you. All right.
And
There
that's
you
the thing, Scott, because all this information is only available if you go looking for it and research on every single incident and try to connect
and also care.
Yeah.
Well, and
that was the big thing,
that's what's frustrating me about this, because look, on all the different platforms that I'm on, you know what I mean, is like I just search and respond to things on my social medias, right, that don't even have anything to do with this. Like I'm coming across obviously YouTube videos. I'm coming across articles. I'm coming across Facebook posts. I'm coming across TikTok videos, and I'm coming across all these things that it's like every single one. Somebody said it earlier, I think, in the chat. It's become a game of telephone where it seems like all these things are said, and then somebody adds just one more thing that just makes it sound a little bit more sensational because they want to get their thing read, right? They want to get their post read, or they want to get their article read. And so like what goes from like what Steven's talking about, that it's literally just like there's an explanation for this, turns into like we're acting like he's in a white Bronco running from the police, you know what I mean? Like, you know,
Yeah.
and that's
Like,
not what's happening. And then like I brought it up to a guy who did a TikTok video.
Using like TMZ is one of the big ones that's like every time I read that, I'm like, really? Why are you saying that? And like they're really pushing it, but like even they don't use the word like kidnapping or anything. Like that is all stuff that is cropped up on social media that is not even being reported or claimed.
I came across a guy like who like has you know, a YouTube channel or something like that, and he was talking about it. It was a TikTok video, and I just ran across it, so I was just like, I just pointed out, I said, well, this isn't true. And I said, you know, you need to do better research. And he's just like, well, every article I've read says this. And I said, well, but that's the problem right now, is that these articles, like if you just look at surface level stuff and you don't do any other research or looking into it at all to see like what it means, you know. And I've had people try to tell me, you know, when the bar fight thing was going, I had a guy from Australia tell me, and I don't know if this is an Australian thing, but like he was trying to tell me, he was trying to make it out like it was an Australian thing. So I don't know. I got plenty of Australian friends and nobody else seems to corroborate this, but he was like, well, if you're in a barroom fight, you should go to prison. And I'm like, that's not how our judicial system works. Like we have, you know, innocent until proven guilty. Well, yeah, but it's stacking up, Enosh. It's stacking up. There's all this stuff stacking up. It's like, it doesn't matter what's stacking up.
If 100 people lie about you and say you're a pedophile, that doesn't make you a pedophile. That just
and
makes
if people
100
see opportunity with a celebrity that they've come in contact with and maybe they've had issues with, like all of a sudden they make it sound worse, and they see an opportunity maybe to get in on something. It doesn't make it real. It doesn't make it truth. You know, like you said, it doesn't matter if you have 100 accusations of people just stacking up on it. If it's not true, it's not true.
Well, it's like you see like if there's smoke, there's fire, or there's a lot of smoke in here, and it's like, yeah, but that's
no,
not,
Draga.
It's like there's not a like smoke does not. Like, how do you know it's smoke and not steam? How do you know that like it's
yes.
like there's so many questions that like, and the people, because it's the thing people say or about anything. People,
I've gotten the Twitter, smoke is fire, yeah.
And it's not even with Ezra though. You see that with other stuff where it's like, oh well, there's a lot of smoke. You can't say there's nothing happening, and it's like, but there's like I've personally seen before where I'll say something like when Birds of Prey was coming out, I heard something about like, oh, the studio liked the tests, but the audiences liked the tests, but the studio didn't like the test screenings as much or something. And I tweeted something about it offhand that wasn't really a outright scoop or anything, just like, oh, that's ironic. It figures that the studio would be like nervous about it when audiences are like, yes, give us this. And then like next thing I knew, it was being like circulated on Reddit, or like a bunch of like smaller blogs were like, oh, this person says this about Birds of Prey test screenings. And then like I would say something later on about, oh, well, such and such, whatever, about Birds of Prey. And then someone would be like, oh no, they tested it with internally they hated it, and the audiences were all about it. And then I'm like, that is only information is circulating because like people blew it up when I said it offhand. And now it's being like you're just seeing the way this stuff circulates, the amount of like research that goes in, like the fact that someone would cite that to me without knowing like that originated with me. It's the kind of like, that's the not that everybody, you know, everything that is said any time in your life has to have like a Wikipedia annotation or something, but especially with this stuff, it's like you have to go back to the like, what does the police report say? What is their, you know, there's Reddit pages that are devoted to those areas in Hawaii. There's hashtags that you can go and find people talking about this stuff from the area. You can find it being discussed locally. You can find, you know, Chris Wong was on here. He was telling us about what the environment is like. And then, but the way you get to this like kidnapping thing, the reason I was spent so much time on like the police reports and everything is because by the time you get to the like, oh, they're groomed and kidnapped someone, like the only reason that is even a story or is being talked about in that way is because everybody let the Hawaii stuff, which is like Ezra just had a bad couple weeks in Hawaii, like comparatively to this other stuff that went down. Like, okay, so they got thrown out of a bar for being disorderly, and like a couple times, and they got too excited at a house party and threw a chair, and it hurt somebody. Like, that's not like a lifestyle I would encourage anyone to adopt.
Yeah,
but like, literally, as if anybody has not done that kind of stupid shit in their life that's like watching this or in the chat, like that's not serious stuff. It's not good stuff. It's stuff you try to avoid, but like it's not this insane stuff. But when you take that like that level of stuff and allow it to grow into this narrative, assaulting people all over Hawaii and all that stuff, well, then someone says like, oh, well, grooming, and everyone is like, oh, well, that's not much of an escalation from what we already. There's so much smoke. I don't doubt this either. And it's like, well, no. But
See, been telling you like that, look at all this time. There's just one thing after another. You know, like he's guilty of everything. You know, like
the fact that the victim, Gibson or Takara, she is actively trying to, out her father as
I was going to bring up Chase, right? Chase.
Yeah, Chase Ironized, and apparently the new, the new thing, kidnapping and all that was also done by him, and he is, he has some sort of authority in his, community, so obviously he can pull some strings to do this, and the daughter herself, they're saying this is happening, on Instagram, so. Why are TMZ not reporting this?
Right. Well, or Chase
because she looked like she was being controlled by Ezra while she like this is what I've been saying. Like everybody who's like Ezra needs to come out and say something. Does he? Because everybody who comes out and says something in either defense of the situation or even Takata herself or Gibson himself, whichever you choose,
their selves.
Their selves. Whoever comes out and says anything, it's going to be picked apart at this point because whoever doesn't believe them anyways is going to find something. So if Ezra just came out and said, look, this is, these allegations aren't true. We're going to go to court. We'll have our day in court. Oh, well, you can't believe him, right? Look how he was looking or how he was acting while he was saying that or whatever. And people are just going to put, they're going to fill in those dots, Steven, where you said those dots aren't there yet to, actually triangulate and like figure out what's going on. People are going to put in their own dots just to make their own picture. So it's best that he's quiet.
Oh yeah, But the best thing right now is for Ezra to be quiet. And I know there's like the new report that came out from Deadline, which everybody was talking about earlier, and it was just like, yeah, that's just whatever. We're talking about, what's all happening here and all the players involved. And thank you for talking about Chase, because that was an interesting thing. And then of course, Enosh, you interviewed Vintage Devil. And I listened to that when he did too, and I, good job by the way. And I talked about it. I talked because obviously I had two streams that were Ezra centric, and I said, all right, listen to this stream right here because you broke it down, and she basically, put out BS, and then wanted to be like, whoa, shit, I fucked up. Now it's time to clear this stuff and the whole grooming thing and everything. And she realized
for the ignorant person in the room.
Yes.
Who is Vintage Devil?
Yeah. That's why I was getting at.
So
Enosh, go for it, or Steven, whatever.
Well, I'll say I don't.
No, Enosh.
Well, I will keep it very short because Enosh has something that I want to hear, and so as a result I'll keep it short. But I will say Vintage Devil was an Instagram account that I became aware of doing looking into some stuff related to the Flash, like in 2021, like long before this even happened, and it was it's a person that used to run an Ezra Miller fan account on Twitter, or not on Twitter, on Tumblr. On Tumblr, and now they claimed that Ezra was stalking them and copying their outfits and all sorts of other stuff that was like, I don't know. I don't want to dismiss any, like the whole point of this is not to dismiss any claims outright, but it was a weird level of assumption of interest in Ezra, and we're very invested in bringing down Ezra's reputation, but none of the stuff actually was hard proven. It was all just these kind of loose, weird allegations of oh, I wore this on Tuesday, and then on the next Thursday, Ezra posted a picture wearing also a
Similar
red shirt.
color.
And
Yeah.
but so then as this other stuff came out, they really rode that wave of attention because Ezra was getting so much attention now that the negative things they were saying while Ezra was getting more traction. So that leads into what Enosh is going to say. Before you say that, I think it's really, having said all this stuff about, like, let's believe Ezra, I also think it's important to say, like, while this is very interesting and I don't want to say that I don't believe it because it seems plausible, it's all equally important that we don't just assume, like, oh, well, she said that it was fake and therefore it's fake, because what we've proven is that this person is saying things for attention and for motivated purposes. But it is an interesting step in the game that the person who was provoking these claims is now retracting them. So that doesn't necessarily mean the claims aren't true, but it does suggest that there is some motive and more scrutiny needed on the claims, instead of just saying, like, oh, it's true, or oh, it's not true because they denounced it.
Yeah.
But that's where, Enosh had a
one thing that makes me believe from the interview is that the person that she
oh no,
the internet just cut out.
Okay, Enosh, go.
Go again. Your
Okay,
internet
so
froze for a minute.
back.
Yeah, you're back. Go say what you're gonna say.
Yeah, sorry. So sorry. So yeah, the person they were conspiring with, they stopped replying. The Mia person that previously accused Ezra, they stopped replying to Vintage Devil, and this obviously caused some interruption there from that plan, and maybe this invoked some guilt in her as well. But even Chazar and I didn't reply to Vintage Devil. So I guess she was trying to manipulate with a lot of different players involved, but they all kind of ghosted her, and then she was left alone. And now she realized that she's probably doing the wrong thing, and that's why she admitted it. And I really liked that. Although it was shocking because she's been behind Ezra for years, and to admit that big of a lie, and that is a very huge thing. So that was very shocking to me, but appreciated, obviously.
Yeah. So, Scott. So Vintage Devil had some connection with Ezra. It's we don't know exactly how close they were. She seems to think that they were really close, and there may have even been some romantic things on her side or his side. It doesn't really matter, but she claims that she was mad at Ezra. She was willing to try to cause problems for Ezra, and so she contacted Chase.
Who's Chase?
So Chase is the father of Takata / Gibson.
Gotcha.
And
okay.
he's the one that is pushing the grooming allegations.
Yes, the grooming thing.
And these are all members of a Native American
Lakota
yes.
Indian,
yes,
or Lakota
and so Vintage Devil reached out to him because Vintage Devil had been speaking with Mia, who was the girl who came out a couple of months ago on Instagram and was, talking about, that her and Ezra were so close, was posting the pictures of them together, and
don't even know about that.
Yeah, so that was a couple months ago, and anyways, so Vintage Devil reached out to Chase and said, "Hey, talking to Mia, talking to people, so it's really messed up what Ezra did to your daughter, basically." In a nutshell, and said, he was grooming her. He was, inappropriate with her, blah, 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 got him fired up about that. And then that escalated. And from the interview that I did with her, she basically said she didn't think that it was going to explode that big. She didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal that he was going to then pursue legal matters and whatnot, because then the daughter grows up. She's 18 now. The accusation was that this had been going on since she was 12. There was an accusation also perpetrated that when she was 14, Ezra tried to get in bed with her, and when all this stuff started blowing up, Vintage has come out in the last couple of weeks and just said, look, none of that was true. I can't substantiate any of that. I made it up because I was mad. I was trying to get back at Ezra. I was trying to cause him problems with them. but it wasn't true. And so I agree with KC, like to come out and basically put your reputation completely in the dumper, you know, like I said, I can't speak to whether or not it's true or not. I can't speak to, none of us can speak to whether or not any of this is true. And like Steven said earlier, this is not about, no matter how much some people want to make it out that us being cautious is somehow claiming innocence. That's not what it's all. It's not what it is at all. It's just simply looking for what actually happened, what didn't happen, and comparing those stories. And then, so now this is going to this tribunal because Chase is done this. Well, then people have called in and said, well, if Chase knows that it's fake, why would he put his reputation? Because apparently he's very much part of some organizations that like they fight for water conservation and
well, that's how Ezra met them. Was if you remember
yeah,
of the water
was doing
conservation stuff
activist
during
work.
Justice League. Ezra was big on that and protesting the pipeline.
Yeah,
and so that's how Ezra got hooked up with the
so doing activist work, and some people have painted this picture. Well, if he knows this, like why would he still do that? But apparently he has wanted Dakota to keep being a part of that. She's wanted to get free of all of that and be her own person and go off on her own. And now with her transitioning to Gibson, Gibson came out and made a video this last week saying my father is basically full of crap. This none of this ever happened. I'm trying to get free of this because they do not approve of my transitioning. That's where this is. They blame Ezra for my transitioning. So when this lie comes in, they're willing to just go with this and try to do anything they can to pile up on Ezra because they know that who's having legal issues as well. But there's tons of photos from from just a couple of months ago that shows Ezra, they're painting Ezra like that they've known that he was this monster for so long, but there's all kinds of like this documentation that shows that they were fine with Ezra. There's pictures that show like Chase with Ezra laughing and happy around New Year's and in January. And then there's this weird turn where the newspaper for the tribe or whatever wrote this article, and it just states everything as fact, that like this happened. But it doesn't really substantiate it, but it says that she was with Ezra and Ezra caused her to overdose on LSD, and then they wanted to come get her. Which by the way is information like he wasn't there, so where did he hear that from? Like these are like every single one of these instances where like there's this claim. It's like, okay, well, did Ezra tell them that? Did Gibson tell them that? Because if that was Gibson, then now Gibson is saying something different. Like, where did that information come from? Chase is making that third hand or second hand claim, and everything is being treated as like, well, Chase said it, therefore it's true. It's like,
and in court, that would be hearsay and wouldn't be admissible anyway.
Yeah. Hearsay. We heard that a lot.
So it's a bunch of that basically going around where this person said this person said this, and Ezra, they said that Ezra offered to get her medical attention or whatever, but they took her home, and but now she's 18, and they're fighting for custody of her. Or him, of them. They're fighting for custody of them, and then apparently there's this whole thing of a conservatorship, that has to do. But they want to continue this activist, this thing, and so it's very much. But in all of it, Vintage Devil has said, look, I was with these people. Chase won't call me back, won't text me back. I have reached out to him. I've told him that it was not true, that I've explained to him everything that I've told everybody else about the situation. He won't respond to me, and he's continuing in this. And it was her feelings that he's continuing this because he
In
he
for a
doesn't
penny,
really
in for a
care.
pound.
Yeah, it just it doesn't really matter at this point that if they're able to cause issue, they're going to do it, and that's her.
It's okay, guys. All they have to do is just reshoot it with Timothy Chalamet. That would just be, it would just like that. That's all you got to do. Because Timothy Chalamet, he weighs 97 pounds, and he'll fit right into the Flash costume. Just perfect.
Well,
I love that part of it, where it's like people don't really understand logistics of how the business is when it comes to all this stuff, and they're like, "Oh, you could just reshoot. It's fine. Everything's just fine." And it's like, I mean, do we all realize that WBD now WBD is not exactly? It's not like they just have. Oh yeah, we have all this money we can just throw at things. No, they had with this whole thing and the AT&T, they have a bunch of fucking debt. That's the thing. They have a shit ton of debt. So when like fans just go like, oh yeah, just reshoot that or just release that, it's like, hey, it's not that simple. It's really not that simple. And I love it when that all happens. And why is it always Timothy Chalamet? Like, can we get somebody who actually has shoulders?
It reminds me of like 2005 to like 2007, where every time anybody talked about a movie, it was like, oh, Chris Nolan or Peter Jackson or Joss Whedon, or like if you're like any geek would be like, oh, these are the people that need to direct like everything. Like yeah, and it was very clear always that it was not related to like, oh, I'm experienced with their filmography and really liked it. It was like, oh, I'm a geek and I saw the Batman movies and there's nothing else like that, so I'm just gonna say the guy that did those needs to do everything else. I love Nolan obviously, but
he's waking up to it. That's great. That's great.
What is this? Somebody?
That's one of my haters. It's one of the posers who, fake pastor. Now he's waking up to because I said hi, Mark, in the chat. So he, of course, people must have been contacting him. That was not him earlier. So I retract it, Mark. It was not you, Mark, who was in
hi, Mark.
Fast Pastor, who's done nothing but call me fake pastor, and you were echoing jar. I mean, that person was echoing statements against me. But no, go for it. I'm glad you woke up though. Hope you had a good night's rest.
I think Chase Iron Eyes is another interesting facet in the whole thing, also, because. You laughing at Chase Iron Eyes? Or you laughing?
No. I'm just laughing at like how ridiculous, because it took him a half an hour to figure out how he was going to address that I said hi.
Well, the jerk store called.
Good.
They're running out of you.
Once again, this is all like, I don't know, it's not all hearsay because it's also legal stuff. But like Chase Iron Eyes is an activist and has been involved in like various government on various levels of Native American or state governments, city governments, and so there's a little bit of a history. And as anyone who runs for office, there's like attempts to put dirt on them out there as well. And so, who knows what's all legitimate or not? But like Chase does have like a criminal background for burglary and theft, which is, I'm not going to hold. It's like a couple of years, like a decade or two ago, so I'm not going to hold like that against them necessarily. But there's other stuff that came out, like they would hold like they would do charity stuff. There was an Indiegogo that they did to raise money to install stoves at a facility, and they raised like $60,000, and then not the number of stoves that people expected were installed, and so they were like, what's going on with that? And when they asked Chase to provide accounting, Chase said fuck off, and told them, like, that's the article says, quote unquote, fuck off, and says that he didn't have to provide them any accounting for how the charity was handled because it was done through Indiegogo. And also, like, as they were in office, they had affairs with multiple women, allegedly, but there's supposedly, this journalist corroborated some of it. But the point is, like, in the same way that like Vintage Devil is like, okay, well now Vintage Devil says that's fake, but that could also be attention seeking, right? That could be a good way to get back in Ezra's good graces, is to put this out there and then come in and be the savior. So maybe there's incentive for that also. So again, none of this is to say like anybody's right or anybody's wrong, so much as like this is so much more fucking complicated than like, oh, it's kidnapping, cut and dry. Like I keep on going back to kidnapping just because it's such a wild claim. But like any of the claims along the way, all of them can be pulled back like several degrees. And by the time you get to the end, you're like, oh wow, that's like not nearly as like, you know, people do far worse stuff than Ezra has actually been accused of doing all the time and are given a pass for it. The difference is their PR is handled better, basically. Like Ezra is a PR nightmare. I guess Ezra fired their publicist last year, sometime at the end of the year, maybe. So maybe they're behind it. Maybe they're like, oh, I'll teach you to fire your publicist. But
well, what also
like,
gets me personally is that it's not like that I'm ignorant of this kind of stuff. Like I'm part of this sphere, this orbit. But seriously, 90 to 95% of everything that you guys have talked about, probably in the last 45 minutes to an hour, I hadn't even heard.
Exactly. That's why we were doing this. Man.
I haven't heard it. It has not crossed my timeline, but I also haven't been engaged enough to actually like be invested that much in it, because you know I have a life that I get my own shit.
Well, and that's part of the like a lot of the people who are like they need to do something, they need to take Ezra out of they need to recast, they need to whatever, all these things is all being said by people who like live in have no business sense or movie making understanding at all, primarily, but also like are living and breathing this stuff. Whereas Ezra Miller is not a household name. The movies Ezra is in aren't even necessarily household name movies. I mean, Justice League and like Harry Potter are popular, but like not like on that level, or specifically his roles are like not that popular. And so there's a level of like hyper exposure within a small community who is now like, this is the worst thing ever, when like you wonder, why has WB not said anything publicly? Why has there not been an official statement from Ezra? It's because the second WB says something, the second Ezra says something, the scope of like who is aware, it's just taking an amplifier and putting a magnifying glass on this and making more people aware of it. Like they haven't said anything because this is a thing that people like on Twitter are talking about. And so like, but there's this snowball effect of like, well, why haven't they said anything? Well, that must imply guilt. And then the snowball gets bigger. And then, well, now this claim must be true too, because why would, if it wasn't true, they would have said something. And now the snowball's even bigger. And then meanwhile, like Scott and normal people are out there, like not mad at Ezra Miller all day, every day, over this stuff. And so
Ezra doesn't even have social media that much, so people are not even following him for daily updates of, you know, the Flash actor and stuff like that. So nobody keeps up with this news.
And they're not even marketing the Flash movie yet. And like, I know fans always love to think they're like the biggest, most important thing. But like, if the official marketing for Flash hasn't started yet, that means like 95% of the people who are going to see the movie don't even know it exists yet. Like of the people that buy tickets for this movie, probably 95% of them don't know it exists yet, or maybe they don't know when the release date is. They know hypothetically it exists, but they don't know.
No, I wouldn't even say that, because I literally, like when I was talking earlier about going to see Lightyear yesterday, the babysitter who watched my 2-year-old literally discovered that Lightyear existed when I told her why we hired her and why she was watching my kid.
Yeah.
Like
and then you had to get another babysitter because she was like, I gotta go. I did not know this. And now that I know this, I gotta go. You're on your own, Scott.
But I think once again, but that's just, I mean, even that like blew my mind, just being like,
or lean into it. They'll lean into the controversy too a little bit. I mean, what was all? Yeah, in what you said, Scott. Yeah, you're right. Like most people don't even know what that. I mean, if you said Ezra Miller, you just walked up to somebody, hey, you know who Ezra Miller is? They'd be like,
no, they wouldn't. I mean, I've had conversations with people about the Amber Heard. People have mentioned the Depp Heard trial, but once again, that's because that was on TV. Like, it's really it is like one in 100 where shit that I'm following with you guys I have a conversation with someone who's not you guys.
Yeah.
Like that is the kind of stratosphere that we live in with this kind of stuff, where it's like I'm usually the one informing my normies about what's going on. Like people people don't even know movies are coming out. Like we follow marketing material for like 6 months, a year. Literally, a movie can come out that week, and your average person, like when I say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go see a movie tomorrow," oh, that's a thing coming out, and I'm like,
right.
No, it's crazy.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Or their
It is
first
great.
person will be the first official trailer.
Yeah.
they don't even see that because so many people don't even go to the movies anymore.
Yeah, and we say this, like, I feel like we talk about this in some capacity almost every week that I'm on the show, but like I feel like it can't be said enough, because I don't know if it's because fans want to feel important or because they're just surrounded by the stuff so much that they can't contextualize what the reality is for like other people. But like when I say 95% of the people who are going to see The Flash, like who are going to end up buying the tickets for The Flash, don't know it
For
exists
Michael
yet.
Keaton.
Like that is not that is not hyperbole. When I say that, it might be an overestimation, but it's not hyperbolic. Like the people who know about the Ezra stuff now are such a small fraction of the people who are going to see the movie, and they're all going to see it anyway. Even
if to hate watch it.
Yeah, exactly. But even that they're not the people that like the studio needs to worry about. Right now, what the studio needs to worry about is the people who have no context for who Ezra is or what any of this is. That's why like the people seizing on the like, ooh, a not straight actor is accused of grooming, because like that's gonna get that into like those dinner table conversations and those social circles where like they don't know any of this stuff. They don't know the difference between Marvel and DC. They don't know whatever. They just know that like there's this thing that fits their political argument.
Yeah.
And if WB were to like release a press release and be like, we stand in Ezra's corner, or we reject Ezra, or if they were to, if Ezra were to release a statement, all those people, not all of them, but a lot more of those people who have no idea what this is, what's going on with this. Like Scott is so plugged into this stuff, and that's his level of familiarity. So imagine like how many people who don't even tweet about DC or movie stuff daily, know about this, and is going to put it on their radar all of a sudden, and they're lacking the context. They don't know who these people are. They assume that everyone in Hollywood is a pedophile. So you tell them that another person in Hollywood is also a pedophile, they'll be like, okay, yeah, sure. You show me a picture of them. Oh yeah, they look like Marilyn Manson. I'm sure they did it. Like, and then it's like it's like done for, because like there's no recovering from that narrative after that point, because that's nobody ever reevaluates the stuff or understands what's even happening.
No, that's true.
The funniest thing about this, and we can, if you want, Dave, you can get into that article, but the funniest thing would be the fans saying, drop the Flash movie, just dump it, we don't need it and all that. But like Steven, you said, 95% of people are still going to go watch it. And that's when the trailers start and the marketing starts. All this stuff will not even be known. So WB can just, normally market the movie without having the actor maybe in the marketing, and then release it and be successful.
Yeah, they're gonna probably push Michael Keaton big time in the marketing.
Well, if Ezra can keep their head down long enough to, and it's not even all about Ezra's head because people are bringing stuff up in there, but if somehow things can stay mostly quiet for like a few months, there's like, remember this entire conversation that we've had, everything that we've said here, like Ezra hasn't spoken yet. Ezra's got friends who are on social media who are saying stuff, but like there has been no defense yet. The narrative as it is now is the narrative as that's how much like this is a fire with no water in the vicinity, right? And this is like, sure, I'm making a big deal about how much it's spread, but like all things considered, like there's no counter narrative yet. So if things can die down enough, there is a counter narrative. There is another side to the story. Will that other side of the story change people's opinion? Will it reveal information that's sufficient? Is there evidence? Ezra was supposedly filming stuff that happened at these bars where they claimed that they were assaulted. So maybe there's something more out there. and we'll get more of that eventually. But I think it's very key to remember that like the perception that everybody has right now is based on exclusively one account of what happened in each of these instances, which is mostly hearsay, and a few things that are kind of a counter narrative, which are also hearsay, right? And so the amount of things that like anybody actually knows about anything is really minuscule. And so if things can stay quiet to the point where like if Ezra were to come out now and release their side of the story and video evidence of whatever happening, and then like tomorrow morning Chase Iron Eyes accuses them of killing Gibson or something weird, crazy like that, and Gibson is like on their social media like, I'm not dead, I'm fine, and people are gonna be like, oh,
I'm not dead yet. You will be.
Ezra made them record that last week so that they could like whatever. But then everything that Ezra had put, or WB or whoever had put out in a statement, is now like null and void. It's like you just wasted that because now there's more drama snowballing on that snowball that I've been talking about. No. Whereas if things can die down, and assuming Ezra is legitimately innocent, there is a narrative surrounding this that in a really cynical Hollywood PR way could actually be a really great comeback story related to the Flash about sticking through adversity. And like I'm sort of joking, but like,
line from the Joker and
there's a Vanity Fair interview with Anthony Breznican in here about how Ezra handled this whole situation, and got through depression and all of these different things that they'll tie into the Flash and will, provided this is all true. I don't think you can paint that picture if all of it's bullshit. If it's like, oh, here's a puff piece, oh, and this court just found them guilty of cannibalism or whatever. But like, if the evidence supports the narrative, this is not impossible to come out of, and arguably could even be a boon for the Flash marketing and stuff, provided Ezra is not seriously on the wrong side of too much of the accusations.
No, I mean, well, I like what William has to say is like, in a year, nobody will care. I mean, it's almost like, with everything that's been happening and everything that's happened with Ezra, and there's been little things that people have said too, of like things happening in his personal life that maybe not have been mentioned in the media. That and a lot of people are just going like, he needs help, and from what some of us gathered, as Ezra is receiving help, and then of course what I keep on seeing too, which sucks, is like, when are they gonna say something? When are they gonna say something like WB and blah blah blah? I mean, obviously we had that Deadline article that came out as we were live, or as we were about to go live, and it just like came out, and there's all that stuff in there, and it talks about Dave Zaslav, which that's a whole other thing. I mean, probably do a video about it tomorrow or something. I don't know. Who knows? I'm kind of just like, it's kind
of what you do, Dave.
I know it is what I do, but at the same time, I'm like, can I get a break for a little bit? Can I just have a Saturday? I have to clean my apartment and go to my house warming, huh?
That article doesn't even have any quotes from WBD.
Yeah, it's all just
it's got unnamed. It's editorial.
Yeah.
What I read, because I read over a few paragraphs, and what I saw was unnamed sources and editorializing from Deadline. So that's two things that, after years of doing Squadcast and learning how to read articles and going, okay, because like I saw, because I found it looking at my Twitter timeline, because everyone's citing Deadline and saying, well, Warner Brothers Discovery reportedly, there's an important adverb there, reportedly has no plans after the Flash.
But reportedly, Henry Cavill's been fired about 6 times too.
Yeah,
but also reportedly has no plans after the Flash. From my experience, that's because the Flash hasn't come out yet. Hollywood tends to be very short-term thinking. They're going to wait to see what the Flash movie does traditionally before they make plans after that.
And it's not the MCU where they know that, hey, people are going to go see this, so we got to plan like 4 or 5 movies ahead. DC is kind of just going, we're going to see what the hell's happening. And even like their slate got rearranged. We're to the point where apparently, Michael Keaton had to reshoot some stuff for maybe possibly Aquaman. I don't know. It's just all kinds of stuff, and there's all that aspect, and it's.
I haven't read the article yet, but based on what I'm seeing people say, I'm going to do a little bit of psychic, like the same way that I look at the picture and can know what an article says about Ezra. Based on the claims that I've seen, have you read it, Scott? The whole thing, or just skimmed it?
The Deadline article.
Yeah.
I've skimmed, like I said, about the first 3 or 4 paragraphs.
Because my assumption, based on what I've seen, is that it says Ezra Miller is not attached to any upcoming projects, which is not necessarily. And then people are taking that as that doesn't mean Ezra was on projects that Ezra was then removed from. That just means there are no projects currently, and I would doubt that they're going to greenlight any. While this is all going on, so that means. And I know deadline is a trade, and so it deserves the respective trades. But as a general rule, something will break on deadline, and I know okay, the headline is true, but I will always have to wait for THR or whatever to go through the body because the details not just necessarily are missing, but the context isn't always there for well, what does this mean when it says they're cast? Is that recent or was that past or is that they're in talks? Does that mean whatever? I always find more info in the other one, so. Not to say that deadline is lying, but I'm definitely not saying that. But there tends to be the context for information isn't always presented in a way that is clearly understandable to me, at least. Also, they're the ones that I'm pretty sure it was Deadline that when the Joss Whedon claims that were happening surrounding when Shiraz wrote that article for Forbes, and then Forbes and Shiraz.
Was it in the Wrap?
Was it the Wrap? I thought it was Deadline that was the one that pointed out that Shiraz ran comic book debate, and they cited his review. They were in his review of Man of Steel or Batman v Superman or whatever, he described Snyder's work as quote unquote masterful or whatever, as a way of discrediting what Ray Fisher told Shiraz in an article that was published on Forbes. But it was a weird thing of okay, why is that even? So I don't know.
Okay, Stephen. By the way, so not the headline is being generated by a part of the article, not even in quotation marks, from a unnamed source. This is from the author of the article, and the line says, I'll just read the sentence. In Zavzov's plan to make DC an explosively successful division like Marvel under his newly structured studio with its own new boss, the non-binary identifying Miller, we hear is simply not a part of those plans going forward in the future universe, regardless if there are more allegations or not. That is what's generating the headline. And once again, none of that is even, there's even quotation marks in the same paragraph from an unnamed studio source. But none of that is in the quotation marks.
So let's talk about the talk behind the talk here is when you see a quote like that in an article. So there's a couple different things that could mean. Maybe on one hand, the most extreme situation is Zaslav told Deadline directly, I will not hire Ezra Miller for any future projects, no matter what happens. Ezra Miller is done, never going to be in another DC movie under my leadership. And that's the way they wrote it. So that's one possible series of events that could have resulted in that sentence. Another is they asked a studio source and said, are there plans for Ezra Miller in the future of the brand right now? And they say no. And they say, will that change depending on whether or not there's more allegations, and they said probably not. Like that's not the biggest factor in whether or not we're doing anything right now. And that means that same sentence applies to both of those scenarios. That's not to mean that it's necessarily one or the other, but that's a broad enough spectrum of potential meaning that, like, what the fuck does that sentence even mean?
No, that means he's fired, Steven. He's fired.
But that's also the most obvious route, right? Because obviously, whether or not Ezra's more stuff comes out, he kind of is risky for business right now, especially if you are, trying to get a whole new project, especially a solo movie. Like The Flash 2 was kind of being rumored a while ago, and if that was in the plans, then now definitely they won't go with it, because right now he already shot the movie and the movie is in post-production and he's doing all this. So if he goes into a project from the start, it's definitely risky for them. So business wise, it makes complete sense that they wouldn't keep bringing him back. But also,
and the article itself in the previous paragraph ends on the point of bringing up the fact that the studio removed Johnny Depp as Grindelwald for Fantastic Beasts 3 and replaced him with Mads Mikkelsen.
Which was based on things that were determined in a court and things that were decided by a judge. He was not removed from Grindelwald based on allegations. He was removed based on findings from a judge.
Right.
And also from the UK trial, right?
But it was still a judge.
Right.
And I know people even take issue with that, but the point is there were allegations out there about Johnny Depp for a long time, and they were and he was in movies. It wasn't, and so like when we're talking about Ezra, it's like you can't. It's not apples to apples to say like, well, they should give Ezra the same treatment. Let there be trials and find out who's responsible. I will say, like, if Ezra is innocent of this stuff, there's a hell of a libel case to be made, considering all of this stuff and the people putting it out there. If Chase Iron Eyes is lying, or if that doesn't pan out, there's libel there. The Vintage Devil is admitted to it. So I, not to discourage them from speaking the truth, but that's kind of a interesting situation that's been publicly stated. Like, I started this rumor. But that's very different. It's not the same.
Yeah, on top of not having any quotes in this article, there's also, the last paragraph that says that WBD has declined to comment. So basically, they did not give any official statement yet.
Right. No, they didn't. I know. That's what I saw, somebody in the chat say, like, hey, he was fired. You look like he's fired. And I even got someone sending me, it's like, he's fired. Well, it's like, where does it say fired? There's nothing that says fired.
The article, like, this is the same thing as we've been talking about all night. There are no announced projects with Ezra Miller attached after The Flash. Therefore, there is nothing to be fired from. And
you sign a contract and
you follow this stuff for, like, it only takes a couple years to follow the cycle of movie releases.
There are also no new projects starring Enosh V for Warner.
Well, you know what? There are
no new. Crying shame. I'll just say that. Crying shame, Zaslav.
What, you were fired?
Okay. I don't want to say I was fired, but there may have been some disagreements. Some things said. Exchanges, glances across a boardroom. Some were nice. There was a couple of raised eyebrows and maybe a wink or two, but apparently I'm not coming back. With prejudice.
Yeah. And like even if there were plans for Flash 2 and Ezra was attached or not attached, nobody's going to talk about that until like the Flash is out. Like, and that this is not a new thing. Like, follow a couple marketing cycles for any movie. They hold all the sequel stuff. It's like, oh, I don't know, we could do a sequel, and the movie comes out after it breaks $300 million or whatever their threshold is, and they're like, oh, and we've got a sequel in the works, and Ezra's coming back, or somebody else is coming back, or whatever they do. But like, they don't, and that's why, like, it was weird and a problem for them, but just to show like how uncommon it is. That's what was happening with Justice League, where the reports were coming out beforehand, where it's like Ben Affleck is done as Batman and all that stuff. And that's exactly why they don't announce this stuff ahead of time, is because the news about Affleck not being Batman in the Batman movie anymore came out before Justice League came out, and that really hurt. You know, that news hurt Justice League. It gave us a sign of weakness. So like, regardless of what the situation is, like Ezra Miller is not attached to any future DC projects. That is going to be status quo until at least after the movie is out, no matter if they're cleared of all charges or guilty as hell. They're not going to announce if WB were to say Ezra Miller is done, then they're going to scrap the movie. They're just going to throw it in the trash and say, forget it, fuck it, we're not doing it anymore. If Ezra is hired for more, they're also going to wait to say that until after the movie is out. And so, and this article doesn't say anything different. All the article says, per the quote from Scott, is there are no future projects with Ezra Miller. So once again, like, go back to the, I don't know. I'll just say the same thing over and over and over. Get a clip of me saying like what was actually said, and then just play that over.
But then, what did you guys think about the variant cover that got released?
Oh dear Lord!
Was that released or leaked? Because
I think it was probably leaked. I don't. Yeah, because like I never saw like an official source from it, but I just saw it and I was like, everybody was posting. And I'm like, all right. And I even like held back on should I do a video or not? That's why I didn't do a video like right away.
The only thing WB has said about Ezra Miller in like 3 months.
But I mean, for the most part, I was like, oh, that's a cool cover. It's interesting. It's different. And Andy Muschietti apparently helped, illustrate it. And I was like, that's cool. But then I was just going to go, it was interesting, bad timing, possibly. And the fact that it was like, a half naked Barry Allen trying to get his Flash costume on, which I thought different, cool, unique, and whatever. And you have a bat fleck in the background, of course, blue in the bat suit, by the way, which I thought that's cool as well. And of course, taking on Girder, who's about to throw a freaking police cruiser at I don't know, whatever the hell he's going to throw it at. But it was just like, a lot of people were just going, oh man, and just looking at the comments of anybody who posted, it was like, oh, it was interesting. It was very interesting. And I almost was like, did they just say, fuck it? Let's just lean into the controversy. I mean, I almost thought that. But then at the same time, I was reading that there was you might be right, Steven. Maybe it was a leak, or maybe they're just going to pull the whole thing. But then I'm just kind of going like, man, I just don't know. Put yourself in Dave Zaslav or Warner Brothers Discovery. Like, what do you do? Do you just kind of go, do you have stuff that you heard already and maybe that we've talked about and maybe that stuff that hasn't come to fruition yet? And you just kind of go like, all right, I think we're going to be okay with this. Or you just lean into it and be like, you know what? We're already fucking, over 200 million involved in this whole thing. So we have this controversial actor who's starring in this. This is a whole different thing. Do we just lean into it and hope for the best and hope that this movie, and of course there's people that are going, oh, it's just going to go, they're going to dump it on HBO Max. And it's like, no, I don't think they're going to fucking do that because there's so much money involved. You have to get some box office.
You have to get some return on your investment.
Exactly. Okay. I was even talking with somebody in DMs going like, oh yeah, I'm hearing it's going to go on HBO Max. It's like, yeah, after a theatrical run, there's no way that it's just going to be like just dumped on HBO Max and forgotten about. Because let's face it, when it came to, just putting things on HBO Max, it wasn't the best thing, even though we were like thinking, okay, yeah, Jason Kylar, you're onto something here. Look at this, the pandemic and stuff like that. But apparently it didn't do as well as we'd hope it would have done. But of course, that's a whole different analytic where like, when it comes to subscribers and who kept with it and everything like that. But they have so much on this movie that it's like they have to have a theatrical run no matter what. They can't just dump it like, oh yeah, it's over a $200 million movie, let's just dump it on HBO Max. I can't see that happening. I just really can't see that happening.
Well, it once again, that assumes a level of, it assumes that everybody has the same exposure and perception of, like, even like James Gunn getting taken off of Guardians 3 and then getting put back on Guardians 3, I think is a great example of, there's multiple factors going on there, but there were dozens or hundreds of like really heinous tweets that were like just bad jokes or outright declarations of pedophilia, depending on who you ask.
Really, Come on.
But
how did you find it?
I got the chat right there.
But yeah, like Gunn actually had tweets. Now, what the tweets meant, you know, there's people are gonna argue about that forever probably. But there was like public record statements that had been made, and then Gunn attempted to hide them. But there was a like the whole thing was started as like a hit job on Gunn. The reason people dug the tweets up, which by the way had been dug up before and had been addressed before, was because Gunn was saying a bunch of stuff that politically that people didn't like, and so they went back and got these old tweets that people already knew about and broadcasted them and got enough attention in the right circles that it started to blow up and like into mainstream news, and Disney panicked and fired Gunn and then WB hired Gunn right away, and then Disney was like, oh yeah, maybe people don't really care about that anyway, and brought Gunn back, and like turns out nobody really cared about it. And so then you look at that and compare that to like Ezra, where it's all he said, she said. There's no or very few tweets. There's like some police reports, but you know, there's nothing.
Let's see that.
Like nothing as like disturbing as like the bad jokes that Gunn was making that has been put out by Ezra. And even in Gunn's case, he was brought back. Sure, it was a different company and WB has different leadership now. I would say, though, if Ezra doesn't come back, or like, for example, you look at that statement and say Ezra doesn't have any future projects, regardless of what happens, that regardless bit could also be that Zaslav has already decided to just do a full clean, wipe the slate clean, reboot everything. Which I think makes the most sense. I mean, that's not what I say what I want to happen, but like from a business, if I were him, I would say nuke it. Like carpet bomb this entire thing, start with a fresh slate. I'm not trying to fix this again. I'm going to start clean.
They'll get blamed for all of this.
Huh?
They'll get blamed for all of this. Like the actors, anything happens, they get blamed for it. And it's basically like them inheriting this without even doing anything. So it would make sense for them to reboot.
Because that's even something the deadline. That's even what the actual quotation marks from the unnamed studio source. That's actually how they characterize it in the deadline article. It's an inherited problem.
Mm-hmm.
God, it's such a mess. It's such a mess. And like even like you said, Stevens, like getting to the point where it's like, if you're Zaslav and he's very much a numbers man and just looking at numbers, and we've been talking about that. I've been talking about it. It's like, what is the best bang for the buck? How do we just continue with this? Do you know, like go into the whole Henry Cavill thing? Is like, you know, that's always been the question. Is like, do you just continue with Henry Cavill and build around him? Because he's now a valuable asset, because now he's a name. He's not the Henry Cavill back in 2013 when Man of Steel came out, when nobody knew, when everybody was calling Henry Cavill. You know, it's like, you know, or is he's not that anymore. Now he's a known name. He's valuable. He's been in a lot of stuff and people are requesting it. Or do you just go, you know what, after the Flash, boop, just wipe the slate clean and let's start over. Like,
I think if you can get Cavill back, there's something to salvage.
Like
there's something exciting.
That's what I'm saying.
But without Cavill on a long-term contract with a long-term plan, like, let's say they go with like a version of the DCEU. Like what's the slate after Flash? Like, we don't know.
Nothing.
Like there's no. I mean, there's movies that are announced. Like, there's no long-term. Like, it's not building to something that's been. It's rumored that like Crisis is a thing. But like, compare that to like when Marvel announced Phase 2, 3, 4, or whatever, that's 2 and 3 that they announced, I think, at the same time, and there was something to build to.
At the same time.
Let's say you salvage the Flash, PR and keep Ezra, which I think is entirely doable, provided that nothing worse comes out and things can get handled from a PR and legal perspective. Like, you go through all of that expense and image rehabilitation so that you can save a slate that's not announced yet. Or like, okay, well, let's say you go with the Snyderverse. So you do all of that so that you can release 2 more movies in this series, and then you have to reboot anyway. Like, I'd love to see them do that. Like, that would be awesome. And I don't think that this preclude that. I don't think that like even rebooting doesn't preclude them from doing that, because it's its own universe. But no matter what decision you make, unless you get like Henry Cavill back and you have like a Superman trilogy planned and you've got like going to hit the ground running with this, like, make up for lost time, you got to just nuke the whole thing and start over. And that's just, there's only so much tinkering you can do before like what are you even saving at this point?
Yeah.
And it's not even meant to be like an insult to anything so much as like,
no,
why?
And one of the things that, I've brought up and other people have brought up is like, the Flash, regardless of, certain people out there, it's like it was salvaging the Snyderverse as much as possible. So when we have people that are just trashing this whole thing and saying recast, and that's all you need to do, or something like that. I mean, this reminds me of when people were not happy about Keaton being a part of this whole thing, and they're like, oh, why don't they should have just recast Ben Affleck, because if he doesn't want to do it, let's just recast. It's just funny when a fandom will be like, hey, we want to restore something, and it's like, yeah, cool, but then all of a sudden when there's certain players involved go, and they go, well, just recast him. That's it. Just recast him. I still want my universe. Just recast him. It's fine. It's like, well, that's not really the same now, is it? Because I thought one of the things was we wanted everybody back, and now we got these situations, stuff like that. And all I'm thinking is like, man, thank God. I mean, Zack Snyder's just over at Netflix going, Jesus Christ, I'm glad I'm just over here making new shit. I created something over here, and damn, now it's,
Well, I mean, also look at some of the other actors. You've got, Gal Gadot did her second Wonder Woman movie, very divisive.
Yeah,
She did.
And
she might only have one more, and then
she might only have one more. I mean, because if you think about the trilogy, I mean, if they continue to follow kind of like the trilogy thing, it's like, like I look at some of these actors like Jason Momoa, like Gal Gadot. What's left on their contract?
Exactly. And then we've heard James Wan is like, I'm not doing a third Aquaman. And I don't blame him after the fucking shit that he's dealing with right now. Obviously, when it comes to like the Amber Heard thing, it's like, oh shit. And he even said himself, I don't do trilogies. I just, that's it. So it's like, is Jason Momoa going to do another Aquaman if this one's successful? I know. It's to the point where it's like the actors that were still salvaged was Ezra, Jason, and Gal. Everybody else was just, well, who knows? And now we just don't know when it comes to, now Ezra is like on the, now you have Jason and Gal, but it's like, okay, are you going to continue? What's going on with that? Because now they are stars. Before they weren't stars, and now they're stars, and they're like fucking Jason Momoa is in the next Fast goddamn movie, and he's going to be, Frosty the Snowman, I guess, maybe, I don't know, in a fucking two trilogy.
That's a callback.
And
I know, right?
That Justice League cast, like other Affleck has always been big, but I mean, there's so many names that are attached to that like became huge. Not necessarily because of that, maybe because of that, but as a like Jason Momoa and Gal Gadot, like Snyder definitely caught them on their rising star with that. But when you look at this stuff and we're talking about like reboot, and people will say like, oh, I don't want to reboot, we got to stick, like what is the DCEU even? Anybody who says like they don't want to reboot, who says they're either talking about the actors, just the actors, and not any because there's no projects, there's no slate to be done, there's no slate announced, or they're talking about like Snyderverse stuff. But either way, it is what is being argued, what is being defended here is a hypothetical scenario in a fan's head, not a studio putting on paper saying this is our intention. Like that would be something worth, like if the studio says we are going to make the Flash 2, and then we're gonna make Green Lantern, and then we're gonna make this, and then it's gonna turn into a Justice League movie. Like, that's a roadmap that there is, like, now there's an incentive to like salvage this and figure it all out. But there's not work. There are not. There are not movies that have been announced, and there is not work that has been done that like really anchors like what's going on at the ECU now. That's not like the Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3. We're going to say, oh, I was really hoping I'd get to see that thing that they were building up to. They were teasing this villain that I'm not going to see. Like, there's no like, what do you lose? You lose the actors. That's all you lose.
You lose the actors
if they reboot.
Well, I mean, look at. Okay, so when you go to Marvel, that has TV shows now, and when things are linked up, it's still linked up very much to the point where it's like, oh yeah, there's so and so, and there's whatever the fuck. When you have like a Peacemaker, for instance, and you have the Justice League showing up, and only 2 of the actors are on screen, and then you have stand-ins for all the others. It's just kind of like. Especially when James Gunn, and I know he's like the villain in some people's eyes, wanting to like, I wish I could have had everybody that showed up. It's like, but couldn't because of certain things. But it's like, and then of course you have Shazam, Headless Superman. It's like, how awesome would that have been if that was Cavill when he actually like dropped down and hey, it's Henry Cavill, but it's like that's not the case. I mean, everything's just so.
Yep, I don't mind. I don't mind the Cavill or the Peacemaker stuff so much. I think it works in the movies, but the implications about what's going on behind the if you know what's going on behind the scenes and you see that's
the thing. Yeah,
those are the last 2 like larger crossover things they've done. They can't use the actor like they literally can't say we're gonna make this movie in a couple years because like even the Flash like just proves how they can't get these movies off the ground. And so like if you're coming in and you're told fix this, you're not going to say like, well, I'm going to do this thing that they keep on starting and stopping and there's no promise to deliver on other than you will see these actors. Like, hell yeah, fucking nuke the whole thing, get a whole new cast of younger actors, start from scratch, no baggage. Like the only reason that it's worth carrying the baggage is if there's been something done with it. But it was a half established story with no end point declared, no like Darkseid is teased in Snyder's stuff, but outside of Snyder's stuff there's no it's not building to anything.
Yeah, Peacemaker's not going like, hey, there's a fucking god out there that's gonna fuck us all up, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And so like I don't know, I don't think I'd be highly
shocked. I was
kind of
saying, like when it comes to the Marvel stuff, it's like people like are responding to the blip, which I fucking hate that. It's like call it the snap or something. But it's like people, I mein everything is always references the blip or the snap or whatever the fuck, it's like I mean that's just and when you're looking at David Zaslav, he's looking at that going like, yeah, and I know we hate the fact that one of the the reasons why we got here is because they were trying to be like that. But then at the same time, it's like maybe they just got to figure out something. I don't know. To me, it's like just scrap everything and just start fucking adapting all the good books out there or something like that. I don't know. Yeah. Like bring back Snyder to do the actual Dark Knight Returns like he said he wanted to do on this very stream. Why not just do all that? Just like have just all the books, Flashpoint, all the Long Halloween done. I don't know, but then at the same time, it's like people would just be like, "What the fuck is this?" But I just look at it like, "Hey, that's your solution right there. Just adapt your fucking classic, iconic books, all of them. Doesn't have to be coherent. Just do it."
All the recent DC movies feel like, yeah, there's things to like and dislike about all of them, but it feels very much like a Marvel movie without like the Marvel spine that all the MCU movies have. So it's like you get that same kind of like superhero movie where it's like, okay, well, it's a little bit disposable and they kind of went safe on these few things. But like with Marvel, it's like, but it's a piece of this big puzzle. And then with DC, it's like, and that just exists and you haven't told me why. Like it's not stand out on it. You have Joker, obviously, or like the Batman or something like that. That stands as like
we got that musical Joker movie.
Oh, I love that. I'm happy to
yeah,
transition
so
into
do
that if
I.
we're done talking about
So do
Ezra,
I.
but-
I mean, they are like when you talk about doing something different, that's something different. I mean, obviously, Joker was something different, and I was not thrilled. I was like, why are we don't need a Joker 2? That was a one-off. That's fine. But then Todd Phillips like, yeah, but what about a musical? And I'm like, oh shit. I'm like,
with Lady Gaga.
Yeah, with Lady Gaga possibly involved. And I'm like, well, now you have my goddamn attention, because even though I'm not a big musical fan, I'm like,
because
I don't know. I see. To me, it feels like with all this stuff right now as a DC fan, where it's just like it's all just a bunch of just gobbledygook, just stuff. It's just a bunch of stuff. It doesn't feel like anybody knows what the hell they're doing. It just feels like it's just a bunch of stuff. As much as I would love to sit here and say I'm intrigued by a musical, not as a sequel to the Joker, I'm just really not intrigued by that at all. It just actually kind of
I totally am.
It just actually kind of like made me just go, oh, like what? Like of all the things, like where's the joke? Is it April?
It's the only thing that made me actually interested. Like it's kind of like Dave.
Me too.
You don't like musicals.
I don't like
love
musicals. Yes,
I like musicals, and I still was like,
because for
no,
me,
I
what
was
it
totally
says,
intrigued.
The big thing with Joker is that it's such a one-off.
Joker, do you hear me?
By its nature, Joker is a one-off story, right? Like it's the whole idea of it doesn't even end in a place that would have a clear sequel for Joker. It doesn't, like it's like a big Scorsese send up that there's no, like, what are you gonna do with a Scorsese inspired Joker 2? Like, so to branch out. So to me, when they say, my whole thing was like, okay, I didn't want a sequel to that, and then. But even with the first Joker movie, anyone who, like, I can't believe we have to talk about like 3 years ago now or whatever, but anyone remember when the rumors for the Joker movie first started? People were like, oh, I don't know. But it was like, well, look,
I was one of them.
Scorsese.
I was the one going, I don't know if I do I
Todd,
even want this.
Todd Phillips had done good work. The whole idea, he brought it to them. Like, this was not a studio-driven thing. Scorsese was involved in producing it at the early stages. Like, there were all these things where I was like, look, I didn't ask for this. I don't necessarily want it. I would never.
Joey,
like,
I saw that already. Okay.
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I would. This is not something that I would like be excited about, except for the fact that like I have trust for the artists involved. Because like, I really like being shown things that I didn't know I wanted to see, and usually that's what you get from like an artist as opposed to like wish fulfillment. And so
I don't know. I see this and I just think of like a very special episode of The Flash, where we have a musical episode.
But you're talking about the CW. You're not talking about Todd Phillips.
I'm sorry though. But I'm sorry. Like even the Todd Phillips thing. I'm sorry. It does not. I have absolutely. I could be completely wrong, but I'm just there's got to be some angle to it though. There's got to be some angle where it's like because like I'll be honest with you, I'm just pissed off in general that there's even a sequel to the movie.
Well, that's what redeems it for me.
And then you put a musical on it, and
the fact
that
it's a musical to me says that it's not a well, let's do that again. Like this is Todd Phillips saying like here's something like okay, we're gonna do a sequel, we're gonna do something. It's a different genre. I wouldn't be shocked or disappointed if they recast Joker. Even make it an anthology. Make this one a Harley Quinn centric one. Like do Mad Love with like a Mad Love musical, or I don't know, like there's so many different ways you could do it, but the fact that this is not going to be another like, oh, here's a bunch of Scorsese references with DC characters, like the lamest version of. I was so mad when the Joker came out and everyone was like, now do that with Lex Luthor. Now, and it's like, no, this is not a cookie cutter that we're supposed to shove all different kinds of dough into. This is the reason Joker worked was not because
Shoving Dough. That's my new band.
Right.
Okay.
I know. How many band names are we?
The reason Joker
nice right into the list, all kinds of stuff.
Was not because it's a template to follow. Joker worked because the opposite reason, because it was an artist expressing a vision that they had for a story. And so to say like, oh, do the exact same thing with Lex Luthor, do the exact same thing but with like plug and play all these characters. No. Conceptualize these all. You're going to tell a story about character X that exists, and it's not attached to another universe. It can be whatever style you want. Like the last thing you want to do is start saying like, well, let's make these all like gritty crime movies, or let's make these all whatever. And so when Todd Phillips of all people says this is a musical, to me that says I'm interested in doing this because it's a like that's the take. And so I'm really curious. I'm not. That's not to say I'm like, oh, I'm so excited to hear the songs in that. I'm just excited to find out like why. Like when he says musical, I'm like, I want to find out why. Like I'm really curious to see why Todd Phillips thinks that that's the way to go, because the answer to that question, even if it's train wreck, is fascinating to me. And
that's the thing. When that news came out, I was like, Enosh, I was with you. I was like, this doesn't need a sequel. Why are we not getting more DC Dark Label? I wanted my number one was like, give me a Crane movie. Give me a Professor Crane movie like that is R-rated and he's just injecting fear into people and all that kind of stuff. Or give me an Ivy movie where she's like fighting for climate and then takes on these fucking, these guys and are fucking them up and doing it. And I was even thinking about something I was having a conversation with somebody today. Is like, imagine an Ivy movie where she's like, it's a climate the debate kind of thing, because that's always in the news. Imagine like, Poison Ivy doing something where she's creating, these new plants and doing some evil shit in like maybe in like a sense of like annihilation when it comes to Alex Garland shit and all that stuff.
Who listened to Batman Unburied?
I did.
We actually had this conversation because I need to watch. I still need to listen to it.
Yeah, I still have to listen to it.
Okay, no comment then. Never mind. Keep going.
Okay. So there's
no reason. I asked that for no reason at all. No, don't infer anything contextually from that question. Just keep on going.
Steven,
like I didn't mention Batman Unburied while you were talking about this. Sorry, go on.
Okay, Steven. I have a quarter of vodka in me. I won't remember. No, but I'm just saying like something like that. Like when I was having a conversation with somebody about, because apparently the new Poison Ivy issue that came out today, it was actually Meg. She sent me the cover of that and then explained. She was like, oh, it's like Annihilation. I was like, man, imagine if there's a Dark Label, a DC Dark, whatever the hell,
Black Label.
Black Label. Sorry. Yeah. See, again,
we are continuing.
Yeah. Imagine if there was something like, and I was like, man, that would be kind of cool if you took a concept that was something that was like Annihilation, where it's just certain concepts, obviously, when it comes to that movie, and apply that to like a Poison Ivy version of that. It's like, man, that just sounds kind of cool. And I really hope that that Zaslav and crew are leaning into like, hey, there is something over here that is vastly different. Yeah, we got to fix this over here with our initial stuff, but we got something over here because DC has better villains than Marvel. Let's face it, especially Batman. Come on, Batman's got the best villains. They do. I mean, I know they just do. Yes, I want to see a Lex Luthor movie. That'd be cool, but at the same time, that's going to be political. It's going to be more like that, of course. But I just want to see something more of like, oh man, if you have like something dark and R-rated horror when it comes to Crane, when it comes to
it's for as much as I actually like the Joker movie, like it annoys me because I don't see him as the Joker at all.
I get that.
I mean? Like there's nothing about that actually makes me feel like that's actually the Joker. So like I feel like he's a what's the term the narrator term, unreliable narrator, because everything
Scott was like,
everything that happens good to him in that film is shown to be untrue, and so like when you get to the end, everybody's like, oh, it's so cool, he gets all these people around him and stuff like that. I don't believe any of that stuff happened. I don't see. I believe he's just some crazy dude in Arkham who probably has heard of the Joker, and he's impressing his life upon this villain that he's heard about. And none of that actually, as far as like, the crowds holding him up over their shoulders and stuff, none of that happened because everything else that happens good in that whole movie turns out to be not true.
But it made for cinema, man. It made
I know. The only thing I could hope for, I guess, with it being a musical stuff is that like if it's like it's all in his head, and But even then, it almost just sounds too cutesy to me.
No,
where
no,
it's
no. You
like,
can do that.
We're
It's
gonna
not cutesy
cut
'cause-
away to like crazy stuff of like, all of a sudden we're singing stuff and it doesn't.
no, I hope it's just full blown.
Because that's
just-
why that's actually for me, and I've had this discussion before on Squadcast movies when I got Tim
Right.
to go back and watch Chicago. That's what made Chicago work, is because go back and watch that movie. All the musical numbers are from Renelle Zellweger's POV. Like every time a musical number happens, it's because
Definitely
that's
gonna
how
do that.
she's perceiving the world around her.
But the
And-
question is is this going to be from Arthur's, from his point of view, or is it
Or
going to be from?
Harley's.
Yes, and then me and my stupid brain, I'm like, yeah, just have something crazy where Lady Gaga is walking down the halls butt ass naked, screaming her, just singing along and being like that, and I'm like, all right, give me something like that, give me a scene
and
like
it would
that.
make
You'll
sense
do it.
too that you introduce Harley Quinn, like if Lady Gaga is Harley, where like that's where the musical element comes in, because like Enosh was saying, you've got Joker, who's like the Travis Bickle kind of unreliable narrator, flawed protagonist kind of character, and then you introduce Harley Quinn, and you get a whole genre shift.
Casey. Whoa, I like that title. I do. That is pretty cool. I actually like A Star Is Born. I actually really like
Why
that.
are you looking at the chat, Dave? Steven
I
is
know, but I'm like, you should have said that. Yes, Scar Is Born, but you had to type it. You come on, that's pretty good. That is really good. I like that.
I got to learn to talk over me, Casey. It's the only.
I know,
way.
all right.
No. KC is going to be passive aggressive. He's just going to sit there and troll you in the chat.
Yeah,
and that's just it's how he rolls.
Yeah.
I think the title of the movie is actually more interesting than the musical part because that disorder thing is very Joker Harley, It's like the perfect thing to have that in the movie. So I'm more interested in that, but the next day the news came out and then I was like, I hate musicals. Why are you doing this to me?
But that's also another thing. It's like, okay, personally,
I'll still watch it.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that I noticed a lot of when the news got announced was, Enoch, and I'm making a generalization here, so I'm not saying that what I'm saying is like, a law of science.
Sure.
But basically, for a lot of people, their reaction to this news was predicated on whether they like musicals or not. And without just kind of sitting back and going, well, this is a kind of an interesting idea. Or, okay, if it's not for you, guess what? You don't have to watch it. I
Isn't
think
that funny how that is? Right.
I mean, you can choose not to watch the said movie.
God, everyone's gonna watch this movie anyway.
Yeah.
But my point, JC, here
right.
is like the fan outrage that always reacts when it's like, oh, this isn't being made the way I want it, or this isn't being made it's not being dictated to my taste.
I get what you're saying, man.
It's
But
an
look, I
awful
like
idea.
musicals. I like musicals. I mean, can we not just admit like it's a weird effing idea?
Oh
yeah, but that's why I love it.
Like, okay,
Because
I
it's a
get,
weird
okay,
effing
but
idea.
we can say we love it because it's a weird effing idea. But like in actual practicality is what
I
I'm
won't
saying.
know until I see the movie.
I understand that. I understand that, but I'm just saying, like as straight laced and like heavy as that first movie is it almost just feels like what the hell,
Let's
man?
go-
Like
because I've seen all
that's
that
just my
musicals.
initial reaction to it. Like I said, I could be completely wrong, but it's just like the first reaction is like we just don't care anymore. We're just not going to take anything seriously ever again.
Take
We're
this
just gonna-
conversation back to 2017 when the
Yeah.
Joker movie.
I think Todd Phillips proved his point.
Remember the way we were talking? Like, I think, and I'm not accusing anybody of actively revising things, but like our brains naturally kind of revise history a little bit, where the way we remember perceiving and talking about the original Joker movie is very tainted by how much we watched and enjoyed it. But like the notion of just regardless of what it was, you've got
Steven hasn't seen.
the notion of a Joker-centric movie at all, regardless of approach, regardless of talent involved, regardless of everything, was like, why would you do that? Joker doesn't work without Batman. Joker is not a standalone character. Joker only makes sense in the context of Gotham.
I don't want an origin story for the Joker.
I don't want an origin story for the Joker. We've seen this so many times, and then like Todd Phillips is attached, and it's like, oh well, and Scorsese attached, and people are like, okay, well I can see how that might be interesting, but that's not even Joker. That's just a mob story with makeup. And then Joaquin is attached, and people are like, wow, that's actually like, I'm glad this is not canon, because I'm interested in seeing this, but I don't want everything to be this way. And then you get that costume test, and people are like, whoa, what? Like, as people slowly started to grasp like what this was and what it could be, and then after we saw it, then we're like, oh no, this makes sense. How would this have ever been anything other than what we saw? And I think that's
I went off on a complete rant, and then I was like, but I'm going to go see it. But I'm still yet. I'm a complete hypocrite on this, okay? I'm going to go see it, and it's probably going to be great. But you know what? I'm going to hate on it for now because I have every right to hate on it. You can't tell me I got to like...
I
know
think
but it's
a really interesting aspect too is that we've got like people have lost track of the relevance of like storytelling mediums, and that like a book is not a short story, is not a magazine, is not a comic, is not an audiobook, is not a short film, is not a TV series, is not a mini series, is not a movie, is not like, these are all different mediums that are capable of telling different stories. And so the same thing exists with a musical. Like you can't take a story, like there are stories that would only work as a musical.
And also not every musical is the same, because even musicals are different from other musicals.
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean,
That is one thing that gives me pause, because there are some movies that, don't go into song like every 5 minutes. So if there are less songs and more story, then that would be,
Casey, that's called a book musical. Just so you know, there's actually a term for that.
I've been making my way through. What is it? Is it RRR, triple R, 3 R's?
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Yeah.
RRR.
The Johnny Depp story.
But I was talking to KC last night as I was watching it, and I was like, he's like, where are you? And I was like, oh, I'm like 10 minutes into the friendship montage. And then what did I say? I was like, oh, wait, are they about to do a dance off? Holy shit, this is a music video? Like, what is going on in this movie? But like, once you kind of get into the vibe of that, like, I mean, that's very much a musical. I mean, I know that's common for like Bollywood stuff, but like,
that is why I hate it.
but as an art form though, it's cool. I mean, I like there's expressiveness there's things that you can do with that you can't do. Like it's like for example, musicals let you do like clunky exposition. Like there's storytelling you can do with a musical that like if you were to deliver that with dialogue would just be like, seriously, you just gave me a character whose sole purpose is to explain the plot to me. Like, whereas in a musical, you just like turn that into a song and it's like entertaining. And so I think that's a really important distinction too. Is that this isn't just
you can pick or you can talk. You can pick or you can talk. You can pick or pick or pick. You can talk. You can talk. You can talk. Pick or pick or pick. You can talk all you want, but it's different than it was. No, it ain't. But you got no territory.
Monorail. But
I have no idea what I just witnessed there.
Dude,
was that the missing third verse to White and Nerdy?
Dude, that was the Vodka Stream, the musical right there.
Yeah. we had a whole thing the other day. They were trying to when we were talking about this on the lounge, everybody was trying to cast the lounge, the movie, or the musical, the Poindexter Lounge, the musical. It was fun. It was fun.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It was fun.
But you didn't have people actually singing like we just had right now.
Hey, I already busted on to Oklahoma on the Fanimated stream. So.
Yeah, you did. Yes,
I came prepared. I came prepared for that episode.
Heck yeah, man. That was awesome. I like that. No, but I mean, like, I was totally against Joker, and then like I said, I'm totally with the whole like, oh well, that's intriguing, And then of course it's like, there's going to be a curveball that's going to be in this movie. I mean, obviously, when you talk about what is it, the folie à deux? What is it, folie à deux or something? That's what he's calling it, right? Yeah. And the fact that, I mean, we're just assuming it's it's him and Harley, but what if there's like a third person? Remember when Willem Dafoe talked about like his idea for a Joker sequel? It was like, oh man, that was kind of cool. The fact that Arthur is not the real Joker. There could be imitation Jokers, or there could be the actual Joker, and then I'm just kind of going like, man, if they're in Arkham and musical, I'm like, man, that'd be pretty cool. Killer Croc is like fucking also singing some songs or some shit, or fucking Edward Nigma, we got some other people that are in here that we know, it's like, oh.
But that would be cool too, because you could do some real cool stunt casting too there, where you just cast like, I don't know, Scott would be better at coming up with. I don't know who all can sing in Hollywood, but like you get like Hugh
actually
Jackman.
a lot more people than you think.
You get
everybody pretty much.
Hugh Jackman is like Ra's al Ghul or something.
Oh,
like just like pops out to do a scene, and then it's just like that's just like it. Like
he's got the facial hair.
Why is it that I'm reminded of like the Robot Chicken sketch of like Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan?
I didn't see that one, but I
can. Khan.
Hey, there could be something. Could be something
my
like
amigo. Mi amigo.
I'm telling you, it's endless.
I got Scott with that one.
But this is how the Joker 2 script originated. Like that like they were sitting around like talking about ideas and started
Could you imagine
doing this, and that's how. And they were like, and they did it as a joke. Like the first draft of the Joker script was like, it was like, no, a musical would be absurd. Let's write a script to show how absurd it is. This script is actually pretty good. Well, let's refine it. Maybe we'll ditch the musical idea, but let's run for that.
I have two faces. I have two faces. It's something. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, eventually. Yeah, it's. I'm very.
I've seen that in Jekyll and Hyde the musical. There's actually a song that they could totally turn into like a Two-Face kind of.
See.
Is that like a Victor Victoria thing? Like,
actually, yes, because you can. It actually is. It actually.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it.
I think the biggest thing with the Joker movie was probably to stick with the message of everything else tonight, though, is.
Am I a man? Am I a monster? Am I a man? Am I a monster?
Of course, now I'm also thinking of the musical that's in that episode of Batman Beyond. The superstitious and cowardly lot.
See? It's all there.
No, we don't want it. We don't want a musical. No way. This is not fun. This is not fun at all.
I know.
It's a terrible time right now.
It's fun when you don't think it could actually happen.
Okay. And then there's part of me that goes, Kevin Conroy can sing. Can he cameo in this, please?
Ooh, that'd be sweet. Because he has a great voice.
He's a great voice, yes.
Absolutely phenomenal voice. So, man, there's so much potential. That's the thing when it comes to that.
Like Zach says, the most important thing you have as a director is your point of view. And what's special about that is that is yours, not other people's. So, as we've been saying about everything else, I think it's really important to like not judge something based on what we think it's going to be, and just more on like Todd Phillips says I have an exciting Todd Phillips says I have an exciting story to tell, and I'm going to tell it in musical form. And
like Selena's comment, I have two faces, which one is mine? I look and look, but never I shall find just who I am, this there at heart. I'll go on a journey. This is where I start.
At least Lady Gaga is in it, and she'll be singing. So
yeah, even though it hasn't been confirmed, but yet it kind of has. I guess I don't know. It's always weird when they say like in talks.
This is the only way she's gonna win that Oscar, so she's trying it.
Oh yeah, she's going for the Oscar. Yeah.
Well, oh man,
and then we know that
the best way for the
Joaquin
movie to have a
sing.
shot at. Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, that would be the best shot at a second
Second Oscar.
or a best supporting and a best that would be crazy.
Yeah.
But
then you know, Joaquin, obviously, I mean, it was funny too, is like when people were posting gifs of like, you know, his Joker like dancing on the steps, or you know, when he shows up to you know, when he's on the talk show, it's like they were already setting, like Todd Phillips was kind of already setting the foundation for all this, where it was like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of already there. We already have some dance numbers that happened in the first Joker movie.
Right.
So
well, and like I said, I think that I'm always most excited about any movie that I watch at finding like what is it that the director sees in this story, or what the writer sees in the story, or the characters see in the story. And so it's less like it's irresponsible to say it's not going to be good before you see it often, but also in the same way, it's equally responsible to be like, oh, it's a Todd Phillips musical about the Joker, therefore it's going to be good. This is not me saying like it's a guaranteed hit, it's going to be awesome, so much as like this is a
that's exactly what you were saying.
That I'm excited to find out about. I'm excited to learn why Todd Phillips wants to tell a Joker story as a musical. And I'm going to assume out of good faith that it is for other reasons than any sort of dump truck of money that may or may not have been pulled up to his driveway, and say that there is a take here, and it's not the take I would have chosen. It's not a take of most of us or any of us would have chosen out of, like, if we had never heard of it before. I don't think we would have even thought of the idea, which to me says, therefore it's going to be something interesting that I'm not going to get elsewhere. And I love watching movies when I'm like nobody else. Like I just watched Everything Everywhere All at Once for the second time.
I love that movie.
So good. So good.
I would never even know how to, like, if I could custom order a movie, I wouldn't know how to ask for that. Right? Like it's amazing.
And I get hot dogs for fingers.
I can't even describe the emotions that I'm feeling when I'm watching it, or at what time. I can't tell when I stop crying and start laughing. And
butt plug
like
as a candle to be
and a donut,
a bagel.
I put everything,
not a donut.
Everything on a bagel.
On a bagel. Yeah.
Yeah, a raccoon. Like,
oh my god!
It is not inside of me to say I want to see this movie, and so I have to depend on other people to be like, dude, I've got some shit for you. Check this out. And sometimes that dude is Todd Phillips in a trench coat lined with Joker musicals.
Yeah.
Make him laugh. Make him laugh.
I just
the whole world.
No, but like, okay,
I feel like there's nothing else under that trench coat, though.
How did Amanda? He's just full on flashing. No, but did Amanda like it?
Oh, you should see her tweet is like.
Oh, I didn't see the tweet. Oh,
she
okay.
said she
good.
needs a few days to process the emotions.
Oh yeah. I can't wait to watch it again.
I watched it while I was camping,
wow.
by myself in the middle of the night with headphones and a laptop in a tent.
Oh wow, that's the way to do it.
And like, I also watched The Northman that way. That was the way to watch that movie. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. So you watched like two, like, you know, cinematic.
Yeah, it was weird. I was legitimately camping, but also I managed to catch up on. I saw like Everything Everywhere All at Once, Northman, Ambulance, and Ambulance is fucking amazing.
I saw that in IMAX, Steven. You should have come and seen it with me in IMAX.
Oh my god.
Michael Bay telling Jake Gyllenhaal, here, let me give you a bunch of crazy things for you to yell and I'll edit it together, is like such a great aesthetic. Like, speaking of like things that I wouldn't have thought of, like you watch the movie, you're like, I don't know when, how, or why they filmed any of this dialogue, but they just kind of stitched it together to kind of make but it's all, everything out of his, like, I don't even remember any of it, but like every quote from Jake Gyllenhaal's mouth is like absolute fire. It's like, who wrote? It's like Michael Bay just had a notebook full of like things I'm gonna have Jake yell to use as a because it's always cuts to Jake and he'll say like you better hold on to your fart hole, and then it'll like cut away, and I'm like, what? There's like you just have a reel of him you're like, all right, next one. Now you say I hope you like grapefruit emojis. Like, go ahead, say it. Like, it's like, why are you saying that? Well, it's just, he's going to yell it, and it's going to mean something. Like, just don't worry about it. We'll edit it in somewhere.
It's that whole thing of Ben Affleck. It's that whole thing of Ben Affleck asking about Armageddon. Like, wouldn't they just train the astronauts to drill? Yeah. No, but like, I saw Ambulance also, but the theater I was in, the sound was so effed up where could barely hear the dialogue, and all the background noise was amplified big time. So I had a bad experience. I had to rewatch it because I enjoyed the visuals, because Michael Bay with a drone. Oh, he had fun. He was like, like
the number of
shots. Oh shit!
The number of times he referenced, like, for an extended
Himself?
period, Michael Bay movie. Like, they have a full blown conversation about The Rock, and they talk about Bad Boys, and like,
see, that was stuff I could not hear because my experience. We even complained, and we're like, "Sorry, that's just the way it is." Like,
what
no,
does
it
he
isn't.
say? What is the line from Connery about? Was it the prom?
Oh, you don't fuck the prom. You know, winners fuck the prom queen.
Yeah, exactly. And he's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "The Rock. You haven't seen The Rock? Great movie." Like, they just go on. Like, Michael Bay, we know you wrote this. Like, what, or directing it? I guess someone else wrote the screenplay, but like,
still though.
Yeah, it was very gratuitously self-indulgent, and I love gratuitously self-indulgent movies from.
Well, Michael Bay should make what's the Nicolas Cage movie? Yeah, he should he should really direct a movie about him.
do like an Expendables. Like, I feel like
have Nicolas Cage in it.
Yeah.
You know, Nicolas Cage and Michael Bay need to work together again, because that's my favorite Michael Bay movie is The Rock, and I don't know, they should just work. Yeah,
I read Williams' comment down there wrong. I thought he said he lost his butt plug.
Oh yeah, me too.
I was like,
we lost him at butt
where
plug.
William? Where William? That's the question.
Hopefully, not, yeah.
The IRS we're watching that, as everyone does when they first show those trophies. Amanda was like, "There's no, like, what else could that trophy be intended to look like?" And I was like, "Just
go with it.
Just don't worry about it."
No.
The fanny,
just let it happen.
The fanny pack scene starts, and she's like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "It hasn't even started getting started yet." Don't.
Yeah.
Like,
you don't even know.
I saw that movie 3 times in theaters. The last time was so I could see it in IMAX. I love that. That's a movie that I remember the first time I saw it. I walked out going, "What the fuck was that?" And I loved every minute of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I watched my first reaction. I was just like, I don't even know, but I loved that wholeheartedly. Like, it's just
whatever that was.
The editing. How do you edit that? Like, how do you edit that without losing your fucking mind?
Yeah.
I mean,
did you guys see Swiss Army Man? The same
No,
director.
I still need to see Swiss Army Man.
Oh, dude,
that is also very good.
Swiss Army Man is a very similar. It's not quite as insane, but it's got similar moments where it's like, am I supposed to be laughing or crying at this? I'm doing both, and I'm comfortable with that. But let me know if I'm only supposed to be doing one or the other, because I can't tell. Like,
God, man,
it's the same directors. You have to watch it.
Yeah,
Scott.
the Daniel.
I know. And actually, and I mentioned this.
He
before,
rides a farting Daniel Radcliffe like a ski-doo.
Yep. Yeah. I
That's
knew about
all
that.
you need to know about the movie.
Well, because one of the Daniels is from Birmingham.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's
Daniel
cool.
Scheinert is from Birmingham, because I discovered that as I was seeing it, and my high school theater teacher was like, "Oh yeah, I love Daniel. He's great." And I'm like, looked it up. Yep, born in Birmingham, Alabama. I went, okay then.
Pretty cool.
So it's also possible that we went to the same high school.
Wow, because wow. You could have walked by him for all you know, and he was going to make the greatest multiverse movie ever made.
Yes.
Yeah, because let's face it. I mean, Doctor Strange had nothing on that movie, but I mean, and then even The Shining. The fact that Mr. Kwan, short round coming back, and what the fuck? I mean, I remember I DM'd you, Scott. I was like, how did I not know that the actor played short round in Temple of Doom was the dad in this? I had no idea. I had no idea until it was pointing out. I don't even know where it was, and I was like, "Holy shit, where the fuck has he been?" And then when you watch him, you go, "Oh!" And then I was looking him up. I was, he's done stunt coordination, and it shows in the movie because he's
oh my
doing
god, that fanny pack, fanny pack scene is
amazing.
That's that reminds me how I felt watching like The Matrix for the first time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dude,
This
the
movie
guy-
was not as multiverse as people were, hyping up to be, but it was kind of like The Matrix meets, Rick and Morty or
The
something
One.
like that.
Yeah. Or even The One. Remember The One with Jet Li and Jason Statham?
Yes.
Yeah. I watched
Yeah.
that recently, or most
Yeah.
of it. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Steven, so I wanted to know, when you watched The Northman, did it remind you of anything?
Yes, but like lots of different things. You'll need to be more specific.
Yeah.
I know. Okay. Is there a piece of classic literature that The Northman reminded you of?
Beowulf.
I am not bad, but no, it came to my mind.
But no, you're wrong.
No. What came to my mind, and then it turns out that I was right. Hamlet.
Oh yeah.
It kind of does have that sense to it.
No,
Yeah.
it's literally based on the same source material.
Mm.
That's crazy. Well,
True.
and it's told in the 5-act revenge saga sort of
yeah.
structure.
Dude. That
so,
scene with
yeah, that
him
makes
and
sense.
Nicole Kidman when it was like revealed.
See, that was one of the scenes that really got me because Hamlet and Gertrude have a scene similar to that in Hamlet. So when that happened, I was just like, okay, I've seen
my movie
this.
theater. My movie theater, like it wasn't like packed. Obviously, there was like probably like there was a few other people, but man, the noises people were making, they were like, oh my god, no, woo, woo, and just the way that played out, it was like one of those where it's like, oh shit, like just the way that was played out, that whole reveal was uncomfortable and so well done too. It was just like, holy shit, like
it's a very interesting, not even middle ground, but like split the difference between the Green Knight and like Braveheart. Like, I feel like this is a lot closer to like what people wanted the Green Knight to be like. And then a lot of people even compared it to Braveheart, yet like then the ending is way more like the Green Knight than it is. It's very, and like it leans into that. You're like, oh, this is like getting real Braveheart on me, and then it ends. I'm like, oh, that was really not a Braveheart ending. Like,
it wasn't.
Yeah.
Good lord.
Yeah, I was a big fan. Yeah, but watch that in the middle of the night, in the woods in a tent with headphones
on your little screen.
No, I had a pretty good sized screen. I mean, it wasn't huge. But I was sitting this close to it. It's
he had it against his face.
No,
so
it was on
like
it was like a 14-inch laptop when you're sitting like it's the equivalent of like 42 inches at 6 feet or whatever. I don't know.
I was happy. I had a birthday coupon from Focus Features store, so I have a Northman shirt coming my way.
Nice.
Yes, it's a green shirt.
I'm curious what it looks
like. Green, and all it says on the front is "Avenge, Save, Kill."
Nice. I like it. I like it. No, man, more stuff like that. I mean, that's what sucks though, is like everybody talks about that movie, but then of course it's like, oh yeah, it didn't do so well. And I love Eggers when he talks about it, he's like, well, I'm just gonna continue doing my shit. I'm not gonna do a Marvel movie. I'm gonna do my own fucking thing. And I'm like, yes, please keep on doing what you're doing, because every movie that you've made, I've really enjoyed. Even though if I've walked away going, what the fuck?
Yes.
But it's not a what the fuck like. Nobody saw Men here, I'm sure. Alex Garland.
I need to see that.
Oh, really?
Dude,
yeah.
It's not one of those where I went, what the fuck? And I don't know if I want to watch it. I can't wait to watch The Northman again. I can't, it's a movie where it's like I could watch that again, but when it comes to a movie like Men, Mother,
is Men like Mother?
Oh yeah. Okay. It might be even a little bit worse. Yeah. Okay, because when it comes to Mother, I've told the mothers that I know in real life, don't watch that movie. Do not watch that movie. It might scar you a little bit. When it comes to Men, I just tell people the last 20 minutes, you might walk away with like wide eyes going,
that was the best thing ever.
Did you see it, Casey?
No, not yet. It's not released here.
Yeah. Yeah,
because I figured out that I didn't want to see Men in theaters because I didn't need to have an episode, And I also didn't.
Oh, that's
see...
right. I forgot. Yeah, you might want to skip this one, Scott.
Yeah, okay, if that's the case, that's good. Because the other one I was curious about was because I love Cronenberg, and I was curious about crimes.
I was gonna ask.
I can't. I talked to Meg about that. She saw it and she was like, "What the fuck again?" I'm like, "Yeah." So she watched Men and Crimes of the Future back to back. Not back to back, but like in a week span or whatever the fuck. And I was like, yeah. And she hadn't seen Top Gun yet. I'm like, do yourself a favor. Watch Top Gun to fucking cleanse your palate because you have watched some fucked up. Apparently, yeah. I don't think I could do Crimes of the Future. I don't think I can. It's too much.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if I can. I've heard. I know, but I don't. I just when I saw the trailer, I'm like, it seems like it's going to be heavy on the body horror thing. And she told me a little bit about it, and I went, and yeah, I'm probably going to wait. I'll wait a little bit. You didn't watch it, Scott, right?
Oh no, that was another one of those that was just like,
yeah. I'm
not going to watch this in the theater. I need to watch from the comfort of my own home.
But see, yeah, from what I gather from her, she told me one specific thing. I won't say it, but it's like I was like, what? Not as bad as Men. But I was still going, I don't know if I can handle that.
Okay.
I'm like, the body horror, like I can go to a point, but from what I saw in the trailer and what she explained to me, I was like, I think I might have to skip this one because, man, I mean,
yeah, Cronenberg can do that because there's my last class in graduate school was called Kubrick and Cronenberg. Imagine that being how you. No, we read 8 books. 4 that were turned into movies by Kubrick, 4 that were turned into movies by Cronenberg, and we studied the books and the movies, the style of Kubrick, the style of Cronenberg, and the adaptation. I wrote.
Sorry, Joey. I know what he means. Nobody knows what the fuck that means.
I actually ended up writing my thesis for the class on the depiction of homes in Cronenberg.
Oh my god!
So I remember. I think I used the Dead Zone, and
Cronenberg also did Videodrome, right?
He did Videodrome.
I like Videodrome, but that's some body horror shit too.
Body horror stuff. He did some stuff like that. Naked Lunch.
Naked Lunch. I saw Naked Lunch. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, long live the new flesh. I actually like Videodrome though. It was something. It's interesting. You kind of watch it and you just, it's James Woods and weird shit. But yeah, that's Cronenberg. That's just Cronenberg, you know.
Yeah, I still need to see. This is one of my cinema shames. I still have not seen his remake of The Fly.
Oh God, you haven't seen the Jeff Goldblum version?
No, I have not. No.
Fun fact about that: I can't. The original version freaks me out more than the fucking remake. Yes, I'm not. I'm arachnophobic. I cannot watch that fucking scene. And big fly heads also freak me out. I shit you not.
I think I'm familiar. That's one of the ones that like I only know because of
big
the
bug eyes. Yeah.
It's one of the ones I only know about because of the Simpsons parody. That was my Weird Al and the Simpsons was like it was like that's how I made a checklist of like, oh, so these are the things I need to know about
Scanners,
pop culture.
His Scanners, he did.
And then you go and you watch
Scanners
it.
was great.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But then he also did stuff like A History of Violence and
Eastern Promises.
I still need to see Eastern Promises.
No, but like, when it comes to like, the remake of The Fly is, very gross and whatever the fuck. But it's very well done. And if you're not good at the whole body horror thing, it's not that bad. But again, I don't know why I remember specifically this one time where it was like AMC a long time ago when I was younger. There was like a Fly, like they were showing like the Fly marathon, and I was forcing myself to watch it. And I think it was like the Fly 2 or 3, I don't know, the original one. And there was like a moment in there where whoever was working on the whole thing and like these guys broke in and did this whole thing, and they put the dude in one of the one of the pods that's going to do the whole thing. And of course, he merges with the fly, and then literally like it's black and white. It's old, and when somebody shows up to see like what happened, and they look over and they see the dude, he's in there, and he's got a big, huge fly head, and they just show it, and it's huge. I literally jumped because it freaked me out that much. There's no music, no nothing. It was just because it was a big fly head and it freaked me out. I literally was laying on the couch and I went, and I almost fell off the couch because of that. It's just something about it's the hair and the big eyes with spiders and flies and bugs that freak me out. That's what gets to me.
Well, see, I had to look back up because I was trying to remember what were the 4 movies and books that I read for that class that were Cronenberg, and it was the Dead, because we did 2 Stephen Kings, obviously, because you know for Kubrick it was The Shining, and then for Cronenberg it was The Dead Zone. So it was The Dead Zone, Naked Lunch, M. Butterfly, and Crash. Now reminding you that's Sex and Cars Crash, not Racism is Bad Crash.
Nice. But anyways, all right, we're 5 hours in. Let's wrap this up. Enosh, I know you said
I just said Sex and Cars. Come on,
I know, right? I know, right? Let's get into that. Now, but this is
that is why he's shutting it down, Scott.
Oh, come on, James Spader, Holly Hunter. I mean, come on.
It's getting too R-rated here. It's getting too R-rated. But no, this was a great stream, of course, and thank you to Logan, thank you to John. Thank you to Jordan for joining in, and thank you to you guys. We'll go around the horn right now, and talking about the Ezra stuff. Obviously, we added some light to it. Further on, we'll talk about more. We'll get Alex on here. Of course, he couldn't make it because of he's got the little one right now, and so he couldn't make it. But yeah, let's go around the horn. Scott, you'll go last. We'll keep you at last.
Just don't forget me. Don't forget me.
I won't forget you this time. I'm not that drunk. Enosh, go for it.
All right. Join me. Join me.
Oh,
I had a dream.
No, it's
I had
not
a dream.
true. It's not possible.
Yeah.
I'm still in this movie, guys.
Yeah.
Somehow. No,
but you have a blue cape and cowl.
Yes. I'm with a naked Ezra Miller. Hey, join us over at Poindexter Lounge. We have a lot of great fun. And it's a good time. It's a good time. So
good time. Always a good time. Thank you, Enosh, for joining.
Mm-hmm.
KC.
You can find me at Krypton Cage on all social media and also at The Real Talk Live.
No, you can't find him. His camera's not on.
He turned his camera off. He's like, I'm tired. I'm like, yeah. And now he's like literally laying down right now. No, but thank you, KC. And then of course Steven.
My name is Stephen Colbert. You can find me on all social media at SM Colbert. You can find my writing at screenrant.com. And you can find me and Andrew Dice talking about Batman v Superman or other Snyder movies, depending on the occasion, at snyderminute.com. We are currently working through the rooftop scene in BVS. Earlier tonight, the Lolita Lois portion of that scene went up with Lex, and then pretty soon we've got the Lex and Superman stuff coming up too. And as anyone who has listened to or heard me talk about that podcast, go figure, when we get to that section of the movie, it's like cleanly sliced into like episodes of the rooftop scene. Like there's no, like Lois is all in 1 minute and the Superman and Clark's or and Lex stuff is all in other minutes. So it's like of the kind of thematically everything is coming together, and then also it's like, oh wow, he like perfectly sectioned this into like talk about Lolita for 1 minute, and then talk about God for 1 minute, and then talk about Martha for what, like it's great. So check it out.
Check it out. All right. Send us off, Scott.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, DC Squadcast, where podcasts can be found, which tomorrow morning we'll be dropping our next episode of Batman Scene by Scene, where we will be discussing the introduction of Alfred and the decoding of the cipher in The Batman, where, of course, we're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with an entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And, of course, join us every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Pacific, as we discuss every episode of Batman the Animated Stream. This Sunday, we'll be discussing the technically final appearance of Clayface in the original run of the show.
Mudslide. There it is. And thank you, Mama Film Junkie, for sending me this right here. It's a fly. That's what it is. Thankfully, it wasn't a spider, or else that would
Moms
really
know what their sons need.
I know. See, she's still watching, and she was like, "Here you go." Talking about big fly heads. Anyways, those eyes. It's the eyes, and there's a little bit of fur on there. It's like fucking, yeah. See, that scene right there is that scene freaks me out. Anything worse than anything that's in the fucking Cronenberg remake. I don't mind, Jeff Goldblum like throwing up on someone's hand that burns it off. Anyways, make sure you guys smash that like thumbs up and do all that, and make sure you I'm sounding like Jeff Goldblum, and and do that, and subscribe to the channel, hit that notification, apartments.com. Make sure you guys do all that, subscribe, hit all that, and thank you to everybody who joined, and thank you guys as per usual. See, I got
it's a musical.
It's a musical. Per usual musical. There we go. All right, guys. Talk to you later.